Chapter 1 of the Dealings of Captain Sharkey and Other Stories of Pirates by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Joe DeNoia, Somerset, New Jersey. The Dealings of Captain Sharkey and Other Stories of Pirates by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Part 1. Tales of Pirates. Chapter 1. Captain Sharkey. How the Governor of St. Kitts came home. When the great wars of the Spanish Succession had been brought to an end by the Treaty of Utrecht, the vast number of privateers which had been fitted out by the contending parties found their occupation gone. Some took to the more peaceful but less lucrative ways of ordinary commerce. Others were absorbed into the fishing fleets, and a few of the more reckless hoisted the Jolly Roger at the mizzen and the bloody flag at the main, declaring a private war on their own account against the whole human race. With mixed crews recruited from every nation, they scoured the seas, disappearing occasionally to careen in some lonely inlet, or putting in for a debauch at some outlying port, where they dazzled the inhabitants by their lavishness and horrified them by their brutalities. On the Coromandel coast, at Madagascar, in the African waters, and above all in the West Indian and American seas, the pirates were a constant menace. With an insolent luxury they would regulate their depredations by the comfort of the seasons, harrying New England in the summer, and dropping south again to the tropical islands in the winter. They were the more to be dreaded because they had none of that discipline and restraint which made their predecessors, the buccaneers, both formidable and respectable. These Ishmaels of the sea rendered an account to no man, and treated their prisoners according to the drunken whim of the moment. Flashes of grotesque generosity alternated with longer stretches of inconceivable ferocity, and the skipper who fell into their hands might find himself dismissed with his cargo, after serving as boon companion in some hideous debauch, or might sit at his cabin table, with his own nose and his lips served up with pepper and salt in front of him. It took a stout seaman in those days to ply his calling in the Caribbean Gulf. Such a man was Captain John Scarrow, of the ship Morning Star, and yet he breathed a long sigh of relief when he heard the splash of the falling anchor, and swung at his moorings within 100 yards of the guns of the citadel of Basseterre. St. Kitts was his final port of call, and early next morning his bowsprit would be pointed for Old England. He had had enough of these robber-haunted seas. Ever since he had left Maracaibo upon the main, with his full lading of sugar and red pepper, he had winced at every topsail which glimmered over the violent edge of the tropical sea. He had coasted up the Windward Islands, touching here and there, and assailed continually by stories of villainy and outrage. Captain Sharkey, of the 20-gun pirate bark Happy Delivery, had passed down the coast, and had littered it with gutted vessels and with murdered men. Dreadful anecdotes were current of his grim pleasantries and his inflexible ferocity. From the Bahamas to the Main, his coal-black bark, with the ambiguous name, had been freighted with death, and many things which were worse than death. So nervous was Captain Scarrow, with his new full-rigged ship and her full and valuable lading, that he struck out to the west as far as Bird's Island to be out of the usual track of commerce. And yet even in these solitary waters, he had been unable to shake off sinister traces of Captain Sharkey. One morning they had raised a single skiff adrift among the face of the ocean. Its only occupant was a delirious seaman, who yelled hoarsely as they hoisted him aboard, and showed a dried-up tongue like a black and wrinkled fungus at the back of his mouth. Water and nursing soon transformed him into the strongest and smartest sailor on the ship. He was from Marblehead, in New England, it seemed, and was the sole survivor of a schooner which had been scudded by the dreadful Sharkey. For a week, Hiram Evanson, for that was his name, had been adrift beneath a tropical sun. Sharkey had ordered the mangled remains of the late captain to be thrown into the boat as provisions for the voyage, but the seaman had at once committed them to the deep, lest the temptation should be more than he can bear. He had lived upon his own huge frame, until at the last moment the Morning Star had found him in that madness which is a precursor of such a death. It was no bad find for Captain Scarrow, for, with a short-handed crew, such a seaman as this big New Englander was a prize worth having. He vowed that he was the only man who Captain Sharkey had ever placed under an obligation. Now that they lay under the guns of the Basseterre, all danger from the pirate was at an end, and yet the thought of him lay heavily upon the seaman's mind as he watched the agent's boat shooting out from the custom-house quay. "I'll lay you wager, Morgan," said he to the first mate, "that the agent will speak of Sharkey in the first 100 words that pass his lips." "Well, Captain, I'll have you a silver dollar, and chance it," said the rough old Bristol man beside him. The negro rowers shot the boat alongside, and the linen-clad steersman sprang up the ladder. "Welcome, Captain Scarrow," he cried. "Have you heard about Sharkey?" The captain grinned at his mate. "What devilry has he been up to now?" he asked. "Devilry? You've not heard, then? Why, we've got him safe under lock and key here at Basse-Terre. He was tried last Wednesday, and he's to be hanged tomorrow morning." Captain and mate gave a shout of joy, which an instant later was taken up by the crew. Discipline was forgotten as they scrambled up through the break of the poop to hear the news. The New Englander was in front of them with a radiant face turned up to heaven, for he came of Puritan stock. "Sharkey to be hanged," he cried. "You don't know, Master Agent, if they lack a hangman, do you?" "Stand back," cried the mate, whose outraged sense of discipline was even stronger than his interest at the news. "I'll pay that $1, Captain Scarrow, with the lightest heart that I ever paid a wager yet." How came the villain to be taken? Why, as to that, he became more than his own comrades could abide, and they took such a horror of him that they would not have him on the ship. So they marooned him upon a little Mangles, to the south of Mysteriosa Bank, and there he was found by a Portobello trader who brought him in. There was talk of sending him to Jamaica to be tried, but our good little governor, Sir Charles Euman, would not hear of it. "He's my meat," he said, "and I claim the cooking of it. If you can stay till tomorrow morning at 10, you'll see the joint swinging." "I wish I could," said the captain wistfully, "but I'm sadly behind time now. I should start with the evening tide." "That you can't do," said the agent with decision. "The governor is going back with you." "The governor?" "Yes. He's had a dispatch from government to return without delay. The flyboat that brought it has gone on to Virginia, so Sir Charles has been waiting for you, as I told him you were due before the rains." "Well, well," cried the captain in some perplexity. "I'm a plain seaman, and I don't know much of governors and baronets and their ways. I don't remember if I ever had so much as spoke to one. But if it's in King George's service, and he asks a cast of the Morning Star as far as London, I'll do what I can for him. There's my own cabin he can have, and welcome. As to the cooking, it's lobscouse and salmagundy 6 days in a week, but he can bring his own cook aboard with him if he thinks our galley is too rough for his taste." "You need not trouble your mind, Captain Scarrow," said the agent. "Sir Charles is in weak health just now, only clear of a quartan ague, and is likely he will keep his cabin most of the voyage. Dr. LaRue said he would have sunk, had the hanging of Sharkey not put fresh life into him. He has a great spirit in him, though, and you must not blame him if he's somewhat short in his speech." "He may say what he likes and do what he likes as long as he does not come athwart my house when I'm working the ship," said the captain. "He's the governor of St. Kitts, but I am governor of the Morning Star. And by his leave I must weigh with the first tide, for I owe a duty to my employer, just as he does King George. He can scarce be ready for tonight, for he has many things to set in order before he leaves." "The early morning tide, then." "Very good. I shall send his things aboard tonight, and he will follow them tomorrow, early if I can prevail him upon leaving St. Kitts without seeing Sharkey do the rogue's hornpipe. His own orders were instant, so it may be that he will come at once. It is likely that Dr. LaRue may attend him upon the journey." Left to themselves, the captain and mate made the best preparations which they could for their illustrious passenger. The largest cabin was turned out and adorned in his honor, and orders were given by which barrels of fruit and some cases of wine should be brought off to vary the plain food of an ocean-going trader. In the evening, the governor's baggage began to arrive. Great iron-bound, ant-proof trunks and official tin packing cases, with other strange-shaped packages which suggested the cocked hat or the sword within. And then there came a note with a heraldic device upon the big red seal to say that Sir Charles Ewan made his compliments to Captain Scarrow, and that he had hoped to be with him in the morning as early as his duties and his infirmities would permit. He was as good as his word, for the first gray of dawn had actually begun to deepen into pink when he was brought alongside and climbed with some difficulty up the ladder. The captain had heard the governor was an eccentric, but he was hardly prepared for the curious figure who came limping feebly up down upon his quarterdeck, his steps supported by a thick bamboo cane. He wore a Romilly's wig, all twisted into little tails like a poodle's coat, and cut so low across the brow that the large green glasses which he covered his eyes looked as if they were hung from it. A fierce beak of a nose, very long and very thin, cut the air in front of him. His ague had caused him to swathe his throat and chin with a broad linen cravat, and he wore a loose damask powdering gown, secured by a cord around the waist. As he advanced, he carried his masterful nose high in the air, but his head turned slowly from side to side in the helpless manner of the purblind, and he called in a high, querulous voice for the captain. "You have my things?" he asked. "Yes, Sir Charles." "Have you wine aboard?" "I've ordered 5 cases, sir." "And tobacco?" "There's a keg of Trinidad." "You play a hand at piquet?" "Passably well, sir." "Then up anchor and to sea." There was a fresh westerly wind, and so by the time the sun was fairly through the morning haze, the ship was hull down from the islands. The decrepit governor still limped the deck, with one guiding hand upon the quarter-rail. "You are in the government service now, Captain," said he. "They are counting the days till I come to Westminster, I promise you. Have you all she will carry?" "Every inch, Sir Charles." "Keep her so if you blow the sails out of her. I fear, Captain Scarrow, that you will find a blind and broken man a poor companion for your voyage." "I am honored in enjoying your Excellency's society," said the captain, "but I am sorry that your eyes should be so afflicted." "Yes, indeed, it is a cursed glare of the sun of the white straits of Bastaire which has gone far to burn them out." "I had also heard that you had been plagued by a quartan ague." "Yes, I had a piracy, which has reduced me much." "We had set aside a cabin for your surgeon." "Ah, the rascal! There was no budging him, for he has a snug business amongst the merchants. But hark!" He raised his ring-covered hand in the air. From far astern there came the low, deep thunder of a cannon. "It is from the island," cried the captain in astonishment. "Can it be a signal for us to pull back?" The governor laughed. "You have heard that Sharkey, the pirate, is to be hanged this morning. I ordered the batteries to salute when the rascal was kicking his last, so I might know of it out at sea. There's an end of Sharkey." "There's an end of Sharkey!" cried the captain, and the crew took up the cry, and they gathered in little knots upon the deck and stared back at the low purple line of the vanishing land. It was a cheering omen for their start across the western ocean, and the invalid governor found himself a popular man on board, for it was generally understood that but for his insistence upon an immediate trial and sentence, the villain might have played upon some more venal judge and so escaped. At dinner that day Sir Charles gave many anecdotes of the deceased pirate, and so affable was he, and so skillful in adapting his conversation to men of lower degree, that captain, mate, and governor smoked their long pipes and drank their claret as three good comrades should. "And what figure did Sharkey cut in the dock?" asked the captain. "He is a man of some presence," said the governor. "I had always understood that he was an ugly, sneering devil," remarked the mate. "Well, I dare say that he could look ugly upon occasions," said the governor. "I have heard a New Bedford whaleman say that he could not forget his eyes," said Captain Scarrow. "They were the lightest filmy blue, with red-rimmed lids. Was this not so, Sir Charles?" "Alas, my own eyes will not permit me to know much of those of others, but I remember now that the adjutant general said that he had such an eye as you described, and added that the jury were so foolish as to be visibly discomposed when it was turned upon them. It is well for them that he is dead, for he was a man who would never forget an injury, and if he had laid his hands upon any one of them, he would have stuffed him with straw and hung him for a figurehead." The idea seemed to amuse the governor, for he broke suddenly into a high, neighing laugh, and the two seamen laughed also, but not so heartily, for they remembered that Sharkey was not the last pirate who sailed the western seas, and that as grotesque a fate might come to be their own. Another bottle was broached to drink to a pleasant voyage, and the governor would drink one other on top of it, so the seamen were glad at last to stagger off, the one to his watch, the other to his bunk. But when after his 4-hour spell the mate came down again, he was amazed to see the governor in his Ramillies wig, his glasses, and his powdering gown still seated sedately at the lonely table with his reeking pipe and 6 black bottles by his side. "I have drunk with the governor of St. Kitts when he was sick," said he, "and God forbid I should ever keep pace with him when he is well." The voyage of the Morning Star was a successful one, and in about 3 weeks she was at the mouth of the British Channel. From the first day, the infirm governor had begun to recover his strength, and before they were halfway across the Atlantic he was, save only for his eyes, as well as any man upon the ship. Those who uphold the nourishing qualities of wine might point to him in triumph, for never a night passed that he did not repeat the performance of his first one. And yet he would be out on the open deck in the early morning as fresh and brisk as the best of them, peering upon his weak eyes, and asking questions about the sails and the rigging, for he was anxious to learn the ways of the sea. And he made up for the deficiency of his eyes by obtaining leave from the captain that the New England seaman, he who had been cast away in the boat, should lead him about, and above all that he should sit beside him when he played cards, and count the number of pips, for unaided he could not tell the king from the knave. It was natural that this Evanson should do the governor's willing service, since the one was the victim of the vile Sharkey, and the other was his avenger. One could see that it was a pleasure of the big American to lend his arm to the invalid, and at night he would stand with all respect behind his chair in the cabin, and lay his great stub-nailed forefinger upon a card which he should play. Between them there was little in the pockets either of Captain Scarrow or of Morgan, the first mate, by the time they sighted the Lizard. And it was not long before they found that all they had heard of the high temper of Sir Charles Ewan fell short of the mark. At a sigh of opposition of a word of argument his chin would shoot out from his cravat, his masterful nose would be cocked at a higher and more insolent angle, and his bamboo cane would whistle up over his shoulder. He cracked it once over the head of the carpenter when the man had accidentally jostled him upon the deck. Once, too, when there was some grumbling and talk of a mutiny over the state of the provisions, he was of opinion that they should not wait for the dogs to rise, but that they should march forward and set upon them until they trounced the devilment out of them. "Give me a knife and a bucket," he cried with an oath, and could hardly be withheld from setting forth alone to deal with the spokesman of the seamen. Captain Scarrow had to remind him that he might be only answerable to himself at St. Kitts. Killing became murder upon the high seas. In politics he was, as became his official position, a stout prop of the House of Hanover, and he swore in his cups that he had never met a Jacobite without pistoling him where he stood. Yet for all his vaporing and his violence, he was so good a companion, with such a stream of strange anecdote and reminiscence, that Scarrow and Morgan had never known a voyage pass so pleasantly. And then at length came the last day, when, after passing the island, they had struck land again at the high white cliffs of Beachy Head. As evening fell, the ship lay rolling in an oily calm, a league off the Winchelsea, with the long dark snout of Dungeness jutting out from front of her. Next morning they would pick up their pilot at the Foreland, and Sir Charles might meet the King's ministers at Westminster before the evening. The boatswain had the watch, and the three friends were met for the last turn of cards in the cabin, the faithful American still serving as eyes to the governor. There was a good stake upon the table, for the sailors had tried on their last night to win their losses back from the passenger. Suddenly he threw his cards down and swept all the money into the pocket of his long-flapped silken waistcoat. "The game's mine," said he. "Heh, Sir Charles, not so fast," cried Captain Scarrow. "You've not played out the hand, and we are not the losers." "Sink you for a liar," said the governor. "I tell you I have played out the hand, and that you are a loser." He whipped off his wig and glasses as he spoke, and there was a high, bald forehead and a pair of shifty blue eyes with red rims of a bull terrier. "Good God!" cried the mate. "It's Sharkey!" The two sailors sprang to their seats, but the big American castaway had put his huge back against the cabin door, and he held a pistol in each of his hands. The passenger had also laid a pistol upon the scattered cards in front of him, and he burst into a high, neighing laugh. "Captain Sharkey is the name, gentlemen," said he, "and this is Roaring Ned Galloway, the quartermaster of Happy Delivery. We made it hot, so they marooned us, me on a dry Tortuga quay, and him on an oarless boat. You dogs, you poor, fond, water-hearted dogs, we hold you at the end of our pistols." "You may shoot, or you may not," cried Scarrow, striking his hand upon the breast of his frieze jacket. "If it's my last breath, Sharkey, I'll tell you you're a bloody rogue and a miscreant, with a halter and hellfire in store for you." "There's a man of spirit, and one of my own kidney, and he's going to make a very pretty death of it," cried Sharkey. "There's no one aft save a man at the wheel, so you may keep your breath, for you'll need it soon. Is the dinghy astern, Ned?" "Aye, aye, Captain." "And the other boats scuttled?" "I board them all in 3 places." "Then we shall have to leave you, Captain Scarrow. You look as if you hadn't quite got your bearings. Is there anything you'd like to ask me?" "I believe you're the devil himself," cried the captain. "Where is the governor of St. Kitts?" "When last I saw him, his Excellency was in bed with his throat cut. When I broke prison, I learned from my friends, for Captain Sharkey has those who love him in every port, that the governor was starting for Europe under a master who had never seen him. I climbed his veranda, and I paid him a little debt that I owed him. Then I came aboard you with such of the things that I had need of, and a pair of glasses to hide these telltale eyes of mine, and I have ruffled it as a governor should. Now, Ned, you can get to work upon them." "Help! Help! Watch! Ahoy!" yelled the mate, but the butt of the pirate's pistol crashed down on his head, and he dropped like a pithed ox. Scarrow rushed for the door, but the sentinel clapped his hand over his mouth and threw his other arm around his waist. "No use, Master Scarrow," said Sharkey. "Let us see you down on your knees and beg for your life." "I'll see you," cried Scarrow, shaking his mouth clear. "Twist his arm around, Ned, now will you?" "No, not if he twists it off." "Put an inch of your knife into him." "You may put 6 inches, and then I won't." "Sink me, but I like his spirit," cried Sharkey. "Put your knife in your pocket, Ned. You've saved your skin, Scarrow, and it's a pity so stout a man should not take to the only trade where a pretty fellow can pick up a living. You must be born for no common death, Scarrow, since you have lain at my mercy and lived to tell the tale. Tie him up, Ned." "To the stove, Captain?" "Tut, tut, there's a fire in the stove. None of your rover tricks, Ned Galloway, unless they are called for, or I'll let you know which of us two is captain and which is quartermaster. Make him fast to the table." "Nay, I thought you meant to roast him," said the quartermaster. "You surely do not mean to let him go?" "If you and I were marooned on a Bahama quay, Ned Galloway, it is still for me to command and for you to obey. Sink you for a villain. Do you dare to question my orders?" "Nay, nay, Captain Sharkey, not so hot, sir," said the quartermaster, and lifting Scarrow like a child, he laid him on the table. With quick dexterity of a seaman, he tied his spread-eagled hands and feet with a rope which was passed underneath, and gagged him securely with a long cravat which was used to adorn the chin of the governor of St. Kitts. "Now, Captain Scarrow, we must take our leave of you," said the pirate, If I had half a dozen of my brisk boys at my heels, I should have had your cargo and your ship, but Roaring Ned could not find a foremast hand with the spirit of a mouse. I see there are some small craft about, so we shall get one of them. When Captain Sharkey has a boat, and he can get a smack. When he has a smack, he can get a brig. When he has a brig, he can get a bark. And when he has a bark, he'll soon have a full-rigged ship of his own. So make haste into London town, or I may be back after all for the Morning Star." Captain Scarrow heard the key turn in the lock as they left the cabin. Then, as he strained at his bonds, he heard their footsteps pass up the companion and along the quarterdeck to where the dinghy hung in the stern. Then, still struggling and writhing, he heard the creak of the falls and a splash of the boat in the water. In a mad fury, he tore and dragged at his ropes until at last, with flayed wrists and ankles, he rolled from the table, sprang over the dead mate, kicked his way through the closed door, and rushed hatless onto the deck. "Ahoy, Peterson, Armitage, Wilson!" he screamed. "Cutlasses and pistols! Clear away the longboat! Clear away the gig! Sharkey, the pirate, is in yonder dinghy. Whistle up the larboard watch, boatswain, and tumble into the boats, all hands!" Down splashed the longboats, and down splashed the gig, but in an instant the coxswains and crew were swarming up the falls of the deck once more. "The boats are scuttled," they cried. "They are leaking like a sieve." The captain gave a bitter curse. He had been beaten and outwitted at every point. Above was a cloudless starlit sky, with neither wind nor the promise of it. The sails flapped idly in the moonlight. Far away lay a fishing smack, with the men clustered over the net. Close to them was the little dinghy, dipping and lifting over the shining swell. "They are dead men," cried the captain. "A shout all together, boys, to warn them of their danger." But it was too late. At that very moment the dinghy shot into the shadow of the fishing boat. There were two rapid pistol shots, a scream, then another pistol shot, followed by silence. The clustering fishermen had disappeared, and then, suddenly, as the first puffs of a land breeze came out of the Sussex shore, the boom swung out, the mainsail filled, and the little craft crept out with their nose to the Atlantic. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, The Dealings of Captain Sharkey and Other Stories of Pirates by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Joe DeNoia, Somerset, New Jersey. Chapter 2, The Dealings of Captain Sharkey with Stephen Craddock. Careening was a very necessary operation for the old pirate. On his superior speed he depended both for overhauling the trader and escaping the man-of-war. But it was impossible to retain his sailing qualities unless he periodically, once a year at the least, cleared his vessel's bottom from the long, trailing plants and crusting barnacles which gathered so rapidly in the tropical seas. For this purpose he lighted his vessel, thrusting her into some narrow inlet where she could be left high and dry at low water, fastened blocks and tackles to her masts to pull her over on her bilge, and then scraped her thoroughly from rudder post to cutwater. During the weeks which were thus occupied, the ship was, of course, defenseless. But on the other hand, she was unapproachable by anything heavier than an empty hull, and the place for careening was chosen with an eye to secrecy, so that there was no great danger. So secure did the captains feel that it was not uncommon for them at such times to leave their ships under a sufficient guard and to start off in the longboat, either upon a sporting expedition, or, more frequently, upon a visit to some outlying town, where they turned the heads of the women by their swaggering gallantry, or broached pipes of wine in the market square, with a threat to pistol all who would not drink with them. Sometimes they would even appear in cities of the size of Charleston, and walk the streets with their clattering sidearms, an open scandal to the whole law-abiding colony. Such visits were not always paid with impunity. It was one of them, for example, which provoked Lieutenant Maynard to hack off Blackbeard's head, and to spear it into the end of his bowsprit. But, as a rule, the pirate ruffled and bullied and drabbed without let or hindrance, until it was time for him to go back to his ship once more. There was one pirate, however, who never crossed even the skirts of civilization, and this was the sinister Sharkey of the bark Happy Delivery. It may have been from his morose and solitary temper, or, as is more probable, that he knew that his name upon the coast was such that outraged humanity would, against all odds, have thrown themselves upon him, but never once did he show his face in a settlement. When his ship was laid up, he would leave her under the charge of Ned Galloway, her New England quartermaster, and would take long voyages in his boat, sometimes, it was said, for the purposes of burying his share of the plunder, and sometimes to shoot the wild oxen of Hispaniola, which, when dressed and barbecued, provided provisions for his next voyage. In the latter case, the bark would come round to some prearranged spot to pick him up and take on board what he had shot. There had always been a hope in the islands that Sharkey might be taken on one of those occasions, and at last there came news to Kingston which seemed to justify an attempt upon him. It was brought by an elderly logwood cutter who had fallen into the pirates' hands, and in some freak drunken benevolence had been allowed to get away with nothing worse than a slit nose and a drubbing. His account was recent and definite. The Happy Delivery was careening at Torbec on the southwest of Hispaniola. Sharkey, with 4 men, was buccaneering on the outlying islands of La Vache. The blood of 100 murdered crews was calling out for vengeance, and now at last it seems as if it might not call in vain. Sir Edward Compton, the high-nosed, red-faced governor, sitting in solemn conclave with the commandant and the head of the council, was sorely puzzled in his mind as to how he should use his chance. There was no man-of-war nearer than Jamestown, and she was a clumsy old flyboat, which could neither overhaul the pirate on the seas nor reach her in a shallow inlet. There were forts and artillerymen both at Kingston and Port Royal, but no soldiers available for an expedition. A private venture might be fitted out, and there were many who had a blood feud with Sharkey, but what could a private venture do? The pirates were numerous and desperate. As to taking Sharkey and his 4 companions, that of course would be easier if they can get at them. But how were they to get at them on a large, well-wooded island like La Vache, full of wild hills and impenetrable jungles? A reward was offered to anyone who could find a solution, and that brought a man to the front who had a singular plan and was himself prepared to carry it out. Stephen Craddock had been that most formidable person, the Puritan gone wrong. Sprung from a decent Salem family, his ill-doing seemed to be a recoil from the austerity of their religion, and he brought to vice all the physical strength and energy with which the virtues of his ancestors had endowed him. He was ingenious, fearless, and exceedingly tenacious of purpose, so that when he was still young his name became notorious upon the American coast. He was the same Craddock who was tried for his life in Virginia for the slaying of the Seminole chief, and, though he escaped, it was well known that he had corrupted the witness and bribed the judge. Afterwards, as a slaver, and even, as it was hinted, as a pirate, he had left an evil name behind him in the blight of Benin. Finally, he had returned to Jamaica with a considerable fortune, and had settled down to a life of somber dissipation. This was the man, gaunt, austere, and dangerous, who now waited upon the governor with a plan for the extirpation of Sharkey. Sir Edward received him with little enthusiasm, for in spite of some rumors of conversion and reformation, he had always regarded him as an infected sheep who might taint the whole of his little flock. Craddock saw the governor's mistrust under his thin veil of formal and restrained courtesy. "You've no call to fear me, sir," said he. "I'm a changed man from what you've known. I've seen the light again of late after losing sight of it for many a black year. It was through the ministrations of Reverend John Simmons, of your own people. Sir, if your spirit should be in need of quickening, you would find a very sweet savor in his discourse." The governor cocked his Episcopalian nose at him. "You came here to speak of Sharkey, Mr. Craddock," said he. "The man Sharkey is a vessel of wrath," said Craddock. "His wicked horn has been exalted overlong, and it is borne upon me that if I can cut him off and utterly destroy him, it will be a goodly deed, and one which may atone for many backslidings in the past. A plan has been given to me whereby I may encompass his destruction." The governor was keenly interested, for there was a grim and practical air about the man's freckled face, which showed that he was in earnest. After all, he was a seaman and a fighter, and, if it were true that he was eager to atone for his past, no better man could be chosen for the business. "This will be a dangerous task, Master Craddock," said he. "If I meet my death at it, it may be that it will cleanse the memory of an ill-spent life. I have much to atone for." The governor did not see his way to contradict him. "What was your plan?" he asked. "You have heard that Sharkey's bark, the Happy Delivery, came from this very port of Kingston. It belonged to Mr. Codrington, and it was taken by Sharkey, who scuttled his own sloop, and moved into her because she was faster," said Sir Edward. "Yes, but it may be that you have never heard that Mr. Codrington has a sister ship, the White Rose, which lies even now in the harbor, and which is so like the pirate that, if it were not for the white painted line, none could tell them apart." "Ah, and what of that?" said the governor keenly, with the air of one who is just on the edge of an idea. "By the help of it this man shall be delivered into our hands." "And how?" "I will paint out the streak upon the White Rose and make it in all things like the Happy Delivery. Then I will set sail for the island of La Vache, where this man is slaying the wild oxen. When he sees me he will surely mistake me for his own vessel, which he is awaiting, and he will come on board to his own undoing." It was a simple plan, yet it seemed to the governor that it might be effective. Without hesitation he gave Craddock permission to carry it out, and take any steps he liked in order to further the object of which he had in view. Sir Edward was not very sanguine, for many attempts had been made upon Sharkey, and the results had shown that he was as cunning as he was ruthless. But this gaunt Puritan with the evil record was cunning and ruthless also. The contest of wits between two such men as Sharkey and Craddock appealed to the governor's acute sense of sport, and though he was inwardly convinced that the chances were against him, he backed his man with the same loyalty which would he have shown to his horse or his cock. Haste was, above all things, necessary, for upon any day the careening might be finished, and the pirates out at sea once more. But there was not very much to do, and there were many willing hands to do it. So the second day saw the White Rose beating out for the open sea. There were many seamen in the port who knew the lines and rig of the pirate bark, and not one of them could see the difference in this counterfeit. Her white sideline had been painted out, her masts and yards were smoked to give them the dingy appearance of a weather-beaten rover, and a large diamond-shaped patch was let into her fore topsail. Her crew were volunteers, many of them being men who had sailed with Stephen Craddock before. The mate, Joshua Hurd, an old slaver, had been his accomplice in many voyages, and came now at the bidding of his chief. The avenging bark sped across the Caribbean Sea, and at the sight of that patched topsail, the little craft which they met flew left and right like frightening trout in a pool. On the fourth evening, Point Abacal bore 5 miles to the north and east of them. On the fifth they were at anchor in the Bay of Tortoises on the island of La Vache, where Sharkey and his 4 men had been hunting. It was a well-wooded place, with the palms and underwood growing down to the thin crescent of silver sand which skirted the shore. They had hoisted the black flag and the red pennant, but no answer came from the shore. Craddock strained his eyes, hoping every instant to see a boat shoot out to them with Sharkey seated in the sheets. But the night passed away, and a day and yet another night without any sign of the men whom they were endeavoring to trap. It looked as if they were already gone. On the second morning, Craddock went ashore in search of some proof whether Sharkey and his men were still upon the island. What he found reassured him greatly. Close to the shore was a boucan of green wood, such as was used for preserving the meat, and a great store of barbecued strips of ox flesh had hung upon lines all around it. The pirate ship had not taken all her provisions, and therefore the hunters were still upon the island. Why had they not shown themselves? Was it that they had detected that this was not their own ship? Or was it that they were hunting in the interior of the island and were not on the lookout for a ship yet? Craddock was still hesitating between the two alternatives when a Carib Indian came down with information. The pirates were in the island, he said, and their camp was a day's march from the sea. They had stolen his wife, and the marks of the stripes were still pink upon his brown back. Their enemies were his friends, and he would leave them where they lay. Craddock could not have asked for anything better, so early next morning with a small party armed to the teeth, he set off under the guidance of the Carib. All day they struggled through brushwood and clambered over rocks, pushing their way further and further into the desolate heart of the island. Here and there they found traces of the hunters, the bones of a slain ox, or the marks of feet in the morass, and once, towards evening, it seemed to some of them that they heard the distant rattle of guns. That night they spent under the trees and pushed on again in the earliest light. About noon they came to the huts of bark, which, the Carib told them, were the camp of the hunters, but they were silent and deserted. No doubt their occupants were away at the hunt and would return in the evening, so Craddock and his men lay in ambush in the brushwood around them. But no one came, and another night was spent in the forest. Nothing more could be done, and it seemed to Craddock that after the 2 days' absence, it was time he returned to his ship once more. The return journey was less difficult, as they had already blazed a path for themselves. Before evening they found themselves once more at the Bay of Palms, and saw their ship riding at anchor where they had left her. Their boats and oars had been hauled up among the bushes, so they launched it and pulled out to the bark. "No luck, then," cried Joshua Hurd, the mate, looking down with a pale face from the poop. "His camp was empty, but he may come down to us yet," cried Craddock, with his hand on the ladder. Somebody upon deck began to laugh. "I think," said the mate, "that these men had better stay in the boat." "Why so?" "If you will come aboard, sir, you will understand it." He spoke in a curious, hesitating fashion. The blood flushed to Craddock's gaunt face. "How is this, Master Hurd?" he cried, springing up the side. "What mean you by giving orders to my boat crew?" But as he passed over the bulwarks, with one foot upon the deck and one knee upon the rail, a tow-bearded man, whom he never before observed aboard his vessel, grabbed suddenly at his pistol. Craddock clutched at the fellow's wrist, but at the same instant his mate snatched the cutlass from his side. "What roguery is this?" shouted Craddock, looking furiously around him. But the crew stood in little knots around the deck, laughing and whispering amongst themselves, without showing any desire to go to his assistance. Even in that hurried glance, Craddock noticed that they were dressed in the most singular manner, with long riding coats, full-skirted velvet gowns, and colored ribbons at their knees, more like men of fashion than seamen. As he looked at their grotesque figures, he struck his brow with his clenched fist to be sure that he was awake. The deck seemed to be much dirtier than that when he left it, and there were strange, sun-blackened faces upon him from every side. Not one of them did he know save only Joshua Hurd. Had the ship been captured in his absence? Were these Sharkey's men who were around him? At the thought he broke furiously away and tried to climb over to his boat, but a dozen hands were on him in an instant, and he was pushed aft through the open doors of his own cabin. And it was all different from the cabin which he had left. The floor was different, the ceiling was different, the furniture was different. His had been plain and austere. This was sumptuous and yet dirty, hung with rare velvet curtains splashed with wine stains, and paneled with costly woods that were pocked with pistol marks. On the table was a great chart of the Caribbean Sea, and beside it, with compasses in hand, sat a clean-shaven, pale-faced man with a fur cap and a claret-colored coat of damask. Craddock turned white under his freckles, and he looked upon a long, thin, high-nostrilled nose, and the red-rimmed eyes which were turned upon him with a fixed, humorous gaze of a master player who had left his opponent without a move. "Sharkey?" cried Craddock. Sharkey's thin lips opened, and he broke into his high, sniggering laugh. "You fool!" he cried, and leaned over. He stabbed Craddock's shoulder again and again with his compasses. "You poor, dull-witted fool! Would you match yourself against me?" It was not the pain of the wounds, but it was the contempt in Sharkey's voice which turned Craddock into a savage madman. He flew at the pirate, roaring with rage, striking, kicking, writhing, and foaming. It took 6 men to drag him down on the floor amidst the splintered remains of the table, and not one of the 6 who did not bear the prisoner's mark upon him. But Sharkey still surveyed him with the same contemptuous eye. From outside there came the crash of breaking wood and the clamor of startled voices. "What is that?" asked Sharkey. "They have stove the boat with a cold shot, and the men are in the water." "Let them stay there," said the pirate. "Now, Craddock, you know where you are. You are aboard my ship, the Happy Delivery, and you lie at my mercy. I knew you for a stout seaman, you rogue, before you took this longshore canting. Your hands then were no cleaner than my own. Will you sign articles as your mate has done and join us, or shall I heave you over and follow your ship's company?" "Where is my ship?" asked Craddock. "Scuttled in the bay." "And the hands?" "In the bay too." "Hock him and heave him over," said Sharkey. Many rough hands had dragged Craddock out upon a deck, and Galloway, the quartermaster, had already drawn his hanger to cripple him, when Sharkey came hurrying from his cabin with an eager face. "We can do better with the hound," he cried. "Sink me if it's not a rare plan. Throw him into the sail room with the irons on, and do you come here, quartermaster, that I may tell you what I have in my mind." So Craddock, bruised and wounded in soul and body, was thrown into the dark sail room, so fettered that he could not stir hand or foot. But his northern blood was running strong in his veins, and his grim spirit aspired only to make such an ending as might be in some way towards atoning for the evil of his life. All night he lay in the curve of the bilge, listening to the rush of the water and the straining of the timbers, which told him that the ship was at sea, and driving fast. In the early morning someone came crawling to him in the darkness over the heaps of sails. "Here's rum and biscuits," said the voice of his late mate. "It's at the risk of my life, Master Craddock, that I bring them to you." "It was you who trapped me and caught me as in a snare," cried Craddock. "How shall you answer for what you have done?" "What I did with the point of a knife betwixt my blade bones." "God forgive you for a coward, Joshua Hurd. How came you into their hands?" "Why, Master Craddock, the pirate ship came back from its careening upon the very day that you left us. They laid us aboard, and, short-handed as we were, with the best of the men ashore with you, we could offer but a poor defense. Some were cut down, and they were the happiest. The others were killed afterward. As to me, I saved my life by signing on with them." "And they scuttled my ship?" "They scuttled her, and then Sharkey and his men, who had been watching us from the brushwood, came off to the ship. His mainyard had been cracked and fished last voyage, so he had suspicion of us, seeing that ours was whole. Then he thought of laying the same trap for you which you had set for him." Craddock groaned. "How came I not to see that fished mainyard?" he muttered. "But whither are we bound?" "We are running north and west." "North and west? Then we are heading back towards Jamaica." "With an 8-knot wind. Have you heard what they meant to do with me?" "I have not heard." "If you would but sign the articles—" "Enough, Joshua Hurd. I have risked my soul too often." "As you wish. I have done what I could. Farewell." All that night and the next day the Happy Delivery ran before the easterly trades, and Stephen Craddock lay in the dark of the sail room, working patiently at his wrist iron. One he had slipped off at the cost of a row of broken and bleeding knuckles, but do what he would, he could not free the other, and his ankles were securely fastened. From hour to hour he heard the swish of the water, and knew that the bark must be driving with all set in front of the trade. In that case they must be nearly back again to Jamaica by now. What plan could Sharkey have in his head, and what use did he hope to make of him? Craddock set his teeth, and vowed that if he had once been a villain from choice, he would, at least, never be one by compulsion. On the second morning Craddock became aware that sail had been reduced in the vessel, and that she was tacking slowly with a light breeze on her beam. The varying slope of the sailroom and the sound of the deck told his practiced senses exactly what she was doing. The short reaches showed that she was maneuvering near shore and making for some definite point. If so, she must have reached Jamaica. But what could she be doing there? And then suddenly there was a burst of hearty cheering from the deck, and then a crash of a gun over his head, and then the answering boom of guns from far over the water. Craddock sat up and strained his ears. Was the ship in action? Only the one gun had been fired, and though many had answered, there were none of the crashings which told of a shot coming home. Then, if it was not in action, it must be a salute. But who would salute Sharkey the pirate? It could only be another pirate which would do so. So Craddock lay back again with a groan and continued to work at the manacle which still held his right wrist. But suddenly there came the shuffling of steps outside, and he had hardly the time to wrap the loose links around his free hand, when the door was unbolted and the two pirates came in. "Got your hammer, Carpenter?" asked one, whom Craddock recognized as the big quartermaster. "Knock off his leg shackles, then. Better leave the bracelets. He's safer with them on." With hammer and chisel, the carpenter loosened the irons. "What are you going to do with me?" gasped Craddock. "Come on deck and you'll see." The sailor seized him by the arm and dragged him roughly to the foot of the companion. Above him was a square of blue sky cut across the mizzen gaff with the colors flying at the peak. But it was the sight of those colors which struck the breath from Stephen Craddock's lips, for there were two of them, and the British ensign was flying above the Jolly Roger, honest flag above that of the Rogue. For an instant Craddock stopped in amazement, but a brutal push from the pirates behind drove him up the companion ladder. As he stepped out upon the deck, his eyes turned up on the main, and there again were the British colors flying above the red pennant, and all the shrouds and rigging were garlanded with streamers. Had the ship been taken, then? But that was impossible, for there were the pirates clustering in swarms along the port bulwarks, and waving their hats joyously in the air. Most prominent of all was the renegade mate, standing at the forecastle head, and gesticulating wildly. Craddock looked over the side to see what they were cheering at, and then in a flash he saw critical was the moment. On the port bow, about a mile off, lay the white houses and forts of Port Royal, with flags breaking out everywhere over the roofs. Right ahead was the opening of the palisades leading to the town of Kingston. Not more than a quarter of a mile off was a small sloop working out against a very slight wind. The British ensign was at her peak, and her rigging was all decorated. On her deck could be seen the dense crowd of people cheering and waving their hats, and the gleam of scarlet told that they were officers of the garrison among them. In an instant, with the quick perception of a man of action, Craddock saw through it all. Sharkey, with that diabolical cunning and audacity which were among his main characteristics, was simulating the part which Craddock himself would have played had he come back victorious. It was in his honor that the salutes were firing and the flags flying. It was to welcome him that the ship with the governor, the commandant, and the chiefs of the islands were approaching. In another 10 minutes they would all be under the guns at the happy delivery, and Sharkey would have won the greatest stake that ever a pirate played for yet. "Bring 'em forward," said the pirate captain, as Craddock appeared between the carpenter and the quartermaster. "Keep the ports closed, but clear away the port guns and stand by for the broadside. Another 2 cable lengths, and we have them." "They are edging away," said the boatswain. "I think they smell us." "That's soon set right," said Sharkey, turning his filmy eyes upon Craddock. "Stand there, you, right there, where they can recognize you, with your hand on the guy, and wave your hat to them. Quick, or your brains will be all over your coat. Put an inch of your knife into him, Ned. Now, will you wave your hat? Try him again, then. Hey, shoot him! Stop him!" But it was too late. Relying upon the manacles, the quartermaster had taken his hands for the moment off Craddock's arm. In the instant he had flung off the carpenter, and amid a spatter of pistol bullets had sprung the bulwarks and was swimming for his life. He had been hit and hit again, but it takes many pistols to kill a resolute and powerful man who has his mind set upon doing something before he dies. He was a strong swimmer, and in spite of the red trail which he had left in the water behind him, he was rapidly increasing his distance from the pirate. "Give me a musket!" cried Sharkey with a savage oath. He was a famous shot, and his iron nerves never failed him in an emergency. The dark head appearing on the crest of a roller, then swooping down on the other side, was already halfway to the sloop. Sharkey dwelt long upon his aim before he fired. With the crack of the gun, the swimmer reared himself up in the water, waved his hands in a gesture of warning, and roared out in a voice which rang over the bay. Then, as the swoop swung round her head sails, and the pirate fired an impotent broadside, Stephen Craddock, smiling grimly in his death agony, sank slowly down to that golden couch which glimmered far beneath him. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Dealings of Captain Sharkey and Other Stories of Pirates by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Joe DeNoia, Somerset, New Jersey. The Blighting of Sharkey. Sharkey, the abominable Sharkey, was out again. After 2 years of the Coromandel coast, his black bark of death, the Happy Delivery, was prowling off the Spanish Main, while trader and fisher flew for dear life at the menace of that patched foretopsail, rising slowly over the violent rim of the tropical sea. As the birds cower when the shadow of the hawk flies athwart the field, or as the jungle folk crouch and shiver when the coughing cry of the tiger is heard at night time, so through all the busy world of ships, from the whalers of Nantucket to the tobacco ships of Charleston, and from the Spanish supply ships of Cadiz to the sugar merchants of the Maine, there spread the rumor of the black curse of the ocean. Some hugged the shore ready to make for the nearest port, while others struck far out beyond the known lines of commerce. But none were so stout-hearted that they did not breathe more freely when their passengers and cargoes were safe under the guns of some mothering fort. Through all the islands there ran tales of charred derelicts at sea, of sudden glares seen afar in the night-time, and of withered bodies stretched upon the sand of waterless Bahama Keys. All the old signs were there to show that Sharkey was back at his bloody game once more. These fair waters and yellow-rimmed palm-nodding islands are the traditional home of the sea rover. First it was a gentleman adventurer, the man of family and honor, who fought as a patriot, though he was ready to take his payment in Spanish plunder. Then, within a century, his debonair figure had passed to make room for the buccaneers, robbers pure and simple, yet with some organized code of their own, commanded by noble chieftains and taking in hand great concerted enterprises. They, too, passed with their fleets and their sacking of cities to make room for the worst of all, the lonely outcast pirate, the bloody Ishmael of the seas, at war with the whole human race. This was the vile brood which the early 18th century had spawned forth, and of them all there was none that would compare in audacity, wickedness, and evil repute with the unutterable Sharkey. It was early in May in the year 1720 that the Happy Delivery lay with her foreyard aback some 5 leagues west of the Windward Passage, waiting to see what rich, helpless craft the trade wind might blow down to her. 3 days she had lain there, a sinister black speck in the center of the great sapphire circle of the ocean. Far to the southeast, the low blue hills of Hispaniola showed up on the skyline. Hour by hour as he waited without avail, Sharkey's savage temper had risen, for his arrogant spirit chafed against any contradiction, even from fate itself. To his quartermaster, Ned Galloway, he had said last night that his odious neighing laugh that the crew of the next captured vessel should answer to him for having kept him waiting so long. The cabin of the pirate bark was a good-sized room, hung with much tarnished finery, and presenting a strange medley of luxury and disorder. The paneling of carved and polished sandalwood was blotched with foul smudges and chipped with bullet marks fired in some drunken revelry. Rich velvets and laces were heaped upon the brocaded settees, while metalwork and pictures of great price filled every niche and corner, for anything which caught the pirate's fancy in the sack of 100 vessels was thrown haphazardly into his chamber. A rich, soft carpet covered the floor, but it was mottled with wine stains and charred with burned tobacco. Above, a great brass hanging lamp threw a brilliant yellow light upon this singular apartment, and upon the 2 men who sat in their shirt sleeves with the wine between them, and the cards in their hands, deep in the game of piquet. Both were smoking long pipes, and a thin blue reek filled the cabin and floated through the skylight above them, which, half open, disclosed a slip of deep violet sky spangled with great silver stars. Ned Galloway, the quartermaster, was a huge New England wastrel, the one rotten branch upon a goodly Puritan family tree. His robust limbs and giant frame were the heritage of a long line of God-fearing ancestors, while his black savage heart was all his own. Bearded to the temples, with fierce blue eyes, a tangled lion's mane of coarse dark hair, and huge gold rings in his ears, he was the idol of the women in every waterside hell from the Tortugas to Maracaibo on the Main. A red cap, a blue silken shirt, brown velvet breeches with gaudy knee ribbons, and high sea boots made up the costume of the rover Hercules. A very different figure was Captain John Sharkey. His thin, drawn, clean-shaven face was corpse-like in its pallor, and all the sons of the Indies could but turn it to a more deathly parchment tint. He was part bald, with a few lank locks of tow-like hair, and a steep, narrow forehead. His thin nose jutted sharply forth, and near set on either side of it were those filmy blue eyes, red-rimmed like those of a white bull terrier, from which strong men winced away in fear and loathing. His bony hands, with long, thin fingers which quivered ceaselessly like the antennae of an insect, were toying constantly with the cards and the heap of gold moidores which lay before him. His dress was of some sober, drab material, but, indeed, the men who looked upon that fearsome face had little thought for the costume of its owner. The game was brought to a sudden interruption, for the cabin door was swung rudely open, and 2 rough fellows, Israel Martin, the boatswain, and Red Foley, the gunner, rushed into the cabin. In an instant Sharkey was on his feet with a pistol in either hand and murder in his eyes. "Sink you for villains," he cried. "I see well that if I do not shoot one of you from time to time, you will forget the man I am. What mean you by entering my cabin as though I were a wapping alehouse?" "Nay, Captain Sharkey," said Martin with a sullen frown upon his red brick face, "it is even such talk as this which has set us by the ears. We have had enough of it." "And more than enough," said Red Foley, the gunner. "There be no mates aboard a pirate craft, and so the boatswain, the gunner, and the quartermaster are the officers." "Did I gainsay it?" said Sharkey with an oath. "You have miscalled us and mishandled us before the men, and we scarce know at this moment why we should risk our lives in fighting for the cabin against the forecastle." Sharkey saw that something serious was in the wind. He laid down his pistols and leaned back in his chair with a flash of his yellow fangs. "Nay, this is sad talk," said he, "that two stout fellows who have emptied many a bottle and cut many a throat with me should now fall out over nothing. I know you to be roaring boys, who would go with me against the devil himself if I bid you. Let the steward bring cups and drown all unkindness between us." "It is no time for drinking, Captain Sharkey," said Martin. "The men are holding council round the mainmast, and may be aft in any minute." "They mean mischief, Captain Sharkey. We have come to warn you." Sharkey sprang for the brass-handled sword which hung from the wall. "Sink them for rascals," he cried. "When I have gutted one or two of them, they will hear reason." But the others barred his frantic way to the door. "There are 40 of them under the lead of Sweetlocks, the master," said Martin, "and on the open deck they would surely cut you to pieces. Here within the cabin it may be that we can hold them off with the points of our pistols." He had hardly spoken when there came the tread of many heavy feet upon the deck. Then there was a pause with no sound but the gentle lapping of the water against the sides of the pirate vessel. Finally a crashing blow as from the pistol butt fell upon the door, and an instant afterwards Sweetlocks himself, a tall, dark man, with a deep, red birthmark blazing upon his cheek, strode into the cabin. His swaggering air sank somewhat as he looked into those pale and filmy eyes. "Captain Sharkey," said he, "I come as spokesman of the crew." "So I have heard, Sweetlocks," said the captain softly. "I may live to rip you the length of your vest for this night's work." "That is as it may be, Captain Sharkey," the master answered. "But if you will look up, you will see that I have those at my back who will not see me mishandled." "Cursed if we do," growled the deep voice from above, and glancing upwards the officers and the captain were aware of a line of fierce, bearded, sun-blackened faces looking down at them through the open skylight. "Well, what would you have?" asked Sharkey. "Put it in words, man, and let us have an end of it." "The men think," said Sweetlocks, "that you are the devil himself, and that there will be no luck for them whilst they sail the sea in such company. Time was when we did our 2 or 3 craft a day, and every man had women and dollars to his liking. But now for a long week we have not raised a sail, and save for 3 beggarly sloops, have never taken a vessel since we passed the Bahamas bank. Also they know that you killed Jack Bartholomew, the carpenter, by beating his head in with a bucket so that each of us goes in fear of his life. Also the rum is given out, and we are hard put to it for liquor. Also you sit in your cabin whilst it is in the articles that you should drink and roar with the crew. For all these reasons it has been this day in general meeting decreed." Sharkey had stealthily cocked his pistol under the table, so it may have been as well for the mutinous master that he never reached the end of his discourse, for even as he came to it there was a swift pattering of feet upon the deck, and a ship lad, wild with the tidings, rushed into the room. "A craft!" he yelled, "a great craft, and close aboard us!" In a flash the quarrel was forgotten, and the pirates were rushing to quarters. Sure enough, surging slowly down before the gentle trade wind, a great full-rigged ship with all sails set was close behind them. It was clear that she had come from afar and knew nothing of the ways of the Caribbean Sea, for she made no effort to avoid the low, dark craft which lay so close upon her bow, but blundering on as if her mere size would avail her. So daring was she that for an instant the rovers, as they flew to loose the tackles of their guns and hoisted their battle lanterns, believed that a man-of-war had caught them napping. But at the sight of her bulging, portless sides and merchant rig, a shout of exultation broke from among them. In an instant they had swung round their foreyard, and darted alongside they had grappled with her, and flung a spray of shrieking and cursing ruffians upon her deck. Half a dozen seamen of the night watch were cut down where they stood. The mate was felled by Sharkey and tossed overboard by Ned Galloway, and before the sleepers had time to sit up in their berths, the vessel was in the hands of the pirates. The prize proved to be the full-rigged ship Portobello, Captain Hardy, master, bound from London to Kingston and Jamaica, with a cargo of cotton goods and hoop iron. Having secured their prisoners, all huddled together in a dazed, distracted group, the pirates spread over the vessel in search of plunder, handing all that they found to the giant quartermaster, who in turn passed it over to the side of the Happy Delivery and laid it under guard at the foot of her mainmast. The cargo was useless, but there was 1,000 guineas in the ship's strong box, and there were some 8 or 10 passengers, 3 of them wealthy Jamaican merchants, all bringing home well-filled boxes from their London visit. When all the plunder was gathered and the passengers and crew were dragged to the waist and under the cold smile of Sharkey, each in turn was thrown over the side. Sweetlocks standing by the rail and hamstringing them with his cutlass as they passed over, lest some strong swimmer should rise in judgment against them. A portly, gray-haired woman, the wife of one of the planters, was among the captives, but she also was thrust screaming and clutching over the side. "Mercy, you hussy," neighed Sharkey. "You are surely a good 20 years too old for that." The captain of the Portobello, a hale, blue-eyed graybeard, was the last upon the deck. He stood, a thick-set, resolute figure, in the glare of the lanterns, while Sharkey bowed and smirked before him. "One skipper should show courtesy to another," said he, "and sink me if Captain Sharkey would be behind in good manners. I have held you to the last, as you see, where a brave man should be. So now, my bully, you have seen the end of them, and may step over with an easy mind." "So I shall, Captain Sharkey," said the old seaman, "for I have done my duty so far as my power lay. But before I go over, I would say a word in your ear. If it be to soften me, you may save your breath. You have kept us waiting here for 3 days, and curse me if one of you shall live. Nay, it is to tell you what you should know. You have not yet found what is a true treasure aboard this ship." "Not found it? Sink me, but I will slice your liver, Captain Hardy, if you did not make good your words. Where is this treasure you speak of?" "It is not a treasure of gold, but it is a fair maid, which may be no less welcome." "Where is she, then, and why was she not with the others?" "I will tell you why she was not with the others. She is the only daughter of the Count and Countess Ramirez, who are amongst those whom you have murdered. Her name is Inez Ramirez, and she is of the best blood of Spain, her father being the governor of Chagre, to which he was now bound. It chanced that she was found to have formed an attachment, as maids will, to one far behind her in rank aboard the ship, so her parents, being people of great power, whose word is not to be gainsaid, constrained me to confine her close in a special cabin aft of my own. Here she was held straitly, all food being carried to her, and she was allowed to see no one. This I tell you as a last gift, though why I should make it to you I do not know, for indeed you are a most bloody rascal, and it comforts me in dying to think that you will surely be gallows meat in this world, and hell's meat in the next." At the words he ran to the rail, and vaulted into the darkness, praying as he sank into the depths of the sea, that the betrayal of this maid might not be counted too heavily against his soul. The body of Captain Hardy had not yet settled upon the sand 40 fathoms deep, before the pirates had rushed along the cabin gangway. There, sure enough, at the further end was a barred door, overlooked in their previous search. There was no key, but they beat it with their gun-stocks, while shriek after shriek came from within. In the light of their outstretched lanterns they saw a young woman, and in the very prime and fullness of her youth, crouching in a corner, her unkempt hair hanging to the ground, her dark eyes glaring with fear, her lovely form straining away in horror from this inrush of savage, blood-stained men. Rough hands seized her, and she was jerked to her feet, and dragged with scream on scream to where John Sharkey awaited her. He held the light long and fondly upon her face. Then, laughing loudly, he bent forward and left his red hand-print upon her cheek. "'Tis the rover's brand, lass, that he marks his use. Take her to the cabin and use her well. Now, hearties, get her under water, and out to our luck once more." Within an hour the good ship Portobello had settled down to her doom, till she lay beside her murdered passengers upon the Caribbean sand, while the pirate bark, her deck littered with plunder, was heading northward in search of another victim. There was a carouse that night in the cabin of the Happy Delivery, at which 3 men drank deep. They were Captain, the quartermaster, and Baldy Stable, the surgeon, a man who had held the first practice in Charleston, until, misusing a patient, he fled from justice and took his skill over to the pirates. A bloated fat man he was, with a creased neck and a giant's shining scalp, which gave him his name. Sharkey had put for the moment all thoughts of mutiny out of his head, knowing that no animal is fierce when it is overfed, and that whilst the plunder of the great ship was new to them, he need fear no trouble from the crew. He gave himself up, therefore, to the wine and the riot, shouting and roaring with his boon companions, and all 3 were flushed and mad, ripe for any devilment when the thought of the woman crossed the pirate's evil mind. He yelled to the negro servant that he should bring her on the instant. Inez Ramirez had now realized it all, the death of her father and mother, and her own position in the hands of these murderers. Yet calmness had come with the knowledge, and there was no sign of terror in her proud, dark face as she was led to the cabin, but rather a strange, firm set of the mouth and an exultant gleam of the eyes, like one who sees great hopes in the future. She smiled at the pirate captain as he rose, and seized her by the waist. "'Fore God, this is a lass of spirit," cried Sharkey, passing his arm around her. "She was born to be a rover's bride. Come, my bird, and drink to our better friendship." "Article 6, hiccuped the doctor. "All bona rabas in common." "Aye, we hold you to that, Captain Sharkey," said Galloway. "It is so written, Article 6. "I will cut the man into ounces who comes betwixt us," said Sharkey as he turned his fish-like eyes from one to the other. "Nay, lass, the man is not born that will take you from John Sharkey. Sit here upon my knee, and place your arm around me. Sink me if she has not learned to love me at sight. Tell me, my pretty, why were you so mishandled and laid in the bilboes aboard yonder craft?" The woman shook her head and smiled. "No Inglés, no Inglés," she lisped. She had drunk off the bumper of wine which Sharkey held to her, and her dark gaze gleamed more brightly than before. Sitting on Sharkey's knee, her arm encircled his neck, and her hand toyed with his hair, his ear, his cheek. Even the strange quartermaster and the hardened surgeon felt in horror as they watched her, but Sharkey laughed in his joy. "Curse me if she's not a lass of metal," he cried as he pressed her to him and kissed her unresisting lips. But a strange intent look of interest had come into the surgeon's eyes as he watched her, and his face set rigidly, as if a fearsome thought had entered his mind. There stole a gray pallor over his bull face, mottling all the red of the tropics and the flush of the wine. "Look at her hand, Captain Sharkey," he cried. "For the Lord's sake, look at her hand." Sharkey stared down at the hand which had fondled him. It was of a strange dead pallor, with a yellow shiny web betwixt the fingers. All over it was a white fluffy dust, like the flour of a new-baked loaf. It lay thick on Sharkey's neck and cheek. With a cry he flung the woman from his lap, but in an instant, with a wild cat bound, and a scream of triumphant malice, he had sprung at the surgeon, who vanished yelling under the table. One of her clawing hands grasped Galloway by the beard, but he tore himself away, and snatching a pike, held her off from him as she gibbered and mowed with the blazing eyes of a maniac. The black steward had run in the sudden turmoil, and among them they forced the mad creature back into the cabin and turned the key upon her. Then the three sank panting into their chairs and looked with eyes of horror upon each other. The same word was in the mind of each, but Galloway was the first to speak it. "A leper!" he cried. "She has us all. Curse her!" "Not me," said the surgeon. "She never laid a finger on me." "For that matter," cried Galloway, "it was but my beard that she touched. I will have every hair of it off before morning." "Dolts that we are!" the surgeon shouted, beating his head with his hand. "Tainted or no, we shall never know a moment's peace till the year is up, and the time of danger past. 'Fore God, that merchant skipper has left his mark upon us, and pretty fools we were to think that such a maid would be quarantined for the cause he gave. It is easy to see now that her corruption broke forth in the journey, and that save throwing her over, they had no choice but to board her up until they should come to some port with a lazarette." Sharkey had sat leaning back in his chair with a ghastly face, while he listened to the surgeon's words. He mopped himself with his red handkerchief and wiped away the fatal dust with which he was smeared. "What of me?" he croaked. "What say you, Baldy Stable? Is there a chance for me? Curse you for a villain, speak out, or I will drub you within an inch of your life, and that inch also. Is there a chance for me, I say?" But the surgeon shook his head. "Captain Sharkey," said he, "it would be an ill deed to speak you false. The taint is on you. No man on whom the leper scales have rested is ever clean again." Sharkey's head fell forward on his chest, and he sat motionless, stricken by this great and sudden horror, looking with his smoldering eyes into the fearsome future. Softly the mate and the surgeon rose from their places, and stealing out from the poisoned air of the cabin, came forth into the freshness of the early dawn, with a soft, scent-laden breeze in their face, and the first red feathers of cloud catching the earliest gleam of the rising sun, as it shot its golden rays over the palm-clad ridges of the distant Hispaniola. That morning a second council of the rovers was held at the base of the mainmast, and a deputation chosen to see the captain. They were approaching the after cabins when Sharkey came forth, the old devil in his eyes, and his bandolier with a pair of pistols over his shoulders. "Sink you all for villains," he cried. "Would you dare cross my house? Stand out, Sweetlocks, and I will lay you open. Here, Galloway, Martin, Foley, stand by me and lash the dogs to their kennel." But his officers had deserted him, and there was none to come to his aid. There was a rush of pirates. One was shot through the body, but an instant afterward Sharkey had been seized and was traced to his own mainmast. His filmy eyes looked round from face to face, and there was none who felt the happier for having met him. "Captain Sharkey," said Sweetlocks, "you have mishandled many of us, and you have now pistoled John Masters, besides killing Bartholomew the carpenter by braiding him with a bucket. All this might have been forgiven you, in that you have been our leader for years, and that we have signed articles to serve under you while the voyage lasts. But now we have heard of this bona roba on board, and we know that you are poisoned to the marrow, and that while you rot there will be no safety for any of us, but that we shall all be turned into filth and corruption. Therefore, John Sharkey, we rovers of the Happy Delivery and a council assembled have decreed that there will be yet time before the plague spreads. You shall be set adrift in a boat to find such fate as fortune may be pleased to send you." John Sharkey said nothing, but slowly circling his head, he cursed them all with his baleful gaze. The ship's dinghy had been lowered, and he, with his hands still tied, was dropped into it on the bight of a rope. "Cast her off," cried Sweetlocks. "Nay, hold hard a moment, Master Sweetlocks," shouted one of the crew. "What of the wench? Is she to bide aboard and poison us all?" "Send her off with her mate," cried another, and the rovers roared their approval. Driven forth at the end of spikes, the girl was pushed toward the boat. With all the spirit of Spain in her rotting body, she flashed triumphant glances up at her captors. "Perros, perros ingles, le perro!" she cried in exultation as they thrust her over into the boat. "Good luck, Captain. Godspeed you on your honeymoon," cried a chorus of mocking voices as the painter was unloosed, and the Happy Delivery, running full before the trade wind, left the little boat astern, a tiny dot upon the vast expanse of the lonely sea. Extract from the log of Her Majesty's 50-gun ship Hecate and her cruise off the American Main. January 26, 1721. This day, the junk having become unfit for food and 5 of the crew down with scurvy, I ordered that we send 2 boats ashore at the northwestern point of the Hispaniola to seek for fresh fruit and perchance shoot some of the wild oxen with which the island abounds. 7 p.m. The boats have returned with good store of green stuff and 2 bullocks. Mr. Woodruff, the master, reports that near the landing place at the edge of the forest was found a skeleton of a woman clad in European dress, of such sort as to show that she might have been a person of quality. Her head had been crushed by a great stone which lay beside her. Hard by was a grass hut, and signs that a man had dwelt therein for some time, as was shown by charred wood, bones, and other traces. There is rumor upon the coast that Sharkey, the bloody pirate, was marooned in these parts last year, but whether he had made his way into the interior, or whether he had been picked up by some craft, there is no means of knowing. If he be once again afloat, then I pray that God send him under our guns. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Dealings of Captain Sharkey and Other Stories of Pirates by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joe DeNoia, Somerset, New Jersey. How Copley Banks Slew Captain Sharkey. The Buccaneers were something higher than a mere band of marauders. They were a floating republic, with laws, usages, and discipline of their own. In their endless and remorseless quarrel with the Spaniards, they had some semblance of right upon their side. Their bloody harryings of the cities of the Main were not more barbarous than the inroads of Spain upon the Netherlands, or upon the Caribs in these same American lands. The chief of the Buccaneers, were he English or French, a Morgan or a Grandmont, was still a responsible person whose country might countenance him, or even praise him, so long as he refrained from any deed which might shock the leathery 17th century conscience too outrageously. Some of them were touched with religion, and it is still remembered how Sawkins threw the dice overboard upon the Sabbath, and Daniel pistoled a man before the altar for irreverence. But there came a day when the fleets of the Buccaneers no longer mustered at the Tortugas, and the solitary and outlawed pirate took their place. Yet even with him the tradition of restraint and of a discipline still lingered, and among the early pirates, the Averys, the Englands, and the Robertses, there remained some respect for human sentiment. They were more dangerous to the merchant than to the seaman. But they in turn were replaced by more savage and desperate men, who frankly recognized that they would get no quarter in their war with the human race, and who swore that they would give as little as they got. Of their histories we know little that is trustworthy. They wrote no memoirs and left no trace, save an occasional blackened and blood-stained derelict adrift upon the face of the Atlantic. Their deeds could only be surmised from the long roll of ships which never made their port. Searching the records of history, it is only here and there in an old-world trial that the veil that shrouds them seems for an instant to be lifted, and we catch a glimpse of some amazing and grotesque brutality behind. Such was the breed of Ned Low, of Gow the Scotchman, and of the infamous Sharkey, whose coal-black bark, the Happy Delivery, was known from the Newfoundland banks to the mouths of the Orinoco as the dark forerunner of misery and of death. There were many men, both among the islands and on the Main, who had a blood feud with the Sharkey, but not one who had suffered more bitterly than Copley Banks of Kingston. Banks had been one of the leading sugar merchants of the West Indies. He was a man of position, a member of the council, the husband of Percival, and the cousin of the governor of Virginia. His 2 sons had been sent to London to be educated, and their mother had gone over to bring them back. On their return voyage, the ship, the Duchess of Cornwall, fell into the hands of Sharkey, and the whole family met with an infamous death. Copley Banks said little when he heard the news, but he sank into a morose and enduring melancholy. He neglected his business, avoided his friends, and spent much of his time in the low taverns of the fishermen and seamen. There, amidst riot and devilry, he sat silently puffing at his pipe, with a set face and a smoldering eye. It was generally supposed that his misfortunes had shaken his wits, and his old friends looked at him askance, for the company which he kept was enough to bar him from honest men. From time to time there came rumors of Sharkey over the sea. Sometimes it was from some schooner which had seen a great flame upon a horizon, and approaching to offer help to the burning ship, had fled away at the sight of the sleek black bark lurking like a wolf near a mangled sheep. Sometimes it was a frightened trader, which had come tearing in with her canvas curled like a lady's bodice, because she had seen a patched foretopsail rising slowly above the violet waterline. Sometimes it was from a coaster, which had found a waterless Bahama city littered with sun-dried bodies. Once there came a man who had been mate of a Guineaman, and who had escaped from the pirates' hands. He could not speak, for reasons which Sharkey could best supply, but he could write, and he did write, to the very interest of Copley Banks. For hours they sat together over the map, and the dumb man pointed here and there to outlying reefs and tortuous inlets, while his companion sat smoking in silence, with his unvarying face and his fiery eyes. One morning, some 2 years after his misfortune, Mr. Copley Banks strode into his own office with an old air of energy and alertness. The manager stared at him in surprise, for it was months since he had shown any interest in business. "Good morning, Mr. Banks," said he. "Good morning, Freeman. I see that Ruffling Harry is in the bay." "Yes, sir. She clears for the Windward Islands on Wednesday." "I have other plans for her, Freeman. I have determined upon a slaving venture to Whydah." "But her cargo is ready, sir." "Then it must come out again, Freeman. My mind is made up, and the Ruffling Harry must go slaving to Whydah." All argument and persuasion were in vain, so the manager had dolefully to clear the ship once more. And then Copley Banks began to make preparations for his African voyage. It appeared that he relied upon force rather than barter for the filling of his hold, for he carried none of those showy trinkets which savages love, but the brig was fitted with 8 9-pounder guns, and racks full of muskets and cutlasses. The after sail room next to the cabin was transformed into a powder magazine, and she carried as many round shot as a well-found privateer. Water and provisions were shipped for a long voyage. But the preparation of his ship's company was most surprising. It made Freeman, the manager, realize that there was truth in the rumor that his master had taken a leave of his senses, for, under one pretext or another, he began to dismiss the old and tried hands, who had served the firm for years, and in their place he embarked the scum of the port, men whose reputations were so vile that the lowest crimp would have been ashamed to furnish them. There was Berthman Sweetlocks, who was known to have been present at the killing of the logwood cutters, so that his hideous scarlet disfigurement was put down by the fanciful as being a red afterglow from his great crime. He was first mate, and under him was Israel Martin, a little sun-wilted fellow who had served with Howell Davies at the taking of Cape Coast Castle. The crew were chosen from among those whom Banks had met and known in their own infamous haunts, and his own table steward was a haggard-faced man, who gobbled at you when he tried to talk. His beard had been shaved, and it was impossible to recognize him as the same man whom Sharkey had placed under the knife, and who had escaped to tell his experiences to Copley Banks. These doings were not unnoticed, nor yet uncommented upon in the town of Kingston. The commandant of the troops, Major Harvey of the artillery, made serious representations to the governor. "She is not a trader, but a small warship," said he. "I think it would be well to arrest Copley Banks and seize the vessel." "What do you suspect?" asked the governor, who was a slow-witted man, broken down with fevers and port wine. "I suspect," said the soldier, "that it is Stede Bonnet over again." Now Steve Bonnet was a planter of high reputation and religious character, who, from some sudden and overpowering freshet of wildness in his blood, had given up everything in order to start off pirating in the Caribbean Sea. The example was a recent one, and it had caused the utmost consternation in the islands. Governors had before now been accused of being in league with pirates, and of receiving commissions upon their plunder, so that any want of vigilance was open to a sinister construction. "Well, Major Harvey," said he, "I am vastly sorry to do anything which may offend my friend Copley Banks. For many a time have my knees been under his mahogany. But in face of what you say, there is no choice for me but to order you to board the vessel, and to satisfy yourself as to her character and destination." So at 1 in the morning, Major Harvey, with a launch full of his soldiers, paid a surprise visit to the Ruffling Harry, with the result that they picked up nothing more solid than a hempen cable floating at the mooring. It had been slipped by the brig, whose owner had scented danger. She had already passed the Palisades, and was beating out against the northeast trades on a course for the Windward Passage. When upon the next morning the brig had left Morant Point, a mere haze upon the southern horizon, the men were called aft, and Copley Banks revealed his plans to them. He had chosen them, he said, as brisk boys and lads of spirit, who would rather run some risk upon the sea than starve for a living upon the shore. King's ships were few and weak, and they could master any trader who could come their way. Others had done well at the business, and with a handy, well-founded vessel, there was no reason why they should not turn their tarry jackets into velvet coats. If they were prepared to sail under the black flag, he was ready to command them, but if any wished to withdraw, they might have a gig and row back to Jamaica. 4 men out of 64 asked for their discharge, went over the ship's side into the boat, and rowed away amidst the jeers and howlings of the crew. The rest assembled aft and drew up the articles of their association. A square of black tarpaulin had a white skull painted upon it, and was hoisted amidst cheering at the main. Officers were elected, and the limits of their authority fixed. Copley Banks was chosen captain, but as there were no mates upon a private craft, Birthmark Sweetlocks came quartermaster, and Israel Martin the boatswain. There was no difficulty in knowing what was the custom of the brotherhood, for half the men at least had served upon pirates before. Food should be the same for all, and no man should interfere with another man's drink. The captain should have a cabin, but all hands should be welcome to enter it when they choose. All should share and share alike, save only the captain, quartermaster, boatswain, carpenter, and master gunner, who had from a quarter to a whole extra share. He who saw a prize first should have the best weapon taken out of her. He who boarded her first should be the richest suit of clothes aboard of her. Every man may treat his own prisoner, be it man or woman, after his own fashion. If a man flinched from his gun, the quartermaster should pistol him. These were some of the rules which the crew of the Ruffling Harry subscribed by putting 42 crosses at the foot of the paper upon which they had been drawn. So a new rover was afloat upon the seas, and her name, before a year was over, became as well known as that of the Happy Delivery. From the Bahamas to the leewards, and from the leewards to the windwards, Copley Banks became the rival of Sharkey and the terror of traders. For a long time the bark and the brig never met, which was the most singular, as the Ruffling Harry was forever looking in at Sharkey's resorts. But at last one day, when she was passing down the inlet of Coxon's Hole at the east end of Cuba, with the intent of careening, there was Happy Delivery, with her blocks and tackle falls already rigged for the same purpose. Copley Banks fired a shotted salute and hoisted the green trumpeter ensign, as the custom was among gentlemen of the sea. Then he dropped his boat and went aboard. Captain Sharkey was not a man of genial mood, nor had he any kindly sympathies for those who were of the same trade as himself. Copley Banks found him seated astride upon one of the after guns, with his New Englander quartermaster, Ned Galloway, and a crowd of roaring ruffians standing about him. Yet none of them roared with quite such assurance when Sharkey's pale face and filmy blue eyes were turned upon him. He was in his shirt sleeves, and his cambric frills breaking through these open red satin long-flapped vest. The scorching sun seemed to have no power upon his fleshless frame, for he wore a low fur cap, as though it had been winter. A many-colored band of silk passed across his body, and supported a short, murderous sword, while his broad, brass-buckled belt was stuffed with pistols. "Sink you for a preacher," he cried as Copley Banks passed over the bulwarks. "I will drub you within an inch of your life, and that inch also. What mean you by fishing in my waters?" Copley Banks looked at him, and his eyes were like those of a traveler who sees his home at last. "I am glad we are of one mind," said he, "for I myself am of opinion that the seas are not large enough for the two of us. But if you will take your sword and pistols and come upon the sandbank with me, then the world will be rid of a damned villain whichever way it goes." "Now this is talking," cried Sharkey, jumping off the gun and holding out his hand. "I have not yet met many who would look upon John Sharkey in the eyes and speak with a full breath. May the devil seize me if I do not choose you as a consort. But if you play me false, then I will come aboard of you and gut you upon your own poop." "And I pledge you the same," said Copley Banks, and so the two pirates became sworn comrades to each other. That summer they went north as far as the Newfoundland banks, and harried the New York traders and the whale ships from New England. It was Copley Banks who captured the Liverpool ship House of Hanover, but it was Sharkey who fastened her master to the windlass and pelted him to death with empty claret bottles. Together they engaged the king's ship Royal Fortune, which had been sent in search of them, and beat her off after a night's action of 5 hours, the drunken, raving crews fighting naked in the light of the battle lanterns, with a bucket of rum and a pannikin laid by the tackles of every gun. They ran to Topsail Inlet in North Carolina to refit, and then in the spring they were at the Grand Caicos, ready for the long cruise down to the West Indies. By this time, Sharkey and Copley Banks had become very excellent friends, for Sharkey loved a whole-hearted villain, and he loved a man of mettle, and it seemed to him that the two met in the captain of the Ruffling Harry. It was long before he gave his confidence to him, for cold suspicion lay deep in his character. Never once would he trust himself outside his own ship and away from his own men. But Copley Banks came often on board the Happy Delivery, and joined Sharkey in many of his morose debauches, so that at last any lingering misgivings of the latter were set at rest. He knew nothing of the evil which he had done to his new boon companion, for of his many victims how could he remember the woman and the 2 boys who had slain with such levity so long ago? When, therefore, he received a challenge to himself and to his quartermaster for a carouse upon the last evening of their stay at the Caicos Bank, he saw no reason to refuse. A well-found passenger ship had been rifled a week before, so their fare was of the best, and after supper 5 of them drank deeply together. There were the 2 captains, Birthmark Sweetlocks, Ned Galloway, and Israel Martin, the old buccaneersman. To wait upon them was the dumb steward, whose head Sharkey split with his glass because he had been too slow in the filling of it. The quartermaster had slipped Sharkey's pistols away from him, for it was an old joke with him to fire them cross-handed under the table and see who was the luckiest man. It was a pleasantry which had cost his boatswain his leg, so now, that the table was cleared, they would coax Sharkey's weapons away from him on the excuse of the heat and lay them out of his reach. The captain's cabin of the Ruffling Harry was in a deck-house upon the poop, and a stern-chaser gun was mounted at the back of it. Round shot were racked around the wall, and 3 great hogsheads of powder made a stand for dishes and for bottles. In this grim room the 5 pirates sang and roared and drank, while the silent steward still filled up their glasses and passed the box and the candle around for the tobacco pipes. Hour after hour the talk became fouler, the voices hoarser, the curses and shoutings more incoherent, until 3 of the 5 had closed their bloodshot eyes and dropped their swimming heads to the table. Copley Banks and Sharkey were left face to face, the one because he had drunk the least, the other because no amount of liquor would ever shake his iron nerve or warm his sluggish blood. Behind him stood the watchful steward, forever filling up his waning glass. From without came the low lapping of the tide, and from over the water a sailor's chanty from the bark. In the windless tropical night the words came clearly to their ears.
A trader sailed from Stepney town. Wake her up, shake her up, try her with the mainsail. A trader sailed from Stepney town with a keg full of gold and a velvet gown. Ho, the bully rover Jack, waiting with his yard aback, out upon the lowland sea.
The 2 boon companions sat listening in silence. Then Copley Banks glanced at the steward, and the man took a coil of rope from the shot rack behind him. Captain Sharkey, said Copley Banks, do you remember the Duchess of Cornwall, hailing from London, which you took and sank 3 years off the Statira shoal? Curse me if I can bear their names in mind, said Sharkey. We did as many as 10 ships a week about that time. There were a mother and 2 sons among the passengers. Maybe that'll bring it back to your mind. Captain Sharkey leant back in thought, with his huge thin beak of a nose jutting upwards. Then he burst suddenly into a high treble, neighing laugh. He remembered it, he said, and he added details to prove it. But burn me if it had not slipped from my mind, he cried. How came you to think of it? It was of interest to me, said Copley Banks, for the woman was my wife, and the lads were my only sons. Sharkey stared across at his companion and saw that the smoldering fire which lurked always in his eyes had burned up in a lurid flame. He read their menace, and he clapped his hands to his empty belt. Then he turned to seize a weapon, but the bight of rope was cast around him, and in an instant his arms were bound to his sides. He fought like a wild cat and screamed for help. Ned, he yelled, Ned, wake up! Here's damned villainy! Help, Ned, help! But the 3 men were far too deeply sunk in their swinish sleep for any voice to wake them. Round and round went the rope until Sharkey was swathed like a mummy from ankle to neck. They propped him stiff and helpless against the powder barrel, and they gagged him with a handkerchief, but his filmy, red-rimmed eyes still looked curses at them. The dumb man chattered in his exultation, and Sharkey winced for the first time when he saw the empty mouth before him. He understood that vengeance, slow and patient, had dogged him long and clutched him at last. The 2 captors had their plans all arranged, and they were somewhat elaborate. First of all, they stove the heads of 2 of the great powder barrels, and they heaped the contents out upon the table and floor. They piled it round under the 3 drunken men, until each sprawled in a heap of it. Then they carried Sharkey to the gun, and they triced him sitting over the porthole, with his body about a foot from the muzzle. Wriggling as he would, he could not move an inch either to right or left, and the dumb man trussed him up with the sailor's cunning, so that there was no chance that he should work free. Now, you bloody devil, said Copley Banks softly, you must listen to what I have to say to you, for they are the last words that you will hear. You are my man now, and I have bought you at a price, for I have given all that a man can give here below, and I have given my soul as well. To reach you, I have had to sink to your level. For 2 years I strove against it, hoping that some other way might come, but I learned that there was no other way. I've robbed, and I have murdered. Worse still, I have laughed and lived with you, and all for the one end. And now my time has come, and you will die as I would have you die, seeing the shadow creeping slowly upon you and the devil waiting for you in the shadow. Sharkey could hear the hoarse voices of his rovers singing their chanty over the water.
Where is the trader of Stepney town? Wake her up, shake her up, every stick a band-aid. Where is the trader of Stepney town? His gold's on the capstan, his blood's on his gown. All for bully rover Jack, reaching on the weather tack, right across the lowland sea.
The words came clear to his ear, and just outside he can hear two men pacing backwards and forwards upon the deck. And yet he was helpless, staring down the mouth of the 9-pounder, unable to move an inch or so to utter as much as a groan. Again there came the burst of voices from the deck of the bark.
So it's up and it's over to Stornoway Bay. Pack it on, crack it on, try her with the stun sails. It's off on a bow land to Stornoway Bay, where the liquor is good and the lasses are gay. Waiting for their bully Jack, watching for him sailing back, right across the lowland sea.
To the dying pirate, the jovial words and rollicking tune made his own fate seem the harsher, but there was no softening in his venomous blue eyes. Copley Banks had brushed away the priming of the gun and had sprinkled fresh powder over the touch-hole. Then he had taken up the candle and cut it to the length of about an inch. This he placed upon the loose powder at the breech of the gun. Then he scattered powder thickly over the floor beneath, so that when the candle fell at the recoil, it must explode the huge pile in which the 3 drunkards were wallowing. "You've made others look death in the face, Sharkey," said he. "Now it has come to be your own turn. You and these swine here shall go together." He let the candle end as he spoke, and blew out the other lights upon the table. Then he passed out with the dumb man, and he locked the cabin door upon the outer side. But before he closed it, he took an exultant look backwards and received one last curse from those unconquerable eyes. In the single dim circle of light, that ivory-white face, with the gleam of moisture upon the high, bald forehead, was the last he had ever seen of Sharkey. There was a skiff alongside, and in it Copley Banks and the dumb steward made their way to the beach, and looked back upon the brig riding in the moonlight just outside the shadow of the palm trees. They waited and waited, watching the dim light which shone through the stern port. And then at last there came a dull thud of a gun, and an instant later the shattering crash of the explosion. The long, sleek, black bark, the sweep of white sand, and the fringe of nodding, feathery palm trees sprang into dazzling light and back into darkness again. Voices screamed and called upon the bay. Then Copley Banks, his heart singing with him, touched his companion upon the shoulder. They plunged together into the lonely jungle of the Caicos. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, The Dealings of Captain Sharkey and Other Stories of Pirates, by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Joe DeNoia, Somerset, New Jersey. The Slapping Sow. It was in the days when France's power was already broken upon the seas, and when more of her 3-deckers lay rotting in the Medway than were to be found in Brest Harbor. But her frigates and corvettes still scoured the ocean, closely followed ever by those of her rival. At the uttermost ends of the earth, these dainty vessels, with sweet names of girls or of flowers, mangled and shattered each other for the honor of the 4 yards of bunting which flapped from the end of their gaffs. It had blown hard in the night, but the wind had dropped with the dawning, and now the rising sun tinted the fringe of the storm racks, and it dwindled into the west and glinted on the endless crests of the long green waves. To north and south and west lay a skyline which was unbroken save for the spout of foam when 2 of the great Atlantic seas dashed into each other into spray. To the east was a rocky island, jutting out into craggy points, with a few scattered clumps of palm trees, and a pennant of mist streaming out from the bare, conical hill which capped it. A heavy surf beat upon the shore, and at a safe distance from it, the British 32-gun frigate Leda, Captain A.P. Johnson, raised her black, glistening side upon the crest of a wave, or swooped down into an emerald valley, dipping away to the northward under easy sail. On her snow-white quarterdeck stood a stiff, little brown-faced man, who swept the horizon with his glass. "Mr. Wharton," he cried with a voice like a rusty hinge. A thin, knock-kneed officer shambled across the poop to him. "Yes, sir. I've opened the sealed orders, Mr. Wharton." A glimmer of curiosity shone upon the meager features of the first lieutenant. The Leda had sailed with her consort, the Dido, from Antigua the week before, and the admiral's orders had been contained in a sealed envelope. We were to open them on reaching the deserted island of Sombrero, lying in north latitude 18, 36, west latitude 63, 28. Sombrero bore 4 miles to the northeast from our port bow when the gale cleared, Mr. Wharton. The lieutenant bowed stiffly. He and the captain had been bosom friends from childhood. They had gone to school together, joined the Navy together, fought again and again together, and married into each other's families, but as long as their feet were on the poop, the iron discipline of the service struck all that was human out of them, and left only the superior and the subordinate. Captain Johnson took from his pocket a blue paper, which crackled as he unfolded it. The 32-gun frigates Leda and Dido, Captains A.P. Johnson and James Monroe, are to cruise from the point at which these instructions are read to the mouth of the Caribbean Sea, in the hope of encountering the French frigate La Gloire 48, which has recently harassed our merchant ships in the quarter. Her Majesty's frigates are also directed to hunt down the piratical craft known sometimes as the Slapping Sow and sometimes as the Harry Hudson, which has plundered the British ships as per margin, inflicting barbarities upon their crew. She is a small brig carrying 10 light guns, with one 24-pound carronade forward. She was last seen upon a 23rd ultrameridian to the northeast of the island Sombrero. Signed, James Montgomery, Rear Admiral, HMS Colossus, Antigua. We appear to have lost our consort, said Captain Johnson, folding up his instructions and again sweeping the horizon with his glass. She drew away when we reefed down. It would be a pity if we met this heavy Frenchman without the Dido, Mr. Wharton, eh? The lieutenant twinkled and smiled. She has 18-pounders on the main and 12 on the poop, sir, said the captain. She carries 400 to our 231. Captain de Milon is the smartest man in the French service. Oh, Bobby boy, I'd give my hopes of my flag to rub my side up against her. He turned on his heel, ashamed of his momentary lapse. Mr. Wharton, said he, looking back sternly over his shoulder, get those square sails shaken out and bear away a point more to the west. A brig on the port bow, came a voice in the forecastle. A brig on the port bow, said the lieutenant. The captain sprang upon the bulwarks and held on by the mizzen shrouds, a strange little figure with flying skirts and puckered eyes. The lean lieutenant craned his neck and whispered to Smeaton, the second, while officers and men came popping up from below and clustering along the weather rails, shading their eyes with their hands, for the tropical sun was already clear of the palm trees. The strange brig lay at anchor in the throat of a curving estuary, and it was already obvious that she could not get out without passing under the guns of the frigate. A long, rocky point to the north of her held her in. Keep her as she goes, Mr. Wharton, said the captain. Hardly worthwhile our clearing for action, Mr. Smeaton, but the men can stand by the guns in case she tries to pass us. Cast loose the bow chasers and send the small armsmen to the forecastle. A British crew went to its quarters in those days with the quiet serenity of men in their daily routine. In a few minutes, without fuss or sound, the sailors were knotted round their guns. The marines were drawn up and leaning on their muskets, and the frigate's bowsprit pointed straight for the little victim. Is it the slapping Sal, sir? I have no doubt of it, Mr. Wharton. They don't seem to like the look of us, sir. They've cut their cables and are clapping on sail. It was evident that the brig meant struggling for her freedom. One little patch of canvas fluttered out above another, and her people could be seen working like madmen in the rigging. She made no attempt to pass her antagonist, but headed up the estuary. The captain rubbed his hands. She's making for shoal water, Mr. Wharton, and we shall have to cut her out, sir. She's a footy little brig, but I should have thought a fore and after would have been more handy. It was a mutiny, sir. Ah, indeed. Yes, sir, I heard of it at Manila. A bad business, sir. Captain and 2 mates murdered. This Hudson, or Harry Hudson as they call him, led the mutiny. He's a Londoner, sir, and a cruel villain as ever walked. His next walk will be to Execution Dock, Mr. Wharton. She seems heavily manned. I wish I could take 20 topmen out of her, but they would be enough to corrupt the crew of the Ark, Mr. Wharton. Both officers were looking through their glasses at the brig. Suddenly, the lieutenant showed his teeth in a grin, while the captain flushed a deeper red. That's Harry Hudson on the after rail, sir. The low, impertinent blackguard. He'll play some other antics before we are done with him. Could you reach him with the long 18, Mr. Smeaton? Another cable length will do, sir. The brig yawed as they spoke, and as she came round, a spurt of smoke whiffed out from her quarter. It was a pure piece of bravado, for the gun could scarcely carry halfway. Then, with a jaunty swing, the little ship came into the wind again, and shot round a fresh curve in the winding channel. The water's shoaling rapidly, sir, repeated the second lieutenant. There's 6 fathoms by the chart. 4 by the lead, sir. When we clear the point, we shall see how we lie. Ha! I thought as much. Lay her to, Mr. Wharton. Now we have got her at our mercy. The frigate was quite out of sight of the sea now at the head of the river-like estuary. As she came round the curve, the 2 shores that were seen to converge to a point about a mile distant. In the angle, as near shore as she can get, the brig was lying with her broadside toward her pursuer, and a wisp of black cloth streaming from her mizzen. The lean lieutenant, who had reappeared upon deck with a cutlass strapped to his side and 2 pistols rammed into his belt, peered curiously at the ensign. Is it the Jolly Roger, sir? He asked. But the captain was furious. He may hang where his breeches are hanging before I have done with them, said he. What boats will you want, Mr. Wharton? We should do it with the launch and the jolly boat. Take 4 and make a clean job of it. Pipe away the crews at once, and I'll work her in and help you with the long 18s. With a rattle of ropes and the creaking of blocks, the 4 boats splashed into the water. The crews clustered thickly into them, barefooted sailors, stolid marines, laughing middies, and the sheets of each the senior officer with their stern schoolmaster faces. The captain, his elbows on the binnacle, still watching the distant brig. Her crew were tracing up the boarding netting, dragging round the starboard guns, knocking new portholes for them, and making every preparation for a desperate resistance. In the thick of it, a huge man, bearded to the eyes with a red nightcap upon his head, was straining and stooping and hauling. The captain watched him with a sour smile, and then snapping up his glass he turned upon his heel. For an instant he stood staring. Call back the boats, he cried in a thin, creaking voice. Clear away for action there. Cast loose those main deck guns. Brace back the yards, Mr. Smeaton, and stand by to go about when she has way enough. Round the curve of the estuary was coming a huge vessel. Her great yellow bowsprit and white-winged figurehead were jutting out from the cluster of palm trees, while high above them towered 3 immense masts and the tricolored flag floating superbly from the mizzen. Round she came, the deep blue water creaming under her forefoot, until her long, curving backslide, her line of shining copper beneath and of snow-white hammock above, and the thick clusters of men who peered over her bulwarks were all in full view. Her lower yards were slung, her ports triced up, and her guns run out all ready for action. Lying behind one of the promontories of the island, the lookout men of the Glory upon her shore had seen the cul-de-sac into which the British frigate was headed, so that Captain de Milan had served the Leda as Captain Johnson had the Slapping Sal. But the splendid discipline of the British service was at its best in such a crisis. The boats flew back, their crews clustered aboard, they were swung up at the davits, and the fall ropes made fast. Hammocks were brought up and stowed, bulkheads sent down, ports and magazines opened, the fires out in the galley, and the drums beat the quarters. Swarms of men set the headsail and brought the frigate round, while the gun crews threw off their jackets and shirts, tightened their belts, and ran out their 18-pounders, peering through the open portholes at the stately Frenchman. The wind was very light. Hardly a ripple showed itself upon the clear blue water, but the sail blew gently out as the breeze came over the wooden banks. The Frenchman had gone about also, and both ships were now heading slowly for the sea under fore and aft canvas, the Glory 100 yards in advance. She luffed up to cross the Leda's bows, and the British ship came round also, and the two rippled slowly on in such silence that the ringing of ramrods as the French marines drove home their charges clanged quite loudly upon the ear. Not much sea room, Mr. Wharton, remarked the captain. I have fought actions in less, sir. We must keep our distance and trust to our gunnery. She is very heavily manned, and if she got alongside, we might find ourselves in trouble. I see the shakos of soldiers aboard of her. 2 company of light infantry from Martinique. Now we have her. Hard a port, and let her have it as we cross her stern. The keen eye of the little commander had seen the surface ripple, which told of a passing breeze. He had used it to dart across the big Frenchman and rake her with every gun as he passed. But once past her, the Leda had to come back into the wind and keep out of shoal water. The maneuver brought her on the starboard side of the Frenchman, and the trim little frigate seemed to heel right over under the crashing broadside which burst from the gaping ports. A moment later her topmen were swarming aloft to set her topsails and royals, and she strove to cross the Glory's bows and rake her again. The French captain, however, brought his frigate's head round, and the two rode side by side with an easy pistol shot, pouring broadsides into each other in one of those murderous duels which, could they all be recorded, would mottle our charts with blood. In that heavy tropical air, with so faint a breeze, the smoke formed a thick bank round the two vessels, from which the topmasts only protruded. Neither could see anything of its enemy save the throbs of fire in the darkness, and the guns were sponged and trained and fired into the dense wall of vapor. On the poop and forecastle, the marines, in 2 little red lines, were pouring into their volley, but neither they nor the seamen gunners could see what effect their fire was having. Nor indeed could they tell how far they were suffering themselves, for, standing at a gun, one could but hazily see upon the right and the left. But above the roar of the cannon came the sharper sounds of piping shot, the crashing of riven planks, and the occasional heavy thud as spar or block came hurling onto the deck. The lieutenants paced up and down the line of guns, while Captain Johnson fanned the smoke away with a cocked hat and peered eagerly out. "This is rare, Bobby," said he as the lieutenant joined him. Then, suddenly restraining himself, "What have we lost, Mr. Wharton?" "Our main topsail yard and our gaff, sir." "Where's the flag?" "Gone overboard, sir." "They'll think we've struck. Lash a boat's ensign on the starboard arm of the mizzen cross jack yard." "Yes, sir." A round shot dashed a binnacle to pieces between them. A second knocked 2 marines into a bloody, palpitating mash. For a moment the smoke rose, and the English captain saw that his adversary's heavier metal was producing a horrible effect. The Leda was a shattered wreck. Her deck was strewn with corpses. Several of her portholes were knocked into one, and one of her 18-pounder guns had been thrown right back onto her breech, and pointed straight up into the sky. The thin line of marines still loaded and fired, but half the guns were silent, and their crews were piled thickly round them. "Stand by to repel boarders," yelled the captain. "Cutlasses, lads, cutlasses," roared Wharton. "Hold your volley till they touch," cried the captain of marines. The huge loom of the Frenchman was seen bursting through the smoke. Thick clusters of boarders hung upon her sides and shrouds. A final broadside leapt from her ports, and the mainmast of the Leda, snapping short off a few feet above the deck, spun into the air and crashed down upon the port guns, killing 10 men and putting the whole battery out of action. An instant later the two ships scraped together, and the starboard bower anchor of the Glory caught the mizzen chains of the Leda upon the port side. With a yell, the black swarm of boarders steadied themselves for the spring. But their feet were never to reach the blood-stained deck. For somewhere there came a well-aimed whiff of grape, and another, and another. The English marines and seamen, waiting with cutlasses and musket behind the silent guns, saw with amazement the dark masses thinning and shredding away. At the same time, the port broadside of the Frenchman burst into a roar. "Clear away the wreck," roared the captain. "What the devil are they firing at?" "Get the guns clear," panted the lieutenant. "We'll do them yet, boys." The wreckage was torn and hacked and splintered until first one gun and then another roared into action. The Frenchman's anchor had been cut away, and Alida had worked herself free of the fatal hug. But now, suddenly, there was a scurry up the shrouds of the Glory, and 100 Englishmen were shouting themselves hoarse. "They're running! They're running! They're running!" And it was true. The Frenchman had ceased to fire, and was intent only upon clapping on every sail that he could carry. But that shouting 100 could not claim it all as their own. As the smoke cleared, it was not difficult to see the reason. The ships had gained the mouth of the estuary during the fight, and there, about 4 miles out to sea, was the Alida's consort bearing down under full sail to the sound of the guns. Captain de Molon had done his part for one day, and presently the Glory was drawing off swiftly to the north, while the Dido was bowling along at her skirts, rattling away with her bow chasers, until a headland hid them both from view. But the Leda lay sorely stricken. With her mainmast gone, her bulwarks shattered, her mizzen topmast and gaff shot away, her sails like a beggar's rags, and 100 of her crew dead and wounded. Close beside her was a mass of wreckage floating upon the waves. It was the stern post of the mangled vessel, and across it, in white letters on the black ground, was painted, "The Slapping Sow." "By the Lord, it was the brig that saved us," said Mr. Wharton. "Hudson brought her into action with the Frenchman, and was blown out of the water by a broadside." The little captain turned on his heel and paced up and down the deck. Already his crew were plugging the shot holes, knotting and splicing and mending. When he came back, the lieutenant saw a softening of the stern lines about his eyes and mouth. "Are they all gone?" "Every man. They must have sunk the wreck." The two officers looked down at the sinister name, and at the stump of wreckage which floated in the discolored water. Something black washed to and fro beside the splintered gaff and a tangle of halyards. It was the outrageous ensign, and near it a scarlet cap was floating. "He was a villain, but he was a Briton," said the captain at last. "He lived like a dog, but by God, he died like a man." End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Dealings of Captain Sharkey and Other Stories of Pirates by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joe DeNoia, Somerset, New Jersey. A Pirate of the Land, One Crowded Hour. The place was Eastbourne Tunbridge Road, not very far from the Cross in hand, a lonely stretch with a heath running upon either side. The time was 11:30 on a Sunday night in the late summer. A motor was passing slowly down the road. It was a long, lean Rolls-Royce, running smoothly with a gentle purring of an engine. Through the two vivid circles cast by the electric headlights, the waving grass fringes and clumps of heather streamed swiftly like some golden cinematograph, leaving a blacker darkness behind and around them. One ruby-red spot shone upon the road, but no number plate was visible within the dim, ruddy halo of the tail lamp which cast it. The car was open and of a tourist type, but even in that obscure light, for the night was moonless, an observer could hardly fail to have noticed a curious indefiniteness in its lines. As it slid into and across the broad stream of light from an open cottage door, the reason could be seen. The body was hung with a singular loose arrangement of brown holland. Even the long black bonnet was banded with some close-drawn drapery. The solitary man who drove this curious car was broad and burly. He sat hunched up over his steering wheel, with the brim of a Tyrolean hat drawn over his eyes. The red end of a cigarette smoldered under the black shadow thrown by the headgear. A dark ulster of some freeze-dried material was turned up in the collar until it covered his ears. His neck was pushed forward with his rounded shoulders, and he seemed, as the car now slid noiselessly down the long sloping road, with the clutch disengaged and the engine running free, to be peering ahead of him through the darkness in search of some eagerly expected object. The distant toot of a motor horn came faintly from some point far to the south of him. On such a night, at such a place, all traffic must be from south to north, when the current of London weekenders sweeps back from the watering place to the capital, from pleasure to duty. The man sat straight and listened intently. Yes, there it was again, and certainly to the south of him. His face was over the wheel with his eyes strained through the darkness. Then suddenly he spat out his cigarette and gave a sharp intake of the breath. Far away down the road, two little yellow points had rounded a curve, shot upwards once more, and then vanished again. The inert man in the draped car woke suddenly into intense life. From his pocket he pulled a mask of dark cloth which he fastened securely over his face, adjusting it carefully that his sight might be unimpeded. For an instant he uncovered an acetylene hand lantern, took a hasty glance at his own preparations, and laid it beside a Mauser pistol upon the seat alongside him. Then, twitching his hat down lower than ever, he released his clutch and slid downward his gear lever. With a chuckle and a shudder, the long, black machine sprang forward, and shot with a soft sigh from her powerful engines down the sloping gradient. The driver stooped and switched off his electric headlights. Only a dim gray swath cut through the black heat indicating the line of his road. From in front there came presently a confused puffing and rattling and clanging as the oncoming car breasted the slope. It coughed and sputtered on a powerful old-fashioned low gear, while its engine throbbed like a weary heart. The yellow glaring lights dipped for the last time into a switchback curve. When they reappeared over the crest, the two cars were within 30 yards of each other. The dark one darted across the road and barred the other's passage, while the warning acetylene lamp was waving in the air. With a jarring of brakes, the noisy newcomer was brought to a halt. "I say," cried an aggrieved voice, "'pon my soul, we might have had an accident. Why the devil don't you keep your headlights on? I never saw you till nearly I burst my radiators on you." The acetylene lamp, held forward, discovered a very angry young man, blue-eyed, yellow-mustached, and florid, sitting alone at the wheel of an antiquated 12-horse Wolseley. Suddenly, the aggrieved look upon his flushed face changed to one of absolute bewilderment. The driver in the dark car had sprung out of the seat. A black, long-barreled, wicked-looking pistol was poked into the traveler's face, and behind the further sights of it was a circle of a black cloth, with two deadly eyes looking from his many slits. "Hands up," said a quick, stern voice. "Hands up, or by the Lord." The young man was as brave as his neighbors, but his hands went up all the same. "Get down," said his assailant, curtly. The young man stepped forth into the road, followed closely by the covering lantern and pistol. Once he made as if he would drop his hands, but a short, stern word jerked him up again. "I say, look here, this is rather out of date, ain't it?" said the traveler. "I expect you're joking. What?" "Your watch," said the man behind the Mauser pistol. "You can't really mean it." "Your watch, I say." "Well, take it if you must. It's only plated anyhow. You're 2 centuries out in time or a few thousand miles longitude. The bush is your mark, or America. You don't seem in the picture of a Sussex road." "Purse," said the man. There was something very compelling in his voice and methods. The purse was handed over. "Any rings?" "Don't wear 'em." "Stand there. Don't move." The highwayman passed his victim and threw open the bonnet of the Wolseley. His hand, with a pair of steel pliers, was thrust deep into the works. There was a snap of a parting wire. "Hang it all, don't crock my car!" cried the traveler. He turned, but quick as a flash the pistol was at his head once more. And even in that flash, whilst the robber whisked round from the broken circuit, something had caught the young man's eye which made him gasp and start. He opened his mouth as if about to shout some words. Then, with an evident effort, he restrained himself. "Get in," said the highwayman. The traveler climbed back to his seat. "What's your name?" "Ronald Barker. What's yours?" The masked man ignored the impertinence. "Where do you live?" he said. "My cards are in my purse. Take one." The highwayman sprang into his car, the engine of which had hissed and whispered in a gentle accompaniment to the interview. With a clash he threw back his side brake, flung in his gears, twirled the wheel hard around, and cleared the motionless Wolseley. A minute later he was gliding swiftly, with all his lights gleaming, some half-mile southward of the road, while Mr. Ronald Barker, a side lamp in his hand, was rummaging furiously amongst the odds and ends of his repair box for a strand of wire which would connect up his electricity and set him on his way once more. When he had placed a safe distance between himself and his victim, the adventurer eased up, took his booty from his pocket, replaced the watch, opened the purse, and counted out the money. 7 shillings constituted the miserable spoil. The poor result of his efforts seemed to amuse rather than to annoy him, for he chuckled as he held the 2 half-crowns and a florin in the glare of his lantern. Then suddenly his manner changed. He thrust the thin purse back into his pocket, released his brake, and shot onwards with the same tense bearing with which he had started upon his adventure. The lights of another car were coming down the road. On this occasion the methods of the highwayman were less furtive. Experience had clearly given him confidence. With lights still blazing he ran towards the newcomers and, halting in the middle of the road, summoned them to stop. From the point of view of the astonished travelers the result was sufficiently impressive. They saw in the glare of their own headlights 2 glowing discs on either side of the long black muzzled snout of a high-powered car, and above the masked face and menacing figure of its solitary driver. In the golden circle thrown by the rover there stood an elegant, open-topped 20-horse Humber, with an undersized and very astonished chauffeur blinking from under his peaked cap. From behind the windscreen the veil-bound hats and wondering faces of 2 very pretty women protruded, one upon either side, and a little crescendo of frightened squeaks announced the acute emotion of one of them. The other was cooler and more critical. "Don't give it away, Hilda," she whispered. "Do shut up and don't be such a silly. It's Bertie or one of the boys playing it on us." No, no, it's the real thing, Flossie. It's a robber, sure enough. Oh my goodness, whatever shall we do? What an ad, cried the other. Oh, what a glorious ad. Too late now for the mornings, but they'll have it in every paper, sure. What's it going to cost? Groaned the other. Oh, Flossie, Flossie, I'm sure I'm going to faint. Don't you think if we both scream together we could do some good? Isn't he too awful with that black thing over his face? Oh dear, he's killing poor little Alf. The proceedings of the robber were indeed somewhat alarming. Springing down from his car, he had pulled the chauffeur out of his seat by the scruff of his neck. The sight of the Mauser had cut short any remonstrance, and under its compulsion the little man had pulled open the bonnet and extracted the sparking plugs. Having thus secured the immobility of his capture, the masked man walked forward, lantern in hand, to the side of the car. He had laid aside the gruff sternness with which he had treated Mr. Ronald Barker, and his voice and manner were gentle, though determined. He even raised his hat as a prelude to his address. "I'm sorry to inconvenience you, ladies," said he, and his voice he had gone up several notes since the previous interview. "May I ask who you are?" Miss Hilda was beyond coherent speech. Miss Flossie was of a sterner mold. "This is a pretty business," she said. "What right have you to stop us on a public road? I should like to know." "My time is short," said the robber in a sterner voice. "I must ask you to answer my question." "Tell him, Flossie, for God's sakes, be nice to him," cried Hilda. "Well, we're from the Gaiety Theatre, London, if you want to know," said the young lady. "Perhaps you've heard of Miss Flossie Thornton and Miss Hilda Mannering. We've been playing a week at the Royal at Eastbourne, and took a Sunday off to ourselves. So now you know. I must ask for your ladies' purses, and for your jewelry." Both ladies set up a shrill expostulations, but they found, as Mr. Robert Barker had done, that there was something quietly compelling in the man's methods. In a very few minutes they had handed over their purses, and a pile of glittering rings, bangles, brooches, and chains was lying upon the front seat of the car. The diamonds glowed and shimmered like little electric points in the light of the lantern. He picked up the glittering tangle and weighed it in his hand. "Anything you particularly value?" he asked the ladies. But Miss Flossie was in no humor for concessions. "Don't come the Claude Duval over us," said she. "Take the lot or leave the lot. We don't want bits of our own given back to us." "Except just Billy's necklace," cried Hilda, and snatched a little rope of pearls. The robber bowed and released his hold of it. "Anything else?" The valiant Flossie began suddenly to cry. Hilda did the same. The effect upon the robber was surprising. He threw the whole heap of jewelry into the nearest lap. There, take it," he said. "It's trumpery stuff anyhow. It's worth something to you and nothing to me." Tears changed in a moment to smiles. "You're welcome to the purses. The ad is worth 10 times the money. But what a funny way of getting a living nowadays. Aren't you afraid of being caught? It's all so wonderful, like a scene from a comedy." "It must be a tragedy," said the robber. "Oh, I hope not. I'm sure I hope not," cried the two ladies of the drama. But the robber was in no mood for further conversation. Far away down the road tiny points of light had appeared. Fresh business was coming to him, and he must not mix his cases. Disengaging his machine, he raised his hat and slipped off to meet this new arrival, while Miss Flossie and Miss Hilda leaned out of their derelict car, still palpitating from their adventure, and watching the red gleam of the tail light till it merged into the darkness. This time there was every sign of a rich prize. Behind its 4 grand lambs set in a broad frame of glittering brasswork, the magnificent 60-horse Daimler breasted the slope with the low, deep, even snore which proclaimed its enormous latent strength. Like some rich-laden, high-pooped Spanish galleon, she kept her course until the prowling craft ahead of her swept across her bows and brought her to a sudden halt. An angry face, red, blotched, and evil, shot out of the open window of the closed limousine. The robber was aware of a high, bald forehead, gross pendulous cheeks, and 2 little crafty eyes, which gleamed beneath creases of fat. "Out of my way, sir! Out of my way this instant!" cried the rasping voice. "Drive over him, Hearn! Get down and pull him off of the seat! The fellow's drunk! He's drunk, I say!" Up to this point the proceedings of the modern highwayman might have passed as gentle. Now they turned in an instant to savagery. The chauffeur, a burly, capable fellow, incited by that raucous voice behind him, sprang from the car and seized the advancing robber by the throat. The latter hit out with the butt end of his pistol, and the man dropped groaning on the ground. Stepping over his prostrate body, the adventurer pulled open the door, seized the stout occupant savagely by the ear, and dragged him, bellowing, on the highway. Then, very deliberately, he struck him twice across the face with his open hand. The blows rang out like pistol shots in the silence of the night. The fat traveler turned a ghastly color and fell back half senseless against the side of the limousine. The robber dragged open his coat, wrenched away the heavy gold watch chain and all that it held, plucked out the great diamond pin that sparkled in the black satin tie, dragged off 4 rings, not one of which could have cost less than 3 figures, and finally tore from his inner pocket a bulky leather notebook. All this property he transferred to his own black overcoat, and added to it the man's pearl cufflinks, and even the golden stud which held his collar. Having made sure that there was nothing else to take, the robber flashed his lantern upon the prostrate chauffeur, and satisfied himself that he was stunned and not dead. Then, returning to the master, he proceeded very deliberately to tear all his clothes from his body with a ferocious energy which set his victim whimpering and writhing in imminent expectation of murder. Whatever the tormentor's intention may have been, it was very effectually frustrated. The sound made him turn his head, and there, no very great distance off, were the lights of a car coming swiftly from the north. Such a car must have already passed the wreckage with which his pirate had left behind him. It was following his track with a deliberate purpose, and might be crammed with every country constable of the district. The adventurer had no time to lose. He darted from his bedraggled victim, sprang into his own seat, and with his foot on the accelerator shot swiftly off down the road. Some way down there was a narrow side lane, and into this the fugitive turned, cracking on his high speed and leaving a good 5 miles between him and any pursuer before he ventured to stop. Then, in a quiet corner, he counted over his booty of the evening. The paltry plunder of Mr. Donald Barker, the rather better furnished purses of the actresses, which contained £4 between them, and finally the gorgeous jewelry and well-filled notebook of the plutocrat upon the Daimler. 5 notes of £50, 4 of 10, 15 sovereigns, and a number of valuable papers made up his most noble haul. It was clearly enough for one night's work. The adventurer replaced all his ill-gotten gains in his pocket, and, lighting a cigarette, set forth upon his way with the air of a man who has no further care upon his mind. It was on a Monday morning following upon this eventful evening that Sir Henry Hailworth, of Walcott Old Place, having finished his breakfast in a leisurely fashion, strolled down to his study with the intention of writing a few letters before setting forth to take his place upon the county bench. Sir Henry was a deputy lieutenant of the county. He was a baronet of ancient blood. He was a magistrate of 10 years' standing, and he was famous above all as the breeder of many a good horse and the most desperate rider in all of Weald County. A tall, upstanding man with a strong, clean-shaven face, heavy black eyebrows, and a square, resolute jaw. He was one whom it was better to call friend than foe. Though nearly 50 years of age, he bore no sign of having passed his youth, save that nature, in one of her freakish moods, had planted one little feather of white hair above his right ear, making the rest of his thick black curls the darker by contrast. He was in a thoughtful mood this morning, for having lit his pipe, he sat at his desk with his blank note-paper in front of him, lost in a deep reverie. Suddenly his thoughts were brought back to the present. From behind the laurels of the curving drive there came a low, clanking sound, which swelled into the clatter and jingle of an ancient car. Then from round the corner there swung an old-fashioned Wolseley, with a fresh-complexioned, yellow-mustached young man at the wheel. Sir Henry sprang to his feet at the sight, and then sat down once more. He rose again as a minute later the footman announced Mr. Ronald Barker. It was an early visit, but Barker was Sir Henry's intimate friend. As each was a fine shot, horseman, and billiard player, there was much in common between the two men, and the younger, and poorer, was in the habit of spending at least 2 evenings a week at Walcott Old Place. Therefore, Sir Henry advanced cordially with outstretched hand to welcome him. "You're an early bird this morning," said he. "What's up? If you're going over to Lewes, we can motor together." But the younger man's demeanor was peculiar and ungracious. He disregarded the hand which was held out to him, and he stood pulling at his own long mustache and staring with troubled, questioning eyes at the county magistrate. "Well, what's the matter?" asked the latter. Still the young man did not speak. He was clearly on the edge of an interview which he found it most difficult to open. His host grew impatient. "You don't seem yourself this morning. What on earth is the matter? Anything upset you?" "Yes," said Ronald Barker, with emphasis. "What has?" "You have." Sir Henry smiled. "Sit down, my dear fellow. If you have any grievance against me, let me hear it." Barker sat down. He seemed to be gathering himself for a reproach. When it did come, it was like a bullet from a gun. "Why did you rob me last night?" The magistrate was a man of iron nerve. He showed neither surprise nor resentment. Not a muscle twitched upon his calm, set face. "Why do you say that I robbed you last night?" "A big, tall fellow in a motor car stopped me on the Mayfield road. He poked a pistol in my face, took my purse and my watch. Sir Henry, that man was you." The magistrate smiles. "Am I the only big, tall man in the district? Am I the only man with a motor car? Do you think I couldn't tell a Rolls Royce when I see it? I, who spent half my life on a car and the other half under it. Who has a Rolls Royce around here except you? My dear Barker, don't you think that such a modern highwayman as you describe would be more likely to operate outside his own district? How many hundred Rolls Royces are there in the south of England?" "No, it won't do, Sir Henry, it won't do. Even your voice, though you sunk it a few notes, was familiar enough to me. But hang it, man, what did you do it for? That's what gets over me, that you should stick up me, one of your closest friends, a man that worked himself to the bone when you stood for the division, and all for the sake of a Brummagem watch and a few shillings, is simply incredible." "Simply incredible," repeated the magistrate with a smile. And then those poor actresses, poor little devils, who have to earn all they get. I followed you down the road, you see. That was a dirty trick if I ever heard one. The city shark was different. If a chap must go a-robbing, that sort of fellow is fair game. But your friend, and then the girls? Well, I say again, I couldn't have believed it. Then why believe it? Because it is so. Well, you seem to have persuaded yourself to that effect. You don't seem to have much evidence to lay before anyone else. I could swear to you in a police court. What put the lid on it was that when you were cutting my wire, and an infernal liberty it was, I saw the white tuft of yours sticking out from behind your mask. For the first time, an acute observer might have seen some slight sign of emotion upon the face of the baronet. You seem to have a fairly vivid imagination, said he. His visitor flushed with anger. See here, Hailworthy, said he, opening his hand and showing a small, jagged triangle of black cloth. Do you see that? It was on the ground near the car of the young women. You must have ripped it off as you jumped from your seat. Now send for that heavy black driving coat of yours. If you don't ring the bell, I'll ring it myself, and we shall have it in. I'm going to see this thing through, and don't you make any mistake about that. The baronet's answer was a surprising one. He rose, passed Barker's chair, and, walking over to the door, he locked it and placed the key in his pocket. You are going to see it through, said he. I'll lock you in until you do. Now we must have a straight talk, Barker, as man to man, and whether it ends in tragedy or not depends on you. He had half opened one of the drawers in his desk as he spoke. His visitor frowned in anger. You won't make matters any more by threatening me, Hailworthy. I'm going to do my duty, and you won't bluff me out of it. I have no wish to bluff you. When I spoke of a tragedy, I did not mean to you. What I meant was there are some turns with which this affair cannot be allowed to take. I have neither kith nor kin, but there is the family honor, and some things are impossible. It is late to talk like that. Well, perhaps it is, but not too late. And now I have a great deal to say to you. First of all, you are quite right. It was I who held you up last night on the Mayfield Road. But why on earth? All right, let me tell it my own way. First, I want you to look at these. He unlocked the drawer and took out 2 small packages. These were to be posted in London tonight. This one is addressed to you, and I may as well hand it over to you at once. It contains your watch and your purse. So, you see, by your cut wire, you have been none the worse for wear for your adventure. This other packet is addressed to the young ladies of the Gaiety Theatre, and their properties are enclosed. I hope I have convinced you that I intended full reparation in each case before you came to accuse me. Well? Asked Barker. Well, we will now deal with Sir George Wilder, who is, as you may not know, the senior partner of Wilde and Guggendorf, the founders of the Ludgate Bank of infamous memory. His chauffeur is a case apart. You may take it from me upon my word of honor that I had plans for the chauffeur, but it is the master I want to speak of. You know that I am not a rich man myself. I expect all the county knows that. When Black Tulip lost to Derby, I was hit hard, and other things as well. Then I had a legacy of 1,000. This infernal bank was paying 7% on deposits. I knew Wilde. I saw him. I asked him if it was safe. He said it was. I paid it in, and within 48 hours the whole thing went to bits. It came out before the official receiver that Wilde had known for 3 months that nothing could save him, and yet he took all my cargo aboard his sinking vessel. He was all right, confound him. He had plenty besides, but I had lost all my money and no law can help me. Yet he had robbed me as clearly as one man could rob another. I saw him and he laughed in my face, told me to stick to consols, and that the lesson was cheap at the price. So I just swore that, by hook or by crook, I would get level with him. I knew his habits, for I had made it my business to do so. I knew that he came back from Eastbourne on Sunday nights. I knew that he carried a good sum with him in his pocketbook. Well, it's my pocketbook now. Do you mean to tell me that I'm not morally justified in what I have done? By the Lord, I'd have left the devil as bare as he left many a widow and orphan if I'd had the time. That's all very well, but what about me? What about the girls? Have some common sense, Barker. Do you suppose that I can go and stick up this one personal enemy of mine and escape detection? It was impossible. I was bound to make myself out to be just a common robber who had run up against him by accident. So I turned myself loose on the high road and took my chance. As the devil would have it, the first man I met was yourself. I was a fool not to recognize the old ironmonger's store of yours by the row it made coming up the hill. When I saw you, I could hardly speak for laughing, but I was bound to carry it through. The same with the actresses. I'm afraid I gave myself away, for I couldn't take their little flaw. But I had to keep up a show. Then came the man himself. There was no bluff about that. I was out to skin him, and I did. Now, Barker, what do you think of it all? I had a pistol at your head last night, and by George, whether you believe it or not, you have one at mine this morning. The young man rose slowly, and with a broad smile he wrung the magistrate by the hand. Don't do it again. It's too risky, said he. The swine would score heavily if you were taken. You're a good chap, Barker, said the magistrate. No, I won't do it again. Who's the fellow who talks of one crowded hour of glorious life? By George, it's too fascinating. I had a time of my life. Talk of fox hunting! No, I'll never touch it again, for it might get a grip of me." The telephone rang sharply upon the table, and the baronet pulled the receiver to his ear. As he listened, he smiled at his companion. "I'm rather late this morning," said he, "and they are waiting for me to try some petty larcenies on the county bench." End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Dealings of Captain Sharkey and Other Stories of Pirates by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joe DeNoia, Somerset, New Jersey. Part 2. Tales of Blue Water. The Striped Chest. "What do you make of her, Allardyce?" I asked. My second mate was standing beside me on the poop, with his short, thick legs astretch, for the gale had left a considerable swell behind it, and our 2 quarter boats had nearly touched the water with every roll. He steadied his glass against the mizzen shrouds, and he looked long and hard at this disconsolate stranger every time she came reeling up the crest of the roller and hung balanced for a few seconds before swooping down upon the other side. She lay so low in the water that I could only catch an occasional glimpse of a pea-green line of bulwark. She was a brig, but her mainmast had been snapped short off some 10 feet above the deck, and no effort seemed to have been made to cut away the wreckage, which floated, sails and yards, like a broken wing of a wounded gull upon the water beside her. The foremast was still standing, but the fore topsail was flying loose, and the headsails were streaming out in long white pennons in front of her. Never have I seen a vessel which appeared to have gone through rough rehandling. But we could not be surprised at that, for there had been times during the last 3 days when it was a question whether our own bark would ever see land again. For 36 hours we had kept her nose to it, and if the Mary Sinclair had not been as good a seaboat as ever left the Clyde, we could not have gone through. And yet here we were at the end of it, with a loss only of our gig and a part of our starboard bulwark. It did not astonish us, however, when the smother had cleared away, to find that others had been less lucky, and that this mutilated brig, staggering upon a blue sea and under a cloudless sky, had been left, like a blinded man after a lightning flash, to tell the terror which it passed. Allardyce, who was a slow and methodical Scotchman, stared long and hard at the little craft, while our seamen lined the bulwark or clustered about the fore shrouds to have a view of the stranger. In latitude 20 degrees and longitude 10 degrees, which were about our bearings, one becomes a little curious as to whom one meets, for one has left the main lines of the Atlantic commerce to the north. For 10 days we have been sailing over a solitary sea. "She's derelict, I'm thinking," said the second mate. I had come to the same conclusion, for I could see no signs of life upon her deck, and there was no answer to the friendly wavings from our seamen. The crewmen had probably deserted her under the impression that she was about to founder. "She can't last long," continued Allardyce in his measured way. "She may put her nose down and her tail up any minute. The water's lipping up to the edge of her rail." "What's her flag?" I asked. "I'm trying to make out. It's got all twisted and tangled with the halyards." "Yes, I've got it now, clear enough. It's the Brazilian flag, but it's wrong side up." She had hoisted a signal of distress then before her people abandoned her. Perhaps they had only just gone. I took the mate's glass and looked round over the tumultuous face of the deep blue Atlantic, still veined and starred with the white lines and spoutings of foam. But nowhere could I see anything human beyond ourselves. "There may be men living aboard," said I. "There may be salvage," muttered the second mate. "Then we will run down upon her lee side and lie to." We were not more than 100 yards from her when we swung our foredeck back, and there we were, the bark and the brig, ducking and bowing like 2 clowns at a dance. "Drop one of the quarter boats," said I. "Take 4 men, Mr. Allardyce, and see what you can learn of her." But just at that moment my first officer, Mr. Armstrong, came on deck, for 7 bells had struck, and it was but a few minutes off his watch. It would interest me to go myself to this abandoned vessel and see what there might be aboard of her. So with a word to Armstrong, I swung myself over the side, slipped down the falls, and took my place in the sheets of the boat. It was but a little distance, but it took some time to traverse, and so heavy was the roll that often, when we were in the trough of the sea, we could not see either the bark which we had left or the brig which we were approaching. The sinking sun did not penetrate down there, and it was cold and dark in the hollows of the waves, but each passing billow heaved us up into the warmth and the sunshine once more. At each of these moments, as we hung upon the white-capped bridge between the 2 dark valleys, I caught a glimpse of the long pea-green line and the nodding foremast of the brig, and I steered so as to come round by her stern, so that we might determine which was the best way of boarding her. As we passed her we saw the name Nossa Senhora de Vitoria painted across her dripping counter. "The weather side, sir," said the second mate. "Stand by with the boat hook, Carpenter." An instant later we had jumped from the bulwarks, which were hardly higher than our boat, and found ourselves upon the deck of the abandoned vessel. Our first thought was to provide for our own safety in case, as seemed very probable, the vessel should settle down beneath our feet. With this object, 2 of our men held onto the painter of the boat and fended her off from the vessel's side so that she might be ready in case we had to make a hurried retreat. The carpenter was sent to find out how much water there was and whether it was still gaining, while the other seamen, Allardyce and myself, made a rapid inspection of the vessel and our cargo. The deck was littered with wreckage and with hen coops, in which dead birds were washing about. The boats were gone, with the exception of one, the bottom of which had been stove, and it was certain that the crew had abandoned the vessel. The cabin was in a deckhouse, one side of which had been beaten in by a heavy sea. Allardyce and I entered it, and found the captain's table as he had left it, his books and papers, all Spanish and Portuguese, scattered over it, with piles of cigarette ash everywhere. I looked about for the log, but could not find it. As likely as not he never kept one, said Allardyce. Things are pretty slack aboard a South American trader, and they don't do more than they can to help. If there was one, it must have been taken away with him in the boat. I should take a look at these books and papers, said I. Ask the carpenter how much time we have. His report was reassuring. The vessel was full of water, but some of the cargo was buoyant, and there was no immediate danger of her sinking. Probably she would never sink, but would drift about as one of those terrible, unmarked reefs which have sent so many stout vessels to the bottom. In that case, there's no danger in your going below, Mr. Allardyce, said I. See what you can make of her, and find out how much of her cargo may be saved. I'll look through the papers while you're gone. The bills of lading, and some notes and letters which lay upon his desk, sufficed to inform me that the Brazilian brig Nossa Senhora de Vitória had cleared from the Bahia a month before. The name of the captain was Teixeira, but there was no record as to the number of the crew. She was bound for London, and the glance at the bills of lading was sufficient to show me that they were not likely to profit much in the way of salvage. Her cargo consisted of nuts, ginger, and wood, the latter in the shape of great logs of valuable tropical growths. It was these, no doubt, which had prevented the ill-fated vessel from going to the bottom, but they were of such a size as to make it impossible for us to extract them. Besides these, there were a few fancy goods, such as a number of ornamental birds for millinery purposes, and 100 cases of preserved fruits. And then, as I turned over the pages, I came upon a short note in English, which arrested my attention. It is requested, said the note, that the various old Spanish and Indian curiosities which came out of the Santarem collection, which are consigned to Proutfoot and Newman of Oxford Street, London, should be put in some place where there be no danger of these very valuable and unique articles being injured or tampered with. This applies most particularly to the treasure chest of Don Ramirez de Lyra, which on no account must be placed where anyone can get it. The treasure chest of Don Ramirez, unique and valuable articles. Here was the chance of salvage after all. I had risen to my feet with the paper in my hand when the Scotch mate appeared in the doorway. I'm thinking all isn't quite as it should be aboard the ship, sir, said he. He was a hard-faced man, and yet I could see that he had been startled. What's the matter? Murder's the matter, sir. There's a man here with his brains beaten out. Killed in the storm, said I. May be so, sir, but I'll be surprised if you think so after you've seen him. Where is he, then? This way, sir, here in the main deck-house. There appeared to have been no accommodation below in the brig, for there was the after-house for the captain, another by the main hatchway by the cook's galley attached to it, and a third in the forecastle for the men. It was to this middle one that the mate led me. As you entered the galley with its litter of tumble pots and dishes was upon the right, and upon the left was a small room with 2 bunks for the officers. Then beyond there was a place about 12 feet square, which was littered with flags and spare canvas. All round the walls were a number of packets done up in coarse cloth and carefully lashed to the woodwork. At the other end was a great box, striped red and white, though the red was so faded and the white was so dirty that it was only where the light fell directly upon it that one could see the coloring. The box was, by subsequent measurement, 4 feet 3 inches in length, 3 feet 2 inches in height, 3 feet across, considerably larger than a seaman's chest. But it was not to the box that my eyes or my thoughts were turned as I entered the storeroom. On the floor, lying across the litter of bunting, there was stretched a small, dark man with a short, curling beard. He lay as far as it was possible from the box, with his feet towards it and his head away. A crimson patch was printed upon the white canvas on which his head was resting, and little red ribbons wreathed themselves round his swarthy neck and trailed away onto the floor. There was no sign of a wound that I could see, and his face was as placid as that of a sleeping child. It was only when I stooped that I could perceive his injury, and then I turned away with an exclamation of horror. He had been poleaxed, apparently by some person standing behind him. A frightful blow had smashed in the top of his head and penetrated deeply into his brain. His face might well be placid, for death must have been absolutely instantaneous, and the position of the wound showed that he could never have seen the person who had inflicted it. "Is that foul play or accident, Captain Barclay?" asked the second mate demurely. "You're quite right, Mr. Allardyce. The man has been murdered, struck down from above by a sharp and heavy weapon. But who was he, and why did they murder him?" "He was a common seaman, sir," said the mate. "You can see that if you look at his fingers. He turned out his pockets as he spoke, and brought to light a pack of cards, some tarred string, and a bundle of Brazilian tobacco. "Hello, look at this," said he. It was a large open knife with a stiff spring blade, which he had picked up from the floor. The steel was shining and bright, so that we would not associate it with the crime, and yet the dead man had apparently held it in his hand when he was struck down, for it still lay within his grasp. "It looks to me, sir, as if he knew he was in danger and kept his knife handy," said the mate. "However, we can't help the poor beggar now. I can't make out these things that are lashed to the wall. They seem to be idols and weapons and curios of some sort done up in old sacking." "That's right," said I. "They're the only things of value that we are likely to get from the cargo. Hail the bark and tell them to send the other quarter boat to help us get all the stuff aboard." While he was away, I examined this curious plunder which had come into our possession. The curiosities were so wrapped up that I could only form a general idea as to their nature, but the striped box stood in a good light where I could thoroughly examine it. On the lid, which was clamped and cornered with metalwork, there was engraved a complex coat of arms, and beneath it was a line of Spanish which I was able to decipher as meaning the treasure chest of Don Ramirez de Lyra, Knight of the Order of St. James, Governor and Captain General of Terra Firma, and of the province of Veracruz. In one corner was the date 1606, and on the other was a large white label upon which was written in English, "You are earnestly requested upon no account to open this box." The same warning was repeated underneath in Spanish. As to the lock, it was a very complex and heavy one of engraved steel, with a Latin motto which was above the seaman's comprehension. By the time I had finished this examination of the peculiar box, the other quarter boat with Mr. Armstrong, the first officer, had come alongside, and we began to carry out and place in her the various curiosities which appeared to be the only objects worth removing from the derelict ship. When she was full, I sent her back to the bark, and then Allardyce and I, with the carpenter and one seaman, shifted the striped box, which was the only thing left, to our boat, and lowered it over, balancing it upon the two middle thwarts, for it was so heavy that it would have given the boat a dangerous tilt if we placed it on either end. As to the dead man, we left him where we found him. The mate had a theory that at the moment of the desertion of the ship, this fellow had started plundering, and that the captain, in his attempt to preserve discipline, had struck him down with a hatchet or some other heavy weapon. It seemed more probable than any other explanation, yet it did not entirely satisfy me either. But the ocean is full of mysteries, and we were content to leave the fate of the dead seaman of the Brazilian brig to be added to that long list which every sailor can recall. The heavy box was slung up by ropes to the deck of the Mary Sinclair, and was carried by 4 seamen into the cabin, where, between the table and the after lockers, there was just space for it to stand. There it remained during supper, and after that meal the mates remained with me, and discussed over a glass of grog the event of the day. Mr. Armstrong was a long, thin, vulture-like man, an excellent seaman, but famous for his nearness and cupidity. Our treasure trove had excited him greatly, and already he had begun with glistening eyes to reckon upon how much it might be worth for each of us when the shares of the salvage came to be divided. "If the paper says that they were unique, Mr. Barclay, then they may be worth anything that you'd like to name. You wouldn't believe the sums that the rich collectors give. £1,000 is nothing to them. We'll have something to show for our voyage, or I am mistaken." "I don't think that," said I. "As far as I can see, they are not very different from any other South American curios." "Well, sir, I've traded there for 14 voyages, and I've never seen anything like that chest before. That's worth a pile of money just as it stands. But it's so heavy that surely there must be something valuable inside it. Don't you think we ought to open it and see?" "If you break it open, you will spoil it as likely as not," said the second mate. Armstrong squatted down in front of it, with his head on one side, and his long, thin nose within a few inches of the lock. "The wood is oak," said he, "and has shrunk a little with age. If I had a chisel or a strong-bladed knife, I could force the lock back without doing any damage at all." The mention of a strong-bladed knife made me think of the dead seaman upon the brig. "I wonder if he could have been on the job when someone came to interfere with him," said I. "I don't know about that, sir, but I'm perfectly certain that I could open the box. There's a screwdriver here in the locker. Just hold the lamp, Allardyce, and I'll have it done in a brace of shakes." "Wait a bit," said I, for already, with eyes which gleamed with curiosity and with avarice, he was stooping over the lid. "I don't see that there's any hurry over this matter. You've read that card which warns us not to open it. It may mean anything or it may mean nothing, but somehow I feel inclined to obey it. After all, whatever is in it will keep, and if it is valuable, it will be worth as much if it is open in the owner's offices as in the cabin of the Mary Sinclair." The first officer seemed bitterly disappointed at my decision. "Surely, sir, you are not superstitious about it," said he, with a slight sneer upon his thin lips. "If it gets out of our hands, and we don't see for ourselves what is inside, we may be done out of our rights. Besides—" "That's enough, Mr. Armstrong," said I abruptly. "You may have every confidence that you will get your rights. But I will not have that box opened tonight." "Why, the label itself shows that the box had been examined by Europeans," Allardyce added. Because a box is a treasure box is no reason that it has treasure inside it now. A good many folk have had a peep into it since the days of the old governor of terra firma. Armstrong threw the screwdriver down upon the table and shrugged his shoulders. Just as you like, said he. For the rest of the evening, although we spoke upon many subjects, I noticed that his eyes were continually coming round, with the same expression of curiosity and greed, to the old striped box. And now I come to the portion of the story which fills me even now with a shuddering horror when I think of it. The main cabin had the rooms of the officers round it, but mine was the furthest away from it at the end of the little passage which led to the companion. No regular watch was kept by me except in cases of emergency, and the 3 mates divided the watches among them. Armstrong had the middle watch, which ends at 4 in the morning, and he is relieved by Allardyce. For my part, I have always been one of the soundest of sleepers, and it is rare for anything less than a hand upon my shoulder to arouse me. And yet I was aroused that night, or rather in the early gray of the morning. It was just past 4 by my chronometer, when something caused me to sit up in my berth wide awake, and with every nerve tingling. It was a sound of some sort, a crash with a human cry at the end of it, which still jarred upon my ears. I sat listening, but all was now silent, and yet it could not have been imagination, that hideous cry, for the echo of it still rang in my head, and it seemed to have come from some place quite close to me. I sprang from my bunk and pulled on some clothes. I made my way into the cabin. At first I saw nothing unusual there. In the cold gray light I made out the red cloth table, the 6 rotating chairs, the walnut lockers, the swinging barometer, and there at the end, the big striped chest. I was turning away with the intention of going upon deck and asking the second mate if he had heard anything, when my eyes fell suddenly about something which projected from under the table. It was the leg of a man, a leg with a long sea boot upon it. I stooped, and there was a figure sprawling upon its face, his arms thrown forward and his body twisted. One glance told me it was Armstrong, the first officer, and the second that he was a dead man. For a few moments I stood gasping, then I rushed onto the deck, called Allardyce to my assistance, and came back with him to the cabin. Together we pulled the unfortunate fellow from under the table. As we looked at his dripping head, we exchanged glances, and I do not know which was the paler of the two. The same as the Spanish sailor, said I. The very same. God preserve us. It's that infernal chest. Look at Armstrong's hand. He held up the mate's right hand, and there was a screwdriver which he had wished to use the night before. He's been at the chest, sir. He knew that I was on deck and you asleep. He knelt down in front of it. He pushed the lock back with that tool, and something happened to him, and he cried out so that you heard him. Allardyce, I whispered, what could have happened to him? The second mate put his hand upon my sleeve and drew me into his cabin. We can talk here, sir, and we don't know who may be listening to us in there. What do you suppose is in that box, Captain Barclay? I give you my word, Allardyce, I have no idea. Well, I can only find one theory which will fit all the facts. Look at the size of the box. Look at all the carving and metalwork which may conceal any number of holes. Look at the weight of it. It took 4 men to carry. On the top of that, remember that 2 men have tried to open it, and both have come to their end through it. Now, sir, what can it mean except one thing? You mean there's a man in it? Of course there's a man in it. You know how it is with these South American states, sir. A man can be president one week and hunted like a dog the next. They are forever flying for their lives. My idea is that there's some fellow in hiding there who is armed and desperate, and who will fight to the death before he's taken. But his food and drink? It's a roomy chest, sir, and he may have some provisions stowed away. As to his drink, he had a friend among the crew upon the brig who saw that he had what he needed. You think, then, that the label asking people not to open the box was simply written in his interest? Yes, sir, that is my idea. Have you any other way of explaining the facts? I had to confess that I had not. The question is, what are we to do, I asked. The man's a dangerous ruffian who sticks at nothing. I'm thinking it wouldn't be bad to put a rope around the chest and tow it alongside for half an hour. Then we can open it at our ease. Or if we had just tied the box up and kept it from getting any water, maybe that would do as well. Or the carpenter can put a coat of varnish over it and stop all the blowholes. Come, Allardyce, said I angrily. You don't seriously mean to say that the whole ship's company are going to be terrorized by a single man in a box? If he's there, I'll engage to fetch him out. I went to my room and came back with my revolver in my hand. Now, Allardyce, said I, do you open the lock, and I'll stand on guard. For God's sake, think what you're doing, sir, cried the mate. 2 men have lost their lives over it, and the blood of one is not yet dry upon the carpet. The more reason why we should revenge him. Well, sir, at least let me call the carpenter. 3 are better than 2, and he's a good stout man. He went off in search of him, and I was left alone with the striped chest in the cabin. I don't think that I'm a nervous man, but I kept the table between me and this solid old relic of Spanish Main. In the growing light of the morning, the red and white striping was beginning to appear, and the curious scrolls and wreaths of metal and carving which showed the loving pains which cunning craftsmen had expended upon it. Presently the carpenter and the mate came back together, the former with a hammer in his hand. "It's a bad business, this, sir," said he, shaking his head as he looked at the body of the mate. "And you think there's someone hiding in the box?" "There's no doubt about it," said Allardyce, picking up the screwdriver and setting his jaw like a man who needed to brace his courage. "I'll drive the lock back if you will both stand by. If he rises, let him have it on the head with your hammer, Carpenter. Shoot at once, sir, if he raises his hand. Now!" He had knelt down in front of the striped chest and passed the blade of the tool under the lid. With a sharp snick, the lock flew back. "Stand by," yelled the mate, and with a heave he threw open the massive top of the box. As it swung up, we all three sprang back, I with my pistol leveled, and the carpenter with a hammer above his head. Then, as nothing happened, we each took a step forward and peeped in. The box was empty. Not quite empty either, for in one corner was lying an old yellow candlestick, elaborately engraved, which appeared to be as old as the box itself. Its rich yellow tone and artistic shape would suggest that it was an object of value. For the rest, there was nothing more weighty or valuable than dust in the old striped treasure chest. "Well, I'm blessed!" cried Allardyce, staring blankly into it. "Where does the weight come in, then? Look at the thickness of the sides and look at the lid. Why, it's 5 inches through. And see that great metal spring across it." "That's for holding the lid up," said the mate. "You see, it won't lean back. What's that German printing on the inside?" "It means that it was made by Johann Rothstein of Augsburg in 1606. And a solid bit of work, too. But it doesn't throw much light on what is past, does it, Captain Barclay? The candlestick looks like gold. We should have something for our troubles after all." He leaned forward to grasp it, and from that moment I have never doubted as to the reality of inspiration, for on the instant I caught him by the collar and pulled him straight again. It may have been some story of the Middle Ages which had come back to my mind, or it may have just been my eye that caught some red which was not that of rust upon the upper part of the lock. But to him and to me it will always seem an inspiration, so prompt and sudden was my action. "There's devilry here," said I. "Give me the crooked stick from the corner." It was an ordinary walking cane with a hooked top. I passed it over the candlestick and gave it a pull. With a flash, a row of polished steel fangs shot out from above the upper lip, and the great striped chest snapped at us like a wild animal. Clang came the huge lid into its place, and the glasses on the swinging rack sang and twinkled with the shock. The mate sat down on the edge of the table and shivered like a frightened horse. "You saved my life, Captain Barclay," said he. So this was the secret of the striped treasure chest of old Don Ramirez de Lyra, and this was how he preserved his ill-gotten gains from the terra firma and the province of Veracruz. Be the thief ever so cunning, he could not tell that golden candlestick from the other articles of value, and the instant that he laid hand upon it, a terrible spring was unloosed, and the murderous steel spikes were driven into his brain, while the shock of the blow sent the victim backwards and enabled the chest to automatically close itself. How many, I wondered, had fallen victim to the ingenuity of the mechanic of Augsburg? And as I thought of the possible history of that grim striped chest, my resolution was very quickly taken. "Carpenter, bring 3 men and carry this on deck." "Going to throw it overboard, sir?" "Yes, Mr. Allardyce. I'm not superstitious as a rule, but there are some things which are more than a sailor can be called upon to stand. No wonder that brig made heavy weather, Captain Barclay, with such a thing on board. The glass is dropping fast, sir. We're only just in time." So we did not even wait for the 3 sailors, but we carried it out, the mate, the carpenter, and I, and we pushed it with our own hands over the bulwarks. There was a white spout of water, and it was gone. There it lies, the striped chest, 1,000 fathoms deep, and if, as they say, the sea will some day be dry land, I grieve for the man who finds that old box and tries to penetrate into its secret. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Dealings of Captain Sharkey and Other Stories of Pirates by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joe DeNoia, Somerset, New Jersey. The Captain of the Pole Star. Being an extract from the singular journal of John McAllister Ray, student of medicine. September 11th. Latitude 81 degrees 40 minutes north, longitude 2 degrees east. Still lying to amid enormous ice fields. The one which stretches away to the north of us, and to which the ice anchor is attached, cannot be smaller than an English county. To the right and left, unbroken sheets extend to the horizon. This morning, the mate reported that there were signs of pack ice to the southward. Should this form of sufficient thickness to bar a return, we shall be in a position of danger, as the food, I hear, is already running somewhat short. It is late in the season, and the nights are beginning to reappear. This morning I saw a star twinkling just over the foreyard, the first since the beginning of May. There is considerable discontent among the crew, many of whom are anxious to get back home in time for the herring season, which labor always commands a high price upon the Scotch coast. As yet, their displeasure is only signified by sullen countenances and black looks, but I heard from the second mate this afternoon that they are contemplating sending a deputation to the captain to explain their grievance. I much doubt how he will receive it, as he is a man of a fierce temper, and very sensitive about anything approaching to an infringement in his rights. I shall venture after dinner to say a few words to him upon the subject. I have always found that he would tolerate from me what he would resent from any other member of the crew. Amsterdam Island, at the northwest corner of Spitzbergen, is visible upon our starboard quarter, a rugged line of volcanic rocks, intersected by white seams, which represent glaciers. It is curious to think that at the present moment there is probably no human being nearer to us than the Danish settlements in the south of Greenland. A good 900 miles as the crow flies. A captain takes a great responsibility upon himself when he risks his vessel under such circumstances. No whaler has ever remained in these latitudes till so advanced a period of the year. 9 p.m. I have spoken to Captain Craigie, and though the result has been hardly satisfactory, I am bound to say that he listened to what I had to say very quietly and very deferentially. When I had finished, he put on an air of iron determination which I have frequently observed upon his face, and paced rapidly backwards and forwards across the narrow cabin for some minutes. At first I feared that I had seriously offended him, but he dispelled the idea by sitting down again, and putting his hands upon my arm with a gesture which almost amounted to a caress. There was a depth of tenderness, too, in his wild dark eyes, which surprised me considerably. "Look here, Doctor," he said. "I'm sorry I overtook you. I am indeed. And I would give £50 this minute to see you standing safe upon a Dundee quay. It's hit or miss with me this time. There are fish to the north of us. How dare you shake your head, sir, when I tell you I saw them blowing from the masthead?" This is a sudden burst of fury, though I was not conscious of having shown any signs of doubt. 22 fish in as many minutes, as I am a living man, and not one under 10 foot. Now, Doctor, do you think I can leave the country when there is one infernal strip of ice between me and my fortune? If it came on to blow from the north tomorrow, we could fill the ship and be away before the frost would catch us. If it came on to blow from the south, well, I suppose the men are paid for risking their lives, and as for myself, it matters but little to me, for I have more to bind me to the other world than to this one. I confess that I am sorry for you, though. I wish I had old Angus Tate, who was with me the last voyage, for he was a man who would never be missed. And you said once that you were engaged, did you not?" "Yes," I answered, snapping the spring of the locket which hung from my watch chain, and holding up a little vignette of Flora. "Curse you!" he yelled, springing out of his seat, and his very beard bristling with passion. "What is your happiness to me? What have I to do with her that you must dangle her photograph before my eyes?" I almost thought that he was about to strike me in the frenzy of his rage, but with another imprecation he dashed upon the door of the cabin and rushed out upon deck, leaving me considerably astonished at his extraordinary violence. It is the first time he has shown me anything but courtesy and kindness. I can hear him pacing excitedly up and down overhead as I write these lines. I should like to give a sketch of the character of this man, but it seems presumptuous to attempt such a thing upon paper, when the idea in my own mind is at best a vague and uncertain one. Several times I have thought that I grasped the clue which might explain it, but only to be disappointed by his presenting himself in some new light which would upset all my conclusions. It may be that no human eye but my own shall ever rest upon these lines, yet as a psychological study I shall attempt to leave some record of Captain Nicholas Craigie. A man's outer case generally gives some indication of the soul within. The captain is tall and well-formed, with dark, handsome features, and a curious way of twitching his limbs, which may arise from nervousness, or may be simply an outcome of his excessive energy. His jaw and whole cast of countenance is manly and resolute, but the eyes are a distinctive feature of his face. They are of the very darkest hazel, bright and eager, with a singular mixture of recklessness in their expression, and of something else which I have sometimes thought was more allied with horror than any other emotion. Generally, the former predominated, but on occasions, and more particularly when he was thoughtfully inclined, the look of fear would spread and deepen until it imparted a new character to his whole countenance. It is at these times that he is most subject to tempestuous fits of anger, and I seem to be aware of it, for I have known him lock himself up so that no one might approach him until his dark hour has passed. He sleeps badly, as I have heard him shouting during the night, but his cabin is some little distance from mine, and I can never distinguish the words which he said. This is one phase of his character, and the most disagreeable one. It is only through my close association with him, thrown together as we are day after day, that I have observed it. Otherwise he is an agreeable companion, well-read and entertaining, and as gallant a seaman as ever trod a deck. shall not easily forget the way in which he handled the ship when we were caught by a gale among the loose ice at the beginning of April. I have never seen him so cheerful and even hilarious as he was that night, as he paced backwards and forward upon the bridge amid the flashing of lightning and the howling of the wind. He has told me several times that the thought of death was a pleasant one to him, which is a sad thing for a young man to say. He cannot be much more than 30, though his hair and mustache are already slightly grizzled. Some great sorrow must have overtaken him and blighted his whole life. Perhaps I should be the same if I lost my Flora. God knows, I think if it were not for her that I should care very little whether the wind blew from the north or the south tomorrow. There, I hear him come down the companion, and he's locked himself up in his room, which shows that he's still in an unamiable mood. And so to bed, as old Pepys would say, for the candle is burning down. We have to use them now since the nights are closing in, and the steward has turned in, and there are no hopes of another one. September 12th. Calm, clear day, and still lying in the same position. What wind there is comes from the southeast, but it is very slight. Captain is in a better humor, and apologized to me at breakfast for his rudeness. He still looks somewhat distrait, however, and retains that wild look in his eyes which in the Highlander would mean that he was fey. At least so our chief engineer remarked to me, and he has some reputation among the Celtic portion of our crew as a steer and expounder of omens. It is strange that superstition should have attained such mastery over this hard-headed and practical race. I could not have believed to what an extent it is carried, had I not observed it for myself. We have had a perfect epidemic of it this voyage, until I have felt inclined to serve out rations of sedatives and nerve tonics with a Saturday allowance of grog. The first symptom of it was that shortly after leaving Shetland, the men in the wheel used to complain that they heard plaintive cries and screams in the wake of the ship, as if something were following it and were unable to overtake it. This fiction had been kept up during the whole voyage, and on dark nights at the beginning of the seal fishing, it was only with great difficulty that men could be induced to do their spell. No doubt what they heard was either the creaking of the rudder chains or the cry of some passing seabird. I have been fetched out of bed several times to listen to it, but I need hardly say that I was never able to distinguish anything unnatural. The men, however, are so absurdly positive upon the subject that it is hopeless to argue with them. I mentioned this matter to the captain once, but to my surprise he took it very gravely, and indeed appeared to be considerably disturbed by what I told him. I should have thought that he at least would have been above such vulgar delusions. All this disquisition upon superstition leads me to the fact that Mr. Manson, our second mate, saw a ghost last night, or at least says that he did, which of course is the same thing. It is quite refreshing to have some new topic of conversation after the eternal routine of bears and whales which has served us for many months. Manson swears the ship is haunted, and that he would not stay in her a day if he had any other place to go. Indeed, the fellow is honestly frightened, and I've had to give him some chloral and bromide of potassium this morning to settle him down. He seemed quite indignant when I suggested that he had been having an extra glass the night before, and I was obliged to pacify him by keeping as grave a countenance as possible during his story, which he certainly narrated in a very straightforward and matter-of-fact way. I was on the bridge, he said, about 4 bells in the middle watch, just when the night was at its darkest. There was a bit of moon, but the clouds were blowing across it so that you couldn't see far from the ship. John McLeod, the harpooner, came aft from the forecastle head and reported a strange noise on the starboard bow. I went forward and we both heard it, sometimes like a bairn crying and sometimes like a wench in pain. I've been 17 years to the county and I've never heard seal, old or young, make a sound like that. As we were standing there on the forecastle head, the moon came out from behind the cloud, and we both saw a sort of white figure moving across the ice field in the same direction that we had heard the cries. We lost sight of it for a while, but it came back on the port bow, and we could just make it out like a shadow on the ice. I sent a hand aft with the rifles, and McLeod and I went down on the pack, thinking that maybe it might be a bear. When we got on the ice, I lost sight of McLeod, and I pushed on in the direction where I could still hear the cries. I followed them for a mile or maybe more, and then, running round a hummock, I came right onto the top of it, standing and waiting for me seemingly. I don't know what it was. It wasn't a bear anyway. It was tall and white and straight, and if it wasn't a man nor a woman, I'll stake my davy it was something worse. I made for the ship as hard as I can run, and precious glad I was to find myself aboard. I signed articles to do my duty by the ship, and on the ship I'll stay, but you don't catch me on that ice again after sundown. That is his story, given as far as I can in his own words. I fancy what he saw must, in spite of his denial, have been a young bear erected upon its hind legs, an attitude which they often assume when alarmed. In the uncertain light this would bear a resemblance to a human figure, especially to a man whose nerves were already somewhat shaken. Whatever it may have been, the occurrence is unfortunate, and for it has produced a most unpleasant effect upon the crew. Their looks are more sullen than before, and their discontent more open. The double grievance of being debarred from the herring fishing and of being detained in what they chose to call a haunted vessel may lead them to do something rash. Even the harpooners, who are the oldest and steadiest among them, are joining in the general agitation. Apart from this absurd outbreak of superstition, things are looking rather more cheerful. The pack which was forming to the south of us had partly cleared away, and the water is so warm as to lead me to believe that we are lying in one of those branches of the Gulf Stream which run up between Greenland and Spitzenberg. There are numerous small medusa and sealamunds about the ship, with abundance of shrimps, so that there is every possibility of fish being sighted. Indeed, one of them was seen blowing about dinner time, but in such a position that it was impossible for the boats to follow it. September 13th. Had an interesting conversation with the chief mate, Mr. Milne, upon the bridge. It seems that our captain is as great an enigma to the seamen, and even to the owners of the vessel, that he has been to me. Mr. Milne tells me that when the ship is paid off, upon returning from a voyage, Captain Craigie disappears, and is not seen again until the approach of another season, when he walks quietly into the office of the company, and asks whether his services will be required. He has no friend in Dundee, nor does anyone pretend to be acquainted with his early history. His position depends entirely upon his skill as a seaman, and the name for courage and coolness which he has earned in the capacity of mate, before being entrusted with a separate command. The unanimous opinion seems to be that he is a Scotchman, and that his name is an assumed one. Mr. Milne thinks that he has devoted himself to whaling simply for the reason that it is the most dangerous occupation which he could select, and that he courts death in every possible manner. He mentions several instances of this, one of which is rather curious, if true. It seems that on one occasion he did not put in an appearance at the office, and a substitute had to be selected in his place. This was at a time of the last Russian and Turkish war. When he turned up again next spring, he had a puckered wound on the side of his neck, which he used to endeavor to conceal with his cravat. Whether the mate's inference that he had engaged in the war is true or not, I cannot say. It was certainly a strange coincidence. The wind is veering round in an easterly direction, but it is still very slight. I think the ice is lying closer than it did yesterday. As far as the eye can reach out on every side, there is one wide expanse of spotless white, only broken by an occasional rift or the dark shadow of a hummock. To the south there is a narrow lane of blue water which is our sole means of escape, and which is closing up every day. The captain is taking a heavy responsibility upon himself. I hear that the tank of potatoes has been finished, and even the biscuits are running short, but he preserves the same impassible countenance, and spends the greater part of the day at the crow's nest, sweeping the horizon with his glass. His manner is very variable, and he seems to avoid my society, but there has been no repetition of the violence which he showed the other night. 7:30 p.m. My deliberate opinion is that we are commanded by a madman. Nothing else can account for the extraordinary vagaries of Captain Craigie. It is fortunate that I have kept this journal of our voyage, as it will serve to justify us in case we have to put him under any sort of restraint, a step which I can only consent to as a last resource. Curiously enough, it was as if he himself had suggested lunacy and not merely eccentricity as the secret of his strange conduct. He was standing upon the bridge about an hour ago, peering as usual through his glass, while I was walking up and down the quarterdeck. The majority of the men were below at their tea, for the watches have not been regularly kept of late. Tired of walking, I leaned against the bulwarks, and admired the mellow glow cast by the sinking sun upon the great ice fields which surround us. I was suddenly aroused from the reverie into which I was fallen by a hoarse voice at my elbow, and starting round I found the captain had descended and was standing by my side. He was staring out over the ice with an expression in such horror, surprise, and something approaching to joy for contending for his mastery. In spite of the cold, great drops of perspiration were coursing down his forehead, and he was evidently fearfully excited. His limbs twitched like those of a man upon the verge of an epileptic fit, and the lines of his mouth were drawn and hard. "Look," he gasped, seizing me by the wrist, but still keeping his eyes upon a distant ice, and moving his head slowly in a horizontal direction, as if following some object which was moving across the field of vision. "Look, there, man, there, between the hummocks, now coming out from behind the far one. You see her? You must see her. There still, flying from me, by God, flying from me, and gone." He uttered the last two words in a whisper of concentrated agony which shall never fade from my remembrance. Clinging to the ratlines, he endeavored to climb up upon the top of the bulwarks, as if in the hope of obtaining a last glance at the departing object. His strength was not equal to the attempt, however, and he staggered back against the saloon skylights, where he leaned, panting and exhausted. His face was so livid that I expected him to become unconscious, so lost no time in letting him down the companion and stretching him out upon one of the sofas of the cabin. I then poured him out some brandy, which I held to his lips, and which had a wonderful effect upon him, bringing the blood back into his white face and steadying his poor shaking limbs. He raised himself up upon his elbows, and looking round to see that we were alone, he beckoned to me to come and sit beside him. "You saw it, didn't you?" he asked, still in the same subdued, awesome tone, so foreign to the nature of the man. "No, I saw nothing." His head sank back against the cushions. "No, he wouldn't without the glass," he murmured. "He couldn't. It was the glass that showed her to me, and then the eyes of love. The eyes of love. I say, Doc, don't let the steward in. He'll think I'm mad. Just bolt the door, will you?" I rose and did what he commanded. He lay quiet for a while, lost in thought apparently, and then raised himself up upon his elbow again and asked for some more brandy. "You don't think I am, do you, Doc?" he asked, as I was putting the bottle back into the after locker. "Tell me now, as man to man, do you think that I am mad?" "I think you have something on your mind," I answered, "which is exciting you and doing you a great deal of harm." "Right there, lad," he cried, his eyes sparkling from the effects of the brandy. "Plenty on my mind, plenty. But I can work out the latitude and the longitude, and I can handle my sextant and manage my logarithms. You couldn't prove me mad in a court of law, could you now?" It was curious to hear the man lying back and coolly arguing out the question of his own sanity. "Perhaps not," I said, "but still I think you would be wise to get home as soon as you can, and settle down for a quiet life for a while." "Get home, eh?" he muttered, with a sneer upon his face. "One word for me and two for yourself, lad. Settle down with Flora, pretty little Flora. Are bad dreams signs of madness?" "Sometimes," I answered. "What else? What would be the first symptoms?" "Pains in the head, noises in the ears, flashes before the eyes, delusions." "Ah, what about them?" he interrupted. "What would you call a delusion?" "Seeing a thing which is not there is a delusion." "But she was there," he groaned to himself. "She was there." And rising, he unbolted the door and walked with slow and uncertain steps to his own cabin, where I have no doubt that he will remain until tomorrow morning. His system seems to have received a terrible shock, whatever it may have been that he imagined himself to have seen. The man becomes a greater mystery every day, though I fear that the solution which he has himself suggested is the correct one, and that his reason is affected. I do not think that a guilty conscience has anything to do with his behavior. The idea is a popular one among the officers, and I believe the crew, but I have seen nothing to support it. He has not the air of a guilty man, but of one who has had terrible usage at the hands of fortune, and who should be regarded as a martyr rather than a criminal. The wind is veering round to the south tonight. God help us if it blocks that narrow pass which is our only road to safety. Situated as we were on the edge of the main Arctic pack, or the barrier as it is called by the whalers, any wind from the north has the effect of shredding out the ice around us and allowing our escape, while a wind from the south blows up all the loose ice behind us and hems us in between two packs. God help us, I say again. September 14th. Sunday and a day of rest. My fears have been confirmed, and a thin strip of blue water has disappeared from the southward. Nothing but the great motionless ice fields around us, but with their weird hummocks and fantastic pinnacles. There is a deathly silence over all the wide expanse which is horrible. No lapping of the waves now, no crying of seagulls or straining of sails, but one deep universal silence in which the murmurs of the seamen and the creak of their boots upon the white shining deck seem discordant and out of place. Our only visitor was an Arctic fox, a rare animal upon the pack, though common enough upon the land. He did not come near the ship, however, but after surveying us from a distance, fled rapidly across the ice. This was curious conduct, as they generally know nothing of man, and being of an inquisitive nature, become so familiar that they are easily captured. Incredible as it may seem, even this little incident produced a bad effect upon the crew. "Yon poor beastie kens mair, eh, and sees mair nor you nor me," was the comment of one of the leading harpooners, and the others nodded in acquiescence. It is vain to attempt to argue against such puerile superstition. They have made up their minds that there is a curse upon the ship, and nothing will ever persuade them to the contrary. The captain remained in seclusion all day except for about half an hour in the afternoon, when he came out upon the quarterdeck. I observed that he kept his eye fixed upon the spot where the vision of yesterday had appeared, and was quite prepared for another outburst, but none such came. He did not seem to see me, although I was standing close beside him. Divine service was read as usual by the chief engineer. It is a curious thing that in whaling vessels, the Church of England prayer book is always employed, although there is never a member of the church among either officers or crew. Our men are either all Roman Catholics or Presbyterians, the former predominating. Since a ritual is used which is foreign to both, neither can complain that the other is preferred to them, and they listen with all attention and devotion, so that the system has something to recommend it. In a glorious sunset, which made the great fields of ice look like a lake of blood, I have never seen a finer and at the same time more weird effect. Wind is veering around. If it will blow 24 hours from the north, all will yet be well. September 15th. Today is Flora's birthday. Dear lass, it is well she cannot see her boy, as she used to call me, shut up among the ice fields with a crazy captain and a few weeks' provisions. No doubt she scans the shipping list in the Scotsman every morning to see if we are reported from Shetland. I have to set an example to the men and look cheery and unconcerned, but God knows my heart is very heavy at times. The thermometer is at 19 Fahrenheit today. There is but little wind, and what there is comes from an unfavorable quarter. Captain is in an excellent humor. I think he imagines he has seen some other omen or vision, poor fellow, during the night, for he came into my room early in the morning, and stooping down over my bunk, whispered, "It wasn't a delusion, Doc. It's all right." After breakfast he asked me to find out how much food was left, which the second mate and I proceeded to do. It is even less than we had expected. Forward they have half a tank full of biscuits, 3 barrels of salt meat, and a very limited supply of coffee beans and sugar. In the afterhold and lockers there are a good many luxuries, such as tinned salmon, soups, haricot mutton, etc., but they will go a very short way among a crew of 50 men. There are 2 barrels of flour in the storeroom, and an unlimited supply of tobacco. Altogether there is about enough to keep the men on half rations for 18 or 20 days, certainly not more. When we reported the state of things to the captain, he ordered all hands to be piped, and addressed them for the quarterdeck. I never saw him to better advantage. With his tall, well-knit figure and dark, animated face, he seemed a man born to command, and he discussed the situation in a cool, sailor-like way, which showed that while appreciating the danger, he had an eye for every loophole of escape. "My lads," he said, "no doubt you think I brought you into this fix, if it is a fix, and maybe some of you feel bitter against me on account of it. But you must remember that for many a season, no ship that comes to the county has brought in as much oil money as the Pole Star, and every one of you has had his share of it. You can leave your wives behind you in comfort, while other poor fellows come back to find our lasses on the parish. If you have to thank me for the one, you have to thank me for the other, and we may call it quits. We've tried a bold venture before this and succeeded, so now that we've tried one and failed, we've no cause to cry about it. If the worst comes to the worst, we can make the land across the ice and lay in a stock of seals, which will keep us alive until the spring. It won't come to that, though, for you'll see the Scotch coast again before 3 weeks are out. At present, every man must go on half rations, share and share alike, and no favor to any. Keep up your hearts, and you'll pull through this as you pulled through many a danger before." These few simple words of his had a wonderful effect upon the crew. His former unpopularity was forgotten, and the old harpooner, whom I have already mentioned for his superstition, let off 3 cheers, which were heartily joined in by all hands. September 16th. The wind had veered round to the north during the night, and the ice shows some symptoms of opening up. The men are in good humor, in spite of the short allowance upon which they have been placed. Steam is kept up in the engine room, that there may be no delay should an opening for their escape present itself. The captain is in exuberant spirits, though he still retains his wild, fey expression, which I have already remarked upon. This burst of cheerfulness puzzles me more than his former gloom. I cannot understand it. I think I mentioned in an early part of this journal that one of his oddities is that he never permits any person to enter his cabin, but insists upon making his own bed, such as it is, and performing every other office himself. To my surprise, he handed me the key today and requested me to go down there and take the time by the chronometer while he measured the altitude of the sun at noon. It is a bare little room, containing a washing stand and a few books, but little else in the way of luxury, except some pictures on the wall. The majority of these are some cheap oleographs, but there was one watercolored sketch of the head of a young lady which arrested my attention. It was evidently a portrait, and not one of those fancy types of female beauty which sailors particularly affect. No artist could have evolved from his own such a curious mixture of character and weakness. The languid, dreamy eyes, with their dripping lashes, and the broad, low brow, unruffled by thought or care, were in strong contrast to the clean-cut, prominent jaw and the resolute set of the upper lip. Underneath it in one of the corners was written, M.B. at 19. That any one in the short space of 19 years of existence could develop such strength of will as was stamped upon her face seemed to me at the time to be well nigh incredible. She must have been an extraordinary woman. Her features have thrown such a glamour over me that, though I had but a fleeting glance at them, I could, were I a draftsman, reproduce them line for line upon this page of the journal. I wonder what part she has played in our captain's life. She has hung her picture at the end of his berth, so that his eyes continually rest upon it. Were he a less reserved man, I should make some remark upon the subject. Of the other things in his cabin, there was nothing worth of mention. Uniform coats, a camp stool, small looking-glass, tobacco box, and numerous pipes, including an oriental hookah, which, by the by, gives some color to Mr. Milne's story about his participation in the war, though the connection may seem rather a distant one. 11:20 p.m. Captain just gone to bed after a long and interesting conversation of general topics. When he chooses, he can be a most fascinating companion, being remarkably well read, and having the power of expressing his opinion forcibly without appearing to be dogmatic. I hate to have my intellectual toes trod upon. He spoke upon the nature of the soul, and sketched out the views of Aristotle and Plato upon the subject in a masterly manner. He seems to have a leaning for metempsychosis and the doctrines of Pythagoras. In discussing them, we touched upon modern spiritualism, and I made some joking allusions to the impostures of Slade, upon which, to my surprise, he warned me most impressively against confusing the innocent with the guilty, and argued that it would be as logical to brand Christianity as an error because Judas, who professed that religion, was a villain. He shortly afterwards bade me good night and retired to his room. The wind is freshening up and blows steadily from the north. The nights are as dark now as they are in England. I hope tomorrow may set us free from our frozen fetters. September 17th. The bogey again. Thank heaven that I have strong nerves. The superstition of these poor fellows and the circumstantial accounts which they give, with the utmost earnestness and self-conviction, would horrify any man not accustomed to their ways. There are many versions of the matter, but the sum total of them is that something uncanny has been flitting around the ship at night, and that Sandy MacDonald of Peterhead and Lang Peter Williamson of Shetland saw it too, and also did Mr. Milne on the bridge, so having 3 witnesses, they can have a better case of it than the second mate did. I spoke to Milne after breakfast, and told him that he should be above such nonsense, and that as an officer he ought to set the men a better example. He shook his weather-beaten head ominously, but answered with the characteristic caution, "Maybe, aye, maybe not, Doctor," he said. "I didna call it a ghost. I canna say I preen my faith in the sea bogles and the like, though there's a many that claim that they've seen that in war. I'm no easy feared, but maybe your own blood would run a cold, man, if instead of spearing about in the daylight you were with me last night, and seen an awful shape, white and gruesome, whiles here, whiles there, and a greeting and cawing in the darkness, like a bit lamby that lost its mother. You would ne'er be sae ready to put it doon to old wives' clavers then, I'm thinking." I saw it was hopeless to reason with him, so contented myself with begging him as a personal favor to call me up the next time the spectre appeared, a request which he acceded with many ejaculations expressive of the hopes that such an opportunity might never arise. As I had hoped, the white desert behind us had become broken by many thin streaks of water which intersect it in all directions. Our latitude today was 80 degrees, 52 minutes north, which shows that there is a strong southerly drift upon the pack. Should the wind continue favorable, it would break up as rapidly as it formed. At present we can do nothing but smoke and wait and hope for the best. I am rapidly becoming a fatalist. When dealing with such uncertain factors as wind and ice, a man can be nothing else. Perhaps it was the wind and sand of the Arabian deserts which gave the minds of the original followers of Mohammed their tendency to bow to Kismet. These spectral alarms have had a very bad effect upon the captain. I feared that it might excite his sensitive mind, and endeavored to conceal the absurd story from him, but unfortunately he overheard one of the men making an allusion to it, and insisted upon being informed about it. As I had expected, it brought out all his latent lunacy in an exaggerated form. I can hardly believe that this is the same man who discoursed philosophy last night with the most critical acumen and coolest judgment. He is pacing backwards and forwards upon the quarter-deck like a caged tiger, stepping now and again to throw out his hands in a yearning gesture and stare impatiently out over the ice. He keeps up a continual mutter to himself, and once he called out, "But a little time, love, but a little time." Poor fellow! It is sad to see a gallant seaman, an accomplished gentleman, reduced to such a pass, and to think that imagination and delusion can cow a mind to which real danger was but the salt of life. Was ever a man in such a position as I, between a demented captain and a ghost-seeing mate? I sometimes think I'm the only really sane man aboard the vessel, except perhaps the second engineer, who was a kind of ruminant, and would care nothing for all the fiends in the Red Sea, so long as they would leave him alone and not disarrange his tools. The ice is still opening rapidly, and there is every probability of our being able to make a start tomorrow morning. They will think I am inventing when I tell them at home all the strange things that have befallen me. 12 p.m. I have been a good deal startled. though I feel steadier now, thanks to a stiff glass of brandy. I am hardly myself yet, however, as this handwriting will testify. The fact is that I have gone through a very strange experience, and I'm beginning to doubt whether I was justified in branding everyone on board as madmen, because they profess to have seen the things which did not seem reasonable to my understanding. Pshaw! I am a fool to let such a trifle unnerve me. And yet, coming as it does after all these alarms, it has an additional significance, for I cannot doubt either Mr. Manson's story or that of the mate, now that I have experienced that which I used formerly to scoff at. After all, it was nothing very alarming, a mere sound, and that was all. I cannot expect that anyone reading this, if anyone should read it, will sympathize with my feelings or realize the effect which it produced upon me at the time. Supper was over, and I had gone on deck to have a quiet pipe before turning in. The night was very dark, so dark that standing under the quarter-boat, I was unable to see the officer upon the bridge. I think I have already mentioned the extraordinary silence which prevails in these frozen seas. In other parts of the world, be they ever so barren, there is some slight vibration of the air, some faint hum, be it from the distant haunts of men, or from the leaves of the trees, or the wings of the bird, or even the faint rustle of the grasses that cover the ground. One may not actively perceive the sound, and yet if it were withdrawn, it would be missed. It is only here in these Arctic seas that stark, unfathomable stillness obtrudes itself upon you in all its gruesome reality. You find your tympanum straining to catch some little murmur, and dwelling eagerly upon every accidental sound within the vessel. In this state I was leaning against the bulwarks when there arose from the ice, almost directly underneath me, a cry, sharp and shrill upon the silent air of the night, beginning, as it seemed to me, at a note such a prima donna never reached, and mounting from that ever higher and higher until it culminated in a long wail of agony, which might have been the last cry of a lost soul. The ghastly scream is still ringing in my ears. Grief, unutterable grief, seemed to be expressed in it, and a great longing, and yet through it all there was an occasional wild note of exultation. It shrilled out from close behind me, yet as I glared into the darkness I could discern nothing. I waited some little time, but without hearing any repetition of the sound, so I came below, more shaken than I had ever been in my life before. As I came down the companion, I met Mr. Milne coming up to relieve the watch. "Weel, doctor," he said, "maybe that's old wives' clavers too. Do you hear no skirling? Maybe that's a superstition. What do you think o't now?" I was obliged to apologize to the honest fellow, and acknowledge that I was as puzzled by it as he was. Perhaps tomorrow things may look different. At present, I daily hard write all that I think. Reading it again in days to come, when I have shaken off these associations, I might despise myself for having been so weak. September 18th. Passed a restless and uneasy night, still haunted by a strange sound. The captain does not look as if he has much repose either, for his face is haggard and his eyes bloodshot. I have not told him of my adventure last night, nor shall I. He is already restless and excited, standing up, sitting down, and apparently utterly unable to keep still. A fine lead appeared in the pack this morning, as I have expected, and we were able to cast off our ice anchor and steam about 12 miles in the west-southwesterly direction. We were then brought to a halt by a great floe as massive as any which we had left behind us. It bars our progress completely, so we can do nothing but anchor again and wait until it breaks up, which it will probably do within 24 hours, if the wind holds. Several bladder-nosed seals were seen swimming in the water, and one was shot, an immense creature more than 11 feet long. They are fierce, pugnacious animals, and are said to be more than a match for a bear. Fortunately, they are slow and clumsy in their movements, so there is little danger in attacking them upon the ice. The captain evidently does not think we have seen the last of our troubles, though why we should take such a gloomy view of the situation is more than I can fathom, since everyone else on board considers that we have had a miraculous escape, and are sure now to reach the open sea. "I suppose you think it's all right now, doctor," he said, as we sat together after dinner. "I hope so," I answered. "We mustn't be too sure, and yet no doubt you are right. We'll all be in the arms of our true loves before long, lad, won't we? But we mustn't be too sure. We mustn't be too sure." He sat silent a little, swinging his leg thoughtfully backwards and forwards. "Look here," he continued. "It's a dangerous place, this, even at its best. A treacherous, dangerous place. I have known men cut off very suddenly in a land like this. A slip would do it sometimes, a single slip, and down you go through a crack, and only a bubble in the green water to show where it was that you sank. It's a queer thing," he continued with a nervous laugh, "but all the years I've been in this country I never once thought of making a will. Not that I have anything to leave in particular, but still, when a man is exposed to danger, he should have something arranged and ready, don't you think?" "Certainly," I answered, wondering what on earth he was driving at. He feels better for knowing it's all settled, he went on. Now, if anything should ever befall me, I hope you will look after my things for me. There's very little in the cabin, but such as it is, I should like it to be sold, and the money divided in some proportion as the oil money among the crew. The chronometer I wish you to keep yourself as some slight remembrance of our voyage. Of course, all this is mere precaution, but I thought I would take the opportunity of speaking to you about it. I suppose I might rely upon you if there's any necessity? Most assuredly, I answered, and since you are taking this step, I may as well— You, he interrupted. You're all right. What the devil's the matter with you? There, I didn't mean to be peppery, but I don't like to hear a young fellow that has hardly begun life speculating about death. Go up on deck and get some fresh air into your lungs instead of talking nonsense in the cabin, and encouraging me to do the same. The more I think of this conversation of ours, the less do I like it. Why should a man be settling his affairs at the very time when we seem to be emerging from all danger? There must be some method to his madness. Can it be that he contemplates suicide? I remember that upon one occasion he spoke in a deeply reverent manner of the heinousness of the crime of self-destruction. I shall keep my eye upon him, however, and though I cannot obtrude upon the privacy of his cabin, I shall at least make a point of remaining on deck as long as he stays up there. Mr. Milne pooh-poohs my fears, and said it's only the skipper's little way. He himself takes a very rosy view of the situation. According to him, we shall be out of the ice by the day after tomorrow, past Jan Mayen 2 days after that, and sight Shetland in a little more than a week. I hope he may not be too sanguine. His opinions may be fairly balanced against the gloomy precautions of the captain, for he is an old and experienced seaman, and weighs his words well before uttering them. The long impending catastrophe has come at last. I hardly know what to write about it. The captain is gone. He may come back to us alive, but I fear me. It is now 7 o'clock of the morning of the 19th of September. I spent the whole night traversing the great ice floe in front of us with a party of seamen in the hopes of coming upon some trace of him, but in vain. I shall try to give some account of the circumstances which attended upon his disappearance. Should anyone ever chance to read the words which I put down, I trust they will remember that I do not write from conjecture or from hearsay, but that I, a sane and educated man, am describing accurately what actually occurred before my very eyes. My inferences are my own, but I shall be answerable for the facts. The captain remained in excellent spirits after the conversation which I have recorded. He appeared to be nervous and impatient, however, frequently changing his position, and moving his limbs in an aimless, choric way which is characteristic of him at times. In a quarter of an hour he went upon deck 7 times, only to descend after a few hurried paces. I followed him each time, for there was something about his face which confirmed my resolution of not letting him out of my sight. He seemed to observe the effect which his movements had produced, for he endeavored by an overdone hilarity, laughing boisterously at the very smallest of jokes, to quiet my apprehensions. After supper he went on to the poop once more, and I with him. The night was dark and very still, save for the melancholy soughing of the wind among the spars. A thick cloud was coming up from the northwest, and the ragged tentacles which it threw out in front of it were drifting across the face of the moon, which only shone now and again through a rift in the rack. The captain paced rapidly backwards and forwards, and then seeing me dogging him, he came across and hinted that he thought I should be better below, which, I need hardly to say, had the effect of strengthening my resolution to remain on deck. I think he forgot about my presence after this, for he stood silently leaning over the taffrail and peering out across the great desert of snow, part of which lay in shadow, while part glittered mistily in the moonlight. Several times I could see by his movements that he was referring to his watch, and once he muttered a short sentence, of which I could only catch the one word, ready. I confess to having an eerie feeling creeping over me as I watched the loom of his tall figure through the darkness, and noted how completely he filled the idea of a man who was keeping a tryst. A tryst with whom? Some vague perception began to dawn upon me as I pieced one fact with another, but I was utterly unprepared for the sequel. By the sudden intensity of his attitude, I felt that he saw something. I crept up behind him. He was staring with an eager, questioning gaze at what seemed to be a wreath of mist, blown swiftly in line with the ship. It was a dim, nebulous body devoid of shape, sometimes more, sometimes less apparent, as the light fell upon it. The moon was dimmed in its brilliance at the moment by a canopy of the thinnest cloud, like the coating of an anemone. "Coming, lass, coming," cried the skipper, in a voice of unfathomable tenderness and compassion, like one who soothes a beloved one about some favor long looked for, and as pleasant to bestow as to receive. What followed happened in an instant. I had no power to interfere. He gave one spring to the top of the bulwarks, and another which took him onto the ice, almost to the feet of the pale misty figure. He held out his hands as if to clasp it, and so ran into the darkness with outstretched arms and loving words. I still stood rigid and motionless, straining my eyes after his retreating form, until his voice died away in the distance. I never thought to see him again, but at that moment the moon shone out brilliantly through a chink in the cloudy heaven and illuminated the great field of ice. Then I saw his dark figure already a very long way off, running with prodigious speed across the frozen plain. That was the last glimpse which we caught of him, perhaps the last we ever shall. A party was organized to follow him, and I accompanied them, but the men's hearts were not in the work, and nothing was found. Another will be forming within a few hours. I can hardly believe I have not been dreaming, or suffering from some hideous nightmare as I write these down. 7:30 p.m. Just returned dead beat and utterly tired out from the second unsuccessful search for the captain. The floe is of enormous extent, for though we have traversed at least 20 miles of its surface, there has been no sign of it coming to an end. The frost has been so severe of late that an overlying snow is frozen as hard as granite. Otherwise we might have had the footsteps to guide us. The crew are anxious that we should cast off and steam round the floe, and so to the southward, for the ice has opened up during the night, and the sea is visible upon the horizon. They argue that Captain Craigie is certainly dead, and that we are all risking our lives to no purpose by remaining when we have an opportunity to escape. Mr. Milne and I have had the greatest difficulty in persuading them to wait until tomorrow night, and have been compelled to promise that we will not under any circumstances delay our departure longer than that. We propose, therefore, to take a few hours' sleep, and then to start upon a final search. September 20th, evening. I crossed the ice this morning with a party of men exploring the southern part of the floe, while Mr. Milne went off in the northerly direction. We pushed on for 10 or 12 miles without seeing a trace of any living thing except a single bird, which fluttered a great way over our heads, and which by its flight I should have judged to have been a falcon. The southern extremity of the ice field tapered away into a long, narrow spit, which projected out upon the sea. When we came to the base of this promontory, the men halted, but I begged them to continue to the extreme end of it, that we might have the satisfaction of knowing that no possible chance has been neglected. We can hardly have gone 100 yards before MacDonald of Peterhead cried out that he saw something in front of us, and began to run. We all got a glimpse of it and ran too. At first it was only a vague darkness against the white ice, but as we raced along together it took the shape of a man, and eventually of the man whom we were in search. He was lying face downwards upon a frozen bank. Many little crystals of ice and feathers of snow had drifted onto him as he lay, and sparkled upon the dark seaman's jacket. As he came up, some wandering puff of wind caught these tiny flakes in a vortex, and they whirled up in the air, partially descending again, and then, once more in current, sped rapidly away in the direction of the sea. To my eyes it seemed but a snowdrift, but many of my companions averred that it started up in the shape of a woman, stooped over the corpse, and kissed it, and then hurried away across the floe. I have learned never to ridicule any man's opinion, however strange it may seem. Sure it is that Captain Nicholas Craigie had met with no painful end, for there was a bright smile upon his blue-pinched features, and his hands were still outstretched, as though grasping at the strange visitor which had summoned him away into the dim world that lies beyond the grave. We buried him in the afternoon with the ship's ensign around him, and a 32-pound shot at his feet. I read the burial service, which the rough sailors wept like children, for there were many who owed much to his kind heart, and who showed now the affection which his strange ways had repelled during his lifetime. He went off the grating with a dull, sullen splash, and as I looked into the green water, I saw him go down, 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 until he was but a flickering patch of white hanging above the outskirts of eternal darkness. Then even that faded away, and he was gone. There he shall lie, with his secret and his sorrows and his misery all still buried in his breast, until that great day when the sea shall give up its dead, and Nicholas Craigie come out from among the ice with a smile upon his face, and his stiffened arms outstretched in greeting. I pray that his lot may be a happier one in that life than it has been in this. I shall not continue my journal. Our road to home lies plain and clear before us, and the great ice field will soon be a remembrance of the past. It will be some time before I get over the shock produced by recent events. When I began this record of our voyage, I little thought of how I should be compelled to finish it. I am writing these final words in the lonely cabin, but starting at times and fancying I hear the quick nervous steps of a dead man upon the deck above me. I entered the cabin tonight, as was my duty, to make a list of his effects in order that they may be entered into the official log. All was as it had been upon my previous visit, save that the picture which I had described as having hung at the end of his bed had been cut out of its frame as with a knife, and was gone. With this last link in the strange chain of evidence, I close my diary on the voyage of the Polestar. Note by Dr. John McAllister Ray, Sr. I have read over the strange events connected with the death of the captain of the Polestar, as narrated in the journal of my son. That everything occurred exactly as he describes it, I have the fullest confidence, and indeed the most positive certainty. for I know him to be a strong-nerved and unimaginative man, with the strictest regard for veracity. Still, the story is, on the face of it, so vague and so improbable that I was long opposed to its publication. Within the last few days, however, I have had an independent testimony upon the subject which throws a new light upon it. I had run down to Edinburgh to attend the meeting of a British Medical Association, where I chanced to come across Dr. P., an old college chum of mine, now practicing at Saltish in Devonshire. Upon my telling him of this experience of my son's, he declared to me that he was familiar with the man, and proceeded, to my own no surprise, to give me a description of him, which tallied remarkably well with that given in the journal, except that he depicted him as a younger man. According to his account, he had been engaged to a young lady of singular beauty residing upon the Cornish coast. During his absence at sea, his betrothed had died under circumstances of peculiar horror. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Dealings of Captain Sharkey and Other Stories of Pirates by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joe DeNoia, Somerset, New Jersey. The Fiend of the Cooperage. It was no easy matter to bring the Gamecock up to the island, for the river had swept down so much silt that the banks extended for many miles out into the Atlantic. The coast was hardly to be seen when the first white curl of the breakers warned us of our danger, and from there onwards we made our way very carefully under mainsail and jib, keeping the broken water well to the left, as is indicated on the chart. More than once her bottom touched the sand. We were drawing something under 6 feet at the time, but we had always way enough and luck enough to carry us through. Finally, the water shoaled very rapidly, but they had sent a canoe from the factory, and the crewboy pilot brought us within 200 yards of the island. Here we dropped our anchor, for the gestures of the Negro indicated that we cannot hope to get any farther. The blue of the sea had changed to the brown of the river, and, even under the shelter of the island, the current was singing and swirling round our bows. The stream appeared to be in spate, for it was over the roots of the palm trees, and everywhere upon its muddy, greasy surface we could see logs of wood and debris of all sorts, which had been carried down by the flood. When I had assured myself that we swung securely at our moorings, I thought it best to begin watering at once, for the place looked as if it reeked with fever. The heavy river, with muddy, shining banks, the bright, poisonous green of the jungle, the moist steam in the air, they were all so many danger signals to one who could read them. I sent the longboat off, therefore, with 2 large hogsheads, which should be sufficient to last us until we made St. Paul de Loanda. For my own part, I took the dinghy and rowed for the island, for I can see the Union Jack fluttering above the palms to mark the position of Armitage and Wilson's trading station. When I had cleared the grove, I could see the place, a long, low, whitewashed building, with a deep veranda in front, and an immense pile of palm oil barrels heaped upon either flank of it. A row of surf boats and canoes lay along the beach, and a single small jetty projected into the river. 2 men in white suits, with red cummerbunds round their waists, were waiting upon the end of it to receive me. One was a large, portly fellow with a grayish beard. The other was slender and tall, with a pale, pinched face, which was half concealed by a great mushroom-shaped hat. "Very glad to see you," said the latter, cordially. "I am Walker, the agent of Armitage and Wilson. Let me introduce Dr. Severall, of the same company. It is not often we see a private yacht in these parts." "She's the Gamecock," I explained. "I'm owner and captain. Meldrum is the name." "Exploring?" he asked. "I'm a lepidopterist, a butterfly catcher. I've been doing the west coast from Senegal downwards." "Good sport?" said the doctor, turning a slow, yellow-shot eye upon me. "I have 40 cases full. We came in here to water, and also to see what you have in my line." These introductions and explanations had filled up the time whilst my 2 crew boys were making the dinghy fast. Then I walked down the jetty with one of my new acquaintances upon either side, each plying with questions, for they had seen no white man for months. "What do we do?" said the doctor, when I had begun asking questions in my turn. "Our business keeps us pretty busy, and in our leisure time we talk politics. Yes, by the special mercy of Providence, Severall is a rank radical, and I am a good stiff unionist, and we talk home rule for 2 solid hours every evening." "And drink quinine cocktails," said the doctor. "We're both pretty well salted now, but our normal temperature was about 103 last year. I shouldn't, as an impartial adviser, recommend you to stay here very long, unless you are collecting bacilli as well as butterflies. The mouth of the Ogowai River will never develop into a health resort. There is nothing finer than the way in which these outlying pickets of civilization distill a grim humor out of their desolate situation, and turn not only a bold but a laughing face upon the chances which their lives may bring. Everywhere from Sierra Leone downwards I had found the same reeking swamps, the same isolated fever-wrecked communities, and the same bad jokes. There is something approaching to the divine in the power of a man to rise above his conditions and to use his mind for the purpose of mocking all the miseries of his body. Dinner will be ready in half an hour, Captain Meldrum, said the doctor. Walker's gone in to see about it. He's the housekeeper this week. Meanwhile, if you like, we'll stroll around, and I'll show you the sights of the island. The sun had already sunk beneath the line of palm trees, and the great arch of the heaven above our head was like the inside of a huge shell, shimmering with dainty pinks and delicate iridescence. No one who has not lived in the land where the weight and heat of the napkin became intolerable upon the knees can imagine the blessed relief which the coolness of evenings brings along with it. In this sweeter and purer air the doctor and I walked around the little island, he pointing out the stores and explaining the routine of his work. There's a certain romance about the place, said he, in answer to some remark of mine about the dullness of our lives. We are living here just upon the edge of the great unknown. Up there, he continued, pointing to the northeast, Dukailu penetrated and found the home of the gorilla. That is the Gaboon country, the land of the great apes. In this direction, pointing to the southeast, no one has been very far. The land which is drained by this river is practically unknown to Europeans. Every log which is carried past us by the current has come from an undiscovered country. I've often wished that I was a better botanist when I have seen the singular orchids and curious-looking plants which have been cast up on the eastern end of the island. The place, which the doctor indicated, was a sloping brown beach, freely littered with the flotsam of the stream. At each end was a curved point, like a little natural breakwater, so that a small shallow bay was left between. This was full of floating vegetation, with a single huge splintered tree lying stranded in the middle of it, the current rippling against its high black side. These are all from up country, said the doctor. They get caught in our little bay, and then when some extra freshet comes, they are washed out again and carried out to sea. What is the tree? I asked. Oh, some kind of teak, I should imagine, but pretty rotten by the look of it. We get all sorts of big hardwood trees floating past here, to say nothing of the palms. Just come in here, will you? He led the way into a long building with an immense quantity of barrel staves and iron hoops littered about it. This is our cooperage, said he. We have the staves sent out in bundles, and we put them together ourselves. Now you don't see anything particularly sinister about this building, do you? We looked around at the high corrugated iron roof, and white wooden walls, and the earthen floor. In one corner lay a mattress with a blanket. I see nothing very alarming, said I. And yet there's something out of the common, too, he remarked. You see that bed? Well, I intend to sleep there tonight. I don't want to buck, but I think it's a bit of a test for nerve. Why? Oh, there have been some funny things going on. You were talking about the monotony of our lives, but I assure you that they are sometimes quite as exciting as we wish them to be. You'd better come back to the house now, for after sundown we begin to get the fever fog up from the marshes. There, you can see it coming across the river. I looked and saw a long tentacle of white vapor writhing out from among the thick green underwood and crawling at us over the broad swirling surface of the brown river. At the same time the air turned suddenly dank and cold. There's the dinner gong, said the doctor. If this matter interests you, I'll tell you about it afterwards. It did interest me very much, for there was something earnest and subdued in his manner as he stood in the empty cooperage, which appealed very forcibly to my imagination. He was a big, bluff, hearty man, this doctor, and yet I detected a curious expression in his eyes as he glanced about him, an expression which I would not describe as one of fear, but rather of a man who was alert and on guard. By the way, said I as we returned to the house, you have shown me the huts of a good many of your native assistants, but I have not seen any of the natives themselves. They sleep in the hulk over yonder, the doctor answered, pointing over to one of the banks. Indeed, I should not have thought in that case that they would need the huts. Oh, they used the huts until quite recently. We've put them in the hulk until they've recovered their confidence a little. They were all half mad with fright, so we let them go, and nobody sleeps on the island except Walker and myself. What frightened them? I asked. Well, that brings us back to the same story. I suppose Walker has no objection to your hearing all about it. I don't know why we should make any secret about it, though it is certainly a pretty bad business. He made no further allusion to it during the excellent dinner which had been prepared in my honor. It appeared that no sooner had the little white topsail of the Gamecock shown round the Cape Lopez that these kind fellows had begun to prepare their famous pepper pot, which is the pungent stew peculiar to the West Coast, and to boil their yams and sweet potatoes. We sat down to as good a native dinner as one could wish, served by a smart Sierra Leone waiting boy. I was just remarking to myself that he at least had not shared in the general fright, when, having laid the dessert and the wine on the table, he raised his hand to his turban. "Anything else I do, Massa Walker?" he asked. "No, I think that should be all right, Musa," my host answered. "I'm not feeling very well tonight, though, and I should much prefer if you would stay on the island." I saw a struggle between his fears and his duty upon the swarthy face of the African. His skin had turned of a livid purplish tint, which stands for pallor in a Negro, and his eyes looked furtively about him. "No, no, Master Walker," he cried at last. "You better come to the hulk with me, sir. Look after you much better in the hulk, sah." "That won't do, Musa. White men don't run away from the post when they are placed." Again I saw the passionate struggle in the Negro's face, and again his fears prevailed. "No use, Massa Walker, sah," he cried. "So help me, I can't do it. If it was yesterday, or if it was tomorrow, but this is the third night, sah, and it's more than I can face." Walker shrugged his shoulders. "Off with you, then," said he. "When the mail boat comes, you can get back to Sierra Leone, for I'll have no servant who deserts me when I need him most. I suppose this is all mystery to you, or has the doctor told you, Captain Meldrum?" "I showed Captain Meldrum the cooperage, but I did not tell him anything," said Dr. Severill. "You're looking bad, Walker," he added, glancing at his companion. "You have a strong touch coming on you." "Yes, I've had the shivers all day, and now my head is like a cannonball. I took 10 grains of quinine, and my ears are singing like a kettle. But I want to sleep with you in the cooperage tonight." "No, no, my dear chap, I won't hear of such a thing. You must get to bed at once, and I am sure Meldrum will excuse you. I shall sleep in the cooperage, and I promise you that I'll be round with your medicine before breakfast." It was evident that Walker had been struck by one of those sudden and violent attacks of remittent fever, which are the curse of the West Coast. His sallow cheeks were flushed and his eyes shining with fever, and suddenly as he sat there, he began to croon out a song in the high-pitched voice of a delirium. "Come, come, we must get you to bed, old chap," said the doctor, and with my aid he led his friend into his bedroom. There we undressed him, and presently, after taking a strong sedative, he settled down into a deep slumber. "He's right for the night," said the doctor, and we sat down and filled our glasses once more. Sometimes it is my turn, and sometimes his, but fortunately we have never been down together. I should have been sorry to be out of it tonight, for I have a little mystery to unravel. I told you that I intended to sleep in the cooperage. Yes, you said so. When I said sleep, I meant watch, for there will be no sleep for me. We've had such a scare there that no native will stay after sundown, and I mean to find out tonight what the cause of it may be. It has always been the custom for a native watchman to sleep in the cooperage, to prevent the barrel hoops being stolen. Well, 6 days ago the fellow who slept there disappeared. We have never seen a trace of him since. It was certainly singular, for no canoe had been taken, and these waters are too full of crocodiles for any man to swim to shore. What became of the fellow, or how he could have left the island, is a complete mystery. Walker and I were merely surprised, but the blacks were badly scared, and queer voodoo tales began to get about amongst them. But the real stampede broke out 3 nights ago, when the new watchman in the cooperage also disappeared. "What became of him?" I asked. "Well, we not only don't know, but we can't even give a guess which would fit the facts. The nigger swears there is a fiend in the cooperage who claims a man every 3rd night. They wouldn't stay in the island. Nothing could persuade them. Even Musa, who's a faithful boy enough, would, as you have seen him, leave his master in a fever rather than remain for the night. If we are to continue to run this place, we must reassure our niggers, and I don't know any better way of doing it than by putting in a night there myself. This is the 3rd night, you see, so I suppose the thing is due, whatever it may be." "You have no clue?" I asked. "Was there no mark of violence, no blood stain, no footprints, nothing to give you a hint as to what kind of danger you may have to meet?" "Absolutely nothing. The man was gone, and that was all. Last time it was old Ali, who had been the wharf tender here since the place was started. He was always as steady as a rock, and nothing but foul play would take him from his work." "Well," said I really don't think this is a one-man job. Your friend is full of laudanum, and come what might, he could be of no assistance to you. You must let me stay and put in the night with you in the cooperage." "Well, now, that's very good of you, Meldrum," said he heartily, shaking my hand across the table. "It's not a thing I should have ventured to propose, for it's asking a good deal of a casual visitor. But if you really mean it—" "Certainly I mean it. If you will excuse me a moment, I will hail the Gamecock and let them know that they need not expect me." As we came back from the other end of the little jetty, we were both struck by the appearance of the night. A huge, blue-black pile of clouds had built itself up upon the landward side, and the wind came from it in little hot pants, which beat upon our faces like the draft from a blast furnace. Under the jetty the river was swirling and hissing, tossing little white spurts of spray over the planking. "Confound it," said Dr. Severill. "We are likely to have a flood on top of all of our troubles. That rise in the river means heavy rain up country, and when it once begins, you never know how far it will go. We've had the island nearly covered before now. Well, we'll just go see that Walker is comfortable, and then if you like, we'll settle down in our quarters." The sick man was sunk in a profound slumber, and we left him with some crushed limes in a glass beside him, in case he should awake with the thirst of fever upon him. Then we made our way through the unnatural gloom thrown by that menacing cloud. The river had risen so high that the little bay which I had described at the end of the island had become almost obliterated through the submerging of the flanking peninsula. The great raft of driftwood, with the huge black tree in the middle, was swaying up and down the swollen current. "That's one good thing a flood will do for us," said the doctor. "It carries away all the vegetable stuff which it brought down on the east end of the island. It came down with the freshet the other day, and here it will stay until the flood sweeps it out into the main stream. Well, here's our room, and here are some books, and here's my tobacco pouch. We must try and put in the night as best we may." By the light of our single lantern, the great lonely room looked very gaunt and dreary. Save for the piles of staves and heaps of hoops, there was absolutely nothing in it, with the exception of the mattress for the doctor, which had been laid in the corner. We made a couple of seats and a table out of the staves, and settled down together for a long vigil. Several had brought a revolver from me, and was himself armed with a double-barreled shotgun. We loaded our weapons and laid them cocked within reach of our hands. The little circle of light and the black shadows arching over us were so melancholy that he went off to the house, and returned with 2 candles. One side of the cooperage was pierced, however, by several open windows, and it was only by screening our lights behind staves that we could prevent them from being extinguished. The doctor, who appeared to be a man of iron nerves, had settled down to a book, but I observed that every now and then he laid it upon his knees, and took an earnest look all around him. For my part, although I tried once or twice to read, I found it impossible to concentrate my thoughts upon the book. They would always wander back to this great, empty, silent room, and to the sinister mystery which overshadowed it. I racked my brains for some possible theory which would explain the disappearance of these 2 men. There was the black fact that they were gone, and not the least tittle of evidence as to why or whither. And here we are waiting in the same place, waiting without an idea as to what we were waiting for. I was right in saying that it is not a one-man job. It was trying enough as it was, but no force upon earth would have kept me there without a comrade. What an endless, tedious night it was. Outside we heard the lapping and gurgling of the great river, and the soughing of the rising wind. Within, save for our breathing, the turning of the doctor's pages, and the high, shrill ping of an occasional mosquito, there was a heavy silence. Once my heart sprang into my mouth, as Severall's books suddenly fell to the ground, and he sprang to his feet with his eyes on one of the windows. "Did you see anything, Meldrum?" "No. Did you?" "Well, I had a vague sense of movement outside that window." He caught up his gun and approached it. "No, there's nothing to be seen, and yet I could have sworn that something passed slowly across it." "A palm leaf, perhaps," said I, for the wind was growing stronger every instant. "Very likely," said he, and settled down to his book again. But his eyes were forever darting little suspicious glances up at the window. I watched it also, but all was quiet outside. And then suddenly our thoughts were turned into a new direction by the bursting of the storm. A blinding flash was followed by a clap, which shook the building. Again and again came the vivid white glare with thunder at the same instant, like the flash and roar of a monstrous piece of artillery. And then down came the tropical rain, crashing and rattling on the corrugated iron roofing of the cooperage. The big hollow room boomed like a drum. From the darkness arose a strange mixture of noises, a gurgling, splashing, tinkling, bubbling, washing, dripping. Every liquid sound that nature can produce, from the thrashing and swishing of the rain to the deep, steady boom of the river. Hour after hour the uproar grew louder and more sustained. "My word," said Severall, "we're going to have the father of all floods this time. Well, here's the dawn coming at last, and that is a blessing. We've about exploded the third night superstition anyhow." A gray light was stealing through the room, and there was the day upon us in an instant. The rain had eased off, but the coffee-colored river was roaring past like a waterfall. Its power made me fear for the anchor of the Gamecock. "I must get aboard," said I. "If she drags, she'll never be able to beat up the river again." "The island is as good as a breakwater," the doctor answered. "I'll give you a cup of coffee if you'll come up to the house." I was chilled and miserable, so the suggestion was a welcome one. We left the ill-omened cooperage with its mystery still unsolved, and we splashed our way up to the house. "There's the spirit lamp," said Severall. "If you would just put a light to it, I will see how Walker feels this morning." He left me, but was back in an instant with a dreadful face. "He's gone!" he cried hoarsely. The word sent a thrill of horror through me. I stood with the lamp in my hand, glaring at him. "Yes, he's gone," he repeated. "Come and look." I followed him without a word, and the first thing I saw as I entered the bedroom was Walker himself lying huddled on his bed in a gray flannel sleeping suit which I had helped to dress him the night before. "Not dead, surely," I gasped. The doctor was terribly agitated. His hands were shaking like leaves in the wind. "He's been dead some hours." "Was it fever?" "Fever! Look at his foot." I glanced down, and a cry of horror burst from my lips. One foot was not merely dislocated, but was turned completely round in a most grotesque contortion. "Good God!" I cried. "What could have done this?" Severall laid his hand upon the dead man's chest. "Feel here," he whispered. I placed my hand at the same spot. There was no resistance. The body was absolutely soft and limp. It was like pressing a sawdust doll. "The breastbone is gone," said Severall in the same awed whisper. "He's broken to bits. Thank God that he had the laudanum. You can see by his face that he died in his sleep." "But who could have done this?" "I've had about as much as I can stand," said the doctor, wiping his forehead. "I don't know that I'm a greater coward than my neighbors, but this gets beyond me. If you're going out to the Gamecock—" "Come on," said I, and off we started. If we did not run, it was because each of us wished to keep up the last shadow of his self-respect before the other. It was dangerous in a light canoe on that swollen river, but we never paused to give the matter a thought. He bailing and I paddling, we kept her above water, and gained the deck of the yacht. There, within 200 yards of water between us and this cursed island, we felt that we were our own men once more. "We'll go back in an hour or so," said he, "but we need a little time to steady ourselves. I wouldn't have had the niggers see me as I was just now for a year's salary." "I've told the steward to prepare breakfast. Then we shall go back," said I. "But in God's name, Dr. Severall, what do you make of it?" "It beats me clean. I've heard of voodoo deviltry, and I've laughed at it with the others. But that poor old Walker, a decent, God-fearing, 19th century Primrose League Englishman, should go under like this without a whole bone in his body. It's given me a shake, I won't deny it. But look there, Meldrum. Is that hand of yours mad or drunk? Or what is it?" Old Patterson, the oldest man of my crew, and as steady as the pyramids, had been stationed in the bows with a boat hook to fend off the drifting logs which came sweeping down with the current. Now he stood with crooked knees, glaring out in front of him with one forefinger stabbing fearlessly at the air. "Look at it," he yelled. "Look at it!" And at that same instant, we saw it. A huge black trunk was coming down the river, its broad glistening back just lapped by the water, and in front of it, about 3 feet in front, arching upwards like the figurehead of a ship, there hung a dreadful face, swaying slowly from side to side. It was flattened, malignant, as large as a small beer barrel, and a faded fungoid color, but the neck which supported it was mottled with dull yellow and black. As it flew past the Gamecock in the swirl of the waters, I saw 2 immense coils rope out of some great hollow in the tree, and the villainous head rose suddenly to the height of 8 or 10 feet, looking with dull, skin-covered eyes at the yacht. An instant later the tree had shot past us and was plunging with its horrible passenger toward the Atlantic. "What was it?" I cried. "It is our fiend of the cooperage," said Dr. Severall, and he had become in an instant the same bluff, self-confident man that he had been before. "Yes, that is the devil who has been haunting our island. It is the great python of the Gaboon." I thought of the stories which I had heard all down the coast of the monstrous constrictors of the interior, of their periodical appetite, and of the murderous effects of their deadly squeeze. Then it all took shape in my mind. There had been a freshet the week before. It had brought down the huge hollow tree with its hideous occupant. Who knows from what far distant tropical forest it may have come? It had been stranded on a little east bay of the island. The cooperage had been the nearest house. Twice with the return of its appetite it had carried off the watchman. Last night it had doubtless come again, when Severall had thought he had saw something move at the window, but our lights had driven it away. It had writhed onwards and had slain poor Walker in his sleep. Why did it not carry him off? I asked. The thunder and the lightning must have scared the brute away. There's your steward, Meldrum. The sooner we have breakfast and get back to the island, the better, or some of those niggers might think that we have been frightened. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Dealings of Captain Sharkey and Other Stories of Pirates by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joe DeNoia, Somerset, New Jersey. Jelland's Voyage. "Well," said our Anglo-Jap as we all drew up our chairs round the smoking room fire, "it's an old tale out yonder. It may have split out into print for all I know. I don't want to turn this club room into a chestnut stall, but it's a long way to the Yellow Sea, and it's just as likely that none of you have ever heard of the yawl Matilda, and of what happened to Henry Jelland and Willie McAvoy aboard her. The middle of the 60s was a stirring time out in Japan. That was just after the Shimonoseki bombardment, and before the Daimyo affair. There was a Tory party, and there was a Liberal party among the natives, and the question that they were wrangling over was whether the throats of the foreigners should be cut or not. I tell you all, politics have been tame to me since then. If you lived in a treaty port, you were bound to wake up and take an interest in them. And to make it better, the outsider had no way of knowing how the game was going. If the opposition won, it would not be a newspaper paragraph that would tell him of it, but a good old Tory in a suit of chainmail, with a sword in each hand, would drop in and let him know all about it in a single uppercut. Of course, it makes men reckless when they are living on the edge of a volcano like that. Just at first they are very jumpy, and then there comes a time when they learn to enjoy life while they have it. I tell you, there's nothing that makes life so beautiful as when the shadow of death begins to fall across it. Time is too precious to be dawdled away then, and a man lives every minute of it. That was the way with us in Yokohama. There were many European places of business which had to go on running, and the men who worked them made a place lively for 7 nights a week. One of the heads of the European colony was Randolph Moore, the big export merchant. His offices were in Yokohama, and he spent a good deal of his time at his house up in Jeddo, which had only just been opened to the trade. In his absence, he used to leave his affair in the hands of the head clerk, Jellin, whom he knew to be a man of great energy and resolution. But energy and resolution are two-edged things, you know, and when they are used against you, you don't appreciate them so much. It was gambling that set Jellin wrong. He was a little dark-eyed fellow with black curly hair, more than 3/4 Celt, I should imagine. Every night in the week you would see him in the same place, on the left-hand side of the croupier, at Matheson's Rouge et Noir table. For a long time he won, and lived in better style than his employer. And then came a turn of luck, and began to lose, so that at the end of the single week, his partner and he were stone broke, without $1 to their names. This partner was a clerk in the employ of the same firm, a tall, straw-haired young Englishman called McAvoy. He was a good boy enough at the start, but he was clay in the hands of Jellin, who fashioned him into a kind of weak model of himself. They were forever on the prowl together, but it was Jellin who led, and McAvoy who followed. Lynch and I and 1 or 2 others tried to show the youngster that he could come to no good along that line, and when we were talking to him, we could win him round easily enough, but 5 minutes Jellin would swing him back again. It may have been animal magnetism or what you like, but the little man could pull the big one along like a 60-foot tug in front of a full-rigged ship. Even when they had lost all their money, they would still take their places at the table and look on with shining eyes when anyone else was raking in the stamps. But one evening they can keep out of it no longer. Red had turned up 16 times running, and was more than Jellin could bear. He whispered to McAvoy, and then said a word to the croupier. "Certainly, Mr. Jellin, your check is as good as notes," said he. Jellin scribbled a check and threw it on the black. The card was the king of hearts, and the croupier raked in a little bit of paper. Jellin grew angry, and McAvoy white. Another and a heavier check was written and thrown on the table. The card was a 9 of diamonds. McAvoy leaned his head upon his hands and looked as if he would faint. "By God," growled Jellin, "I won't be beat," and he threw on a check that covered the other 2. The card was the deuce of hearts. A few minutes later they were walking down the Bund, and the cool night air playing upon their fevered faces. "Of course, you know what this means," said Jellin, lighting a cheroot. "We'll have to transfer some of the office money to our current account. There's no occasion to make a fuss over it. Old Moore won't look over the books before Easter. If we have any luck, we can easily replace it before then." "But if we have no luck?" faltered McAvoy. "Tut, man, we must take things as they come. You stick to me, and I'll stick to you, and we'll pull through together. You shall sign the check tomorrow night, and we shall see if your luck is better than mine." But if anything, it was worse. When the pair rose from the table on the following evening, they had spent over £5,000 of their employer's money. But the resolute Jellin was as sanguine as ever. "We have a good 9 weeks before us before the books will be examined," said he. "We must play this game out, and it will all come straight." McAvoy returned to his rooms that night in an agony of shame and remorse. When he was with Jellin, he borrowed strength from him. But alone, he recognized the full danger of his position, and the vision of his old, white-capped mother in England, who had been so proud when he had received his appointment, rose up before him to fill him with loathing and madness. He was still tossing upon his sleepless couch when his Japanese servant entered the room. For an instant, McAvoy thought that the long-expected outbreak had come, and plunged for his revolver. Then, with his heart in his mouth, he listened to the message which the servant had brought. Jellin was downstairs, and wanted to see him. What on earth could he want at that hour of night? McAvoy dressed hurriedly and rushed downstairs. His companion, with a set smile on his lips, which was belied by the ghastly pallor of his face, was sitting in the dim light of a solitary candle, with a slip of paper in his hands. "Sorry to knock you up, Willie," said he. "No eavesdroppers, I suppose?" McAvoy shook his head. He could not trust himself to speak. "Well, then, our little game's played out. This note was waiting for me at home. It is from Moore, and says that he will be down on Monday morning for an examination of the books. It leaves us in a tight place." "Monday?" gasped McAvoy. "Today is Friday." "Saturday, my son, 3 a.m. We have not much time to turn round in." "We are lost," screamed McAvoy. "We soon will be, if you make such an infernal row," said Jellin harshly. "Now do what I tell you, Willie, and we'll pull through yet. I will do anything. Anything. That's better. Where's your whiskey? It's a beastly time of the day to have to get your back stiff, but there must be no softness with us, or we are gone. First of all, I think there's something due to our relations, don't you? McAvoy stared. We must stand or fall together, you know. Now I, for one, don't intend to step my foot inside the felon's dock under any circumstances. Do you see? I'm ready to swear to that. Are you? What do you mean? Asked McAvoy, shrinking back. Well, man, we all have to die, and it's only the pressing of a trigger. I swear that I shall never be taken alive. Will you? If you don't, I leave you to your fate. All right, I'll do whatever you think best. You swear it? Yes. Well, mind, you must be as good as your word. Now we have 2 clear days to get off of it. The yawl Matilda is on sale, and she has all her fixings and plenty of tin stuff aboard. We'll buy the lot tomorrow morning, and whatever we want, and get away in her. But first, we'll clear all that is left in the office. There are 5,000 sovereigns in the safe. After dark, we'll get them aboard the yawl and take our chance of reaching California. There's no use hesitating, my son, for we have no ghost of a look in any other direction. It's that or nothing. I'll do what you advise. All right, and mind you get a bright face on you tomorrow, for if Moore gets the tip and comes before Monday, then... He tapped the side pocket of his coat and looked across at his partner with eyes that were full of sinister meaning. All went well with their plans the next day. The Matilda was bought without difficulty, and though she was a tiny craft for so long a voyage, had she been larger, 2 men could not have hoped to manage her. She was stocked with water during the day, and after dark the 2 clerks brought down the money from the office and stowed it in the hold. Before midnight they had collected all their own possessions without exciting suspicion, and at 2 in the morning they left their moorings and stole quietly out from among the shipping. They were seen, of course, and were set down as keen yachtsmen who were on for a good long Sunday cruise, but there was no one who dreamed that the cruise would only end either on the American coast or at the bottom of the North Pacific Ocean. Straining and hauling, they got their mainsail up and set their foresail and jib. There was a slight breeze from the southeast, and the little craft went dipping along upon her way. 7 miles from land, however, the wind fell away and they lay becalmed, rising and falling on a long swell of a glassy sea. All Sunday they did not make a mile, and in the evening Yokohama still lay along the horizon. On Monday morning down came Randolph Moore from Jeddah, and made straight for the offices. He had a tip from someone that his clerks had been spreading themselves a bit, and that had made him come down out of his usual routine. But when he reached his place, he found the 3 juniors waiting in the street with their hands in their pockets. He knew the matter was serious. "What's this?" he asked. He was a man of action, and a nasty chap to deal with when he had his topmast lowered. "We can't get in," said the clerks. "Where is Mr. Jelland?" "He has not come today." "And Mr. McAvoy?" "He has not come either." Randolph Moore looked serious. "We must have the door down," said he. They don't build houses very solid in that land of earthquakes, and in a brace of shakes they were all in the office. Of course, the thing told its own story. The safe was open, the money gone, and the clerks fled. Their employer lost no time in talk. Where were they last seen? On Saturday they bought the Matilda and started for a cruise. Saturday! The matter seemed hopeless if they got 2 days' start. But there was still the shadow of a chance. He rushed to the beach and swept the ocean with his glasses. "My God," he cried, "there's the Matilda out yonder. I know her by the rake of her mast. I have my hand upon the villains after all." But there was a hitch even then. No boat had steam up, and the eager merchant had not patience to wait. Clouds were banking up along the launch of the hills, and there was every sign of approaching change in weather. A police boat was ready with 10 armed men in her, and Randolph Moore himself took the tiller as she shot out in pursuit of the becalmed yawl. Jelland and McAvoy, waiting wearily for the breeze which never came, saw the dark speck which sprang out from the shadow of the land and grew larger with every swish of the oars. As she drew nearer, they could see also that she was packed with men, and the gleam of weapons told what manner of men they were. Jelland stood leaning against the tiller, and he looked at the threatening sky, the limp sails, and the approaching boat. "It's a case with us, Willie," said he. "By the Lord, we are 2 most unlucky devils, for there's a wind in that sky, and another hour would have brought it to us." McAvoy groaned. "There's no good softening over it, my lad," said Jelland. "It's the police boat right enough, and there's old Moore driving them to row like hell. It'll be a $10 job for every man of them." Willie McAvoy crouched against the side with his knees on the deck. "My mother, my poor old mother," he sobbed. "She'll never hear that you have been in the dock anyway," said Jelland. "My people never did much for me, but I will do that much for them. It's no good, Mac. We can chuck our hands. God bless you, old man. Here's the pistol." He cocked the revolver and held the butt towards the youngster, but the other shrank away from it with little gasping cries. Gillen glanced at the approaching boat. It was not more than a few hundred yards away. "There's no time for nonsense," said he. "Damn it, man. What's the use of flinching? You swore it." No, Gillen." "Well, anyhow, I swore that neither of us would be taken. Will you do it?" I can't. "Then I will for you." The rowers in the boat saw him lean forward. They heard 2 pistol shots. They saw him double himself across the tiller. And then, before the smoke had lifted, they found they had something else to think of. For at that instant, the storm broke, one of those short, sudden squalls which are common in those seas. The Matilda heeled over. Her sails bellied out. She plunged her lee rail into a wave, and was off like a frightened deer. Gillen's body had jammed the helm, and she kept the course right before the wind, and fluttered away over the rising sea like a blown piece of paper. The rowers worked frantically, but the yawl still drew ahead, and in 5 minutes they had plunged into the storm rack, never to be seen again by mortal eye. The boat put back and reached Yokohama with the water washing halfway up the thwarts. And that's how it came that the yawl Matilda, with a cargo of 5,000 pounds and a crew of 2 dead young men, set sail across the Pacific. What the end of Gillen's voyage may have been, no one knows. He may have foundered in that gale, or he may have been picked up by some other canny merchantman who stuck to the bullion and kept his mouth shut, or he may be still cruising in that vast waste of waters, blown north to the Bering Sea, or south to the Malay Islands. It's better to leave it unfinished than to spoil a true story by inventing a tag to it. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Dealings of Captain Sharkey and Other Stories of Pirates by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joe DeNoia, Somerset, New Jersey. J. Habakkuk Jeffson's Statement. In the month of December in the year 1873, the British ship Dei Gratia steered into Gibraltar, having in tow the derelict brigantine Mary Celeste, which had been picked up in latitude 38 degrees 40 minutes, longitude 17 degrees 15 minutes west. There were several circumstances in connection with the condition and appearance of the abandoned vessel, which excited considerable comment at the time, and aroused a curiosity which had never been satisfied. What these circumstances were was summed up in an able article which appeared in the Gibraltar Gazette. The curious can find it in the issue for January 4th, 1874, unless my memory deceives me. For the benefit of those, however, who may be unable to refer to the paper in question, I shall subjoin a few extracts which touch upon the leading features of the case. "We have ourselves," says the anonymous writer in the Gazette, "been over the derelict Mary Celeste, and have closely questioned the officers of the Dei Gratia on every point which might throw light on the affair. They are of the opinion that she has been abandoned several days, or perhaps weeks, before being picked up. The official log, which was found in the cabin, states that the vessel sailed from Boston to Lisbon, starting upon October 16. It is, however, more imperfectly kept, and affords little information. There is no reference to rough weather, and, indeed, the state of the vessel's paint and rigging excludes the idea that she was abandoned for any such reason. She is perfectly watertight. No signs of a struggle or of violence are to be detected, and there is absolutely nothing to account for the disappearance of the crew. There are several indications that a lady was present on board, a sewing machine found in the cabin, and some articles of female attire. These probably belong to the captain's wife, who is mentioned in the log as having accompanied her husband. As an instance of the mildness of the weather, it may be remarked that a bobbin of silk was found standing upon a sewing machine, though the least roll of the vessel would have precipitated it to the floor. The boats were intact and slung upon the davits, and the cargo, consisting of tallow and American clocks, was untouched. An old-fashioned sword of curious workmanship was discovered among some lumber in the forecastle, and this weapon is said to exhibit a longitudinal striation of the steel, as if it had been recently wiped. It has been placed in the hands of the police and submitted to Dr. Moynihan, the analyst, for inspection. The result of his examination has not yet been published. We may remark in conclusion that Captain Dalton, of the Dei Gratia, an able and intelligent seaman, is of opinion that the Mary Celeste may have been abandoned a considerable distance from the spot at which she was picked up, since a powerful current runs up in that latitude from the African coast. He confessed his inability, however, to advance any hypothesis which can reconcile all the facts of the case. In the utter absence of a clue or grain of evidence, it is to be feared that the fate of the crew of the Mary Celeste will be added to those numerous mysteries of the deep which will never be solved until the great day when the sea shall give up its dead. If crime has been committed, as is much to be suspected, there is little hope of bringing the perpetrators to justice. I shall supplement this extract from the Gibraltar Gazette by quoting a telegram from Boston, which went the round of the English papers, and represented the total amount of information which had been collected about the Mary Celeste. She was, it said, a brigantine of 170 tons burden, and belonged to White, Russell, and White, wine importers, of the city. Captain J. W. Tibbs was an old servant of the firm, and was a man of known ability and tried probity. He was accompanied by his wife, aged 31, and their youngest child, 5 years old. The crew consisted of 7 hands, including 2 colored seamen and a boy. There were 3 passengers, one of whom was the well-known Brooklyn specialist on consumption, Dr. Habakkuk Jeffson, who was a distinguished advocate for abolition in the early days of the movement, and whose pamphlet entitled "Where is Thy Brother?" exercised a strong influence on public opinion before the war. The other passengers were Mr. J. Harton, a writer in the employ of the firm, and Mr. Septimus Goring, a half-caste gentleman from New Orleans. All investigations have failed to throw any light upon the fate of these 14 human beings. The loss of Dr. Jepson will be felt both in political and scientific circles. I have here epitomized, for the benefit of the public, all that has been hitherto known concerning the Mary Celeste and her crew, for the past 10 years have not in any way helped to elucidate the mystery. I have now taken up my pen with the intention of telling all that I know of the ill-fated voyage. I consider that it is a duty which I owe to society, for symptoms which I am familiar with in others lead me to believe that before many mouths my tongue and hand may be alike incapable of conveying information. Let me remark, as a preface to my narrative, that I am Joseph Habakkuk Jeffson, Doctor of Medicine at the University of Harvard, and ex-consulting physician of the Samaritan Hospital of Brooklyn. Many will doubtless wonder why I have not proclaimed myself before, and why I have suffered so many conjectures and surmises to pass unchallenged. Could the ends of justice have been served in any way by my revealing the facts in my possession, I should unhesitatingly have done so. It seems to me, however, that there was no possibility of such a result, and when I attempted after the occurrence to state my case to an English official, I was met with such offensive incredulity that I determined never again to expose myself to the chance of such an indignity. I can excuse the discourtesy of the Liverpool magistrate, however, when I reflect upon the treatment which I received at the hands of my own relatives, who, though they knew my unimpeachable character, listened to my statement with an indulgent smile, as if humoring the delusion of a monomaniac. This slur upon my veracity led to a quarrel between myself and John Vanberger, the brother of my wife, and confirmed me in my resolution to let the matter sink into oblivion, a determination which I have only altered through my son's solicitations. In order to make the narrative intelligible, I must run lightly over 1 or 2 incidents in my former life which throw light upon subsequent events. My father, William K. Jeffson, was a preacher of the sect called Plymouth Brethren, and was one of the most respected citizens of Lowell. Like most of the other Puritans of New England, he was a determined opponent of slavery, and it was from his lips that I received these lessons which tinged every action of my life. While I was studying medicine at Harvard University, I had already made a mark as an advanced abolitionist, and when, after taking my degree, I bought a 3rd share of the practice of Dr. Willis of Brooklyn, I managed, in spite of my professional duties, to devote a considerable time to the cause which I had at heart, my pamphlet, Where is Thy Brother? Schwartzberg, Lister & Co., 1849, attracting considerable attention. When the war broke out, I left Brooklyn and accompanied the 113th New York Regiment through the campaign. I was present at the Second Battle of Bull's Run and at the Battle of Gettysburg. Finally, I was severely wounded at Antietam, and would probably have perished on the field had it not been for the kindness of a gentleman named Murray, who had me carried to his house and provided me with every comfort. Thanks to his charity and to the nursing which I received from his black domestics, I was soon able to get about the plantation with the help of a stick. It was during this period of convalescence that an incident occurred which is closely connected to my story. Among the most assiduous of the negresses who had watched my couch during my illness, there was one old crone who appeared to exert considerable authority over the others. She was exceedingly attentive to me, and I gathered from the few words that passed between us that she had heard of me, and that she was grateful to me for championing her oppressed race. One day as I was sitting alone in the veranda, basking in the sun, and debating about whether I should rejoin Grant's army, I was surprised to see this old creature hobbling toward me. After looking cautiously around to see that we were alone, she fumbled in the front of her dress and produced a small camise leather bag, which was hung round her neck by a white cord. "Massa," she said, bending down and croaking the words into my ear, "me die soon. Me very old woman. Not stay long on Massa Murray's plantation." "You may live a long time yet, Martha," I answered. "You know I am a doctor, and if you feel ill, let me know about it, and I will try to cure you." "No wish to live, wish to die. I'm going to join the heavenly host." Here she relapsed into one of those half-heedless rhapsodies in which Negroes indulge. "But, Massa, me have one thing must leave behind me when I go. No able to take it with me across the Jordan. That one thing very precious, more precious and more holy than all things else in the world. Me, a poor old black woman, have this because my people, very great people, suppose they was back in the old country. But you cannot understand the same as black folk could. My father gave it to me, and his father gave it to him. But now, who shall I give it to? Poor Martha had no child, no relation, nobody. All round I see black man, very bad man. Black woman, very stupid woman. Nobody worthy of the stone. And so I say, here is Massa Jefferson, who write books and fight for colored folk. He must be a good man, and he shall have it, though he is a white man, and never can know what it mean or where it came from. Here the old woman fumbled in the camise leather bag, and pulled out a flattish black stone with a hole through the middle of it. Here, take it, she said, pressing it into my hand. Take it. No harm never come from anything good. Keep it safe. Never lose it. And with a warning gesture, the old crone hobbled away in the same cautious way as she had come, looking from side to side to see if we had been observed. I was more amused than impressed by the old woman's earnestness, and was only prevented from laughing during her oration by the fear of hurting her feelings. When she was gone, I took a good look at the stone which she had given me. It was intensely black, of extreme hardness, and oval in shape. Just such a flat stone as one would pick up on the seashore if one wished to throw a long way. It was about 3 inches long and an inch and a half broad at the middle, but rounded off at all extremities. The most curious part about it was several well-marked ridges which ran in semicircles over its surface, and gave it exactly the appearance of a human ear. Altogether I was rather interested in my new possession, and determined to submit it, as a geological specimen, to my friend Professor Schroeder of the New York Institute, upon the earliest opportunity. In the meantime I thrust it into my pocket, and rising from my chair, started off for a short stroll in the shrubbery, dismissing the incident from my mind. As my wound had nearly healed by this time, I took my leave of Mr. Murray shortly afterwards. The Union armies were everywhere victorious and converging on Richmond, so that my assistance seemed unnecessary, and I returned to Brooklyn. There I resumed my practice and married the second daughter of Josiah Vanberger, the well-known wood engraver. In the course of a few years I built up a good connection and acquired considerable reputation in the treatment of pulmonary complaints. I still kept the old black stone in my pocket, and frequently told the story of the dramatic way in which I had become possessed of it. I also kept my resolution of showing it to Professor Schroeder, who was much interested both by the anecdote and the specimen. He pronounced it to be a piece of meteoric stone, and drew my attention to the fact that it resembled to an ear was not accidental, but that it was most carefully worked into that shape. A dozen little anatomical points showed that the worker had been as accurate as he was skillful. I should not wonder, said the professor, if it were broken off of some larger statue, though how such hard material could be so perfectly worked is more than I can understand. If there is a statue to correspond, I should like to see it. So I thought at the time, but I have changed my opinion since. The next 7 or 8 years of my life were quiet and uneventful. Summer followed spring, and spring followed winter, without any variation in my duties. As the practice increased, I admitted J.S. Jackson as a partner, he to have 1/4 of the profits. The continued strain had told upon my constitution, however, and I became at last so unwell that my wife insisted upon my consulting Dr. Kavanaugh Smith, who was my colleague at the Samaritan Hospital. That gentleman examined me, and pronounced the apex of my left lung to be in a state of consolidation, recommending me at the same time to go through the course of medical treatment and to take a long sea voyage. My own disposition, which is naturally restless, predisposed me strongly in favor of the latter piece of advice, and the matter was clinched by my meeting young Russell, of the firm White, Russell & White, who offered me a passage in one of his father's ships, the Mary Celeste, which was just starting from Boston. She's a snug little ship, he said, and Tibbs, the captain, is an excellent fellow. There's nothing like a sailing ship for an invalid. I was very much of the same opinion myself, so I closed with the offer on the spot. My original plan was that my wife should accompany me on my travels. She has always been a very poor sailor, however, and there were strong family reasons against her exposing herself to any risk at the time, so we determined that she should remain at home. I am not a religious or an effusive man, but oh, thank God for that. As to leaving my practice, I was easily reconciled to it, as Jackson, my partner, was a reliable and hard-working man. I arrived in Boston on October 12, 1873, and proceeded immediately to the office of the firm in order to thank them for their courtesy. As I was sitting in the counting-house, waiting until they should be at liberty to see me, the words Mary Celeste suddenly attracted my attention. I looked round and saw a very tall, gaunt man who was leaning across the polished mahogany counter asking some questions of the clerk on the other side. His face was turned half towards me. I could see that he had a strong dash of Negro blood in him, being probably a quadroon or even nearer akin to the black. His curved aquiline nose and straight lank hair showed the white strain, but the dark, restless eyes, sensuous mouth, and gleaming teeth all told of his African origin. His complexion was of a sickly, unhealthy yellow, and as his face was deeply pitted with smallpox, the general impression was so unfavorable as to be almost revolting. When he spoke, however, it was in a soft, melodious tone, and in well-chosen words, and he was evidently a man of some education. I wish to ask a few questions about the Mary Celeste, he repeated, leaning across to the clerk. She sails the day after tomorrow, does she not? Yes, sir, said the young clerk, awed into unusual politeness by the glimmer of a large diamond in the stranger's shirt front. Where is she bound for? Lisbon. How many of her crew? 7, sir. Passengers? Yes, 2. One of our young gentlemen and a doctor from New York. No gentleman from the South? Asked the stranger eagerly. No, none, sir. Is there room for another passenger? Accommodation for 3 more, answered the clerk. I'll go, said the quadroon decisively. I'll go. I'll engage my passage at once. Put it down, will you? Mr. Septimus Goring of New Orleans. The clerk filled up a form and handed it over to the stranger, pointing to a blank space at the bottom. As Mr. Goring stooped over to sign it, I was horrified to observe that the fingers of his right hand had been lopped off, and that he was holding the pen between his thumb and the palm. I have seen thousands of slain in battle, and assisted at every conceivable surgical operation, but I cannot recall any sight which gave me such a thrill of disgust as that great, brown, sponge-like hand with a single member protruding from it. He used it skillfully enough, however, for dashing off his signature. He nodded to the clerk and strolled out of the office just as Mr. White sent out word that he was ready to receive me. I went down to the Mary Celeste that evening and looked over my berth, which was extremely comfortable considering the small size of the vessel. Mr. Goring, who I'd seen that morning, was to have the one next to mine. Opposite was the captain's cabin and a small berth for Mr. John Harton, a gentleman who was going out in the interest of the firm. These little rooms were arranged on each side of the passage which led from the main deck to the saloon. The latter was a comfortable room, the paneling tastefully done in oak and mahogany, with a rich Brussels carpet and luxurious settees. I was very much pleased with the accommodation, and also with Tibbs the captain, a bluff, sailor-like fellow, with a loud voice and hearty manner, who welcomed me to the ship with effusion, and insisted upon our splitting a bottle of wine in his cabin. He told me that he intended to take his wife and the youngest child with him on the voyage, and that he hoped with good luck to make Lisbon in 3 weeks. We had a pleasant chat and parted the best of friends, he warning me to make the last of my preparations next morning, as he intended to make a start by the midday tide, having now shipped all of his cargo. I went back to my hotel, where I found a letter from my wife awaiting me, and after a refreshing night's sleep, returned to the boat in the morning. From this point, I am able to quote from the journal which I kept in order to vary the monotony of the long sea voyage. If it is somewhat bald in places, I can at least rely upon its accuracy in details, as it was written conscientiously from day to day. October 16th. Cast off our warps at 2:30, and were towed out into the bay where the tug left us, and with all sail set, we bowled along at about 9 knots an hour. I stood upon the poop watching the low land of America sinking gradually upon the horizon until the evening haze hid it from my sight. A single red light, however, continued to blaze balefully behind us, throwing a long track like a trail of blood upon the water, and it is still visible as I write, though reduced to a mere speck. The captain is in bad humor, for 2 of his hands disappointed him at the last moment, and he was compelled to ship a couple of Negroes who happened to be on the quay. The missing men were steady, reliable fellows who had been with him several voyages, and their non-appearance puzzled as well as irritated him. Where a crew of 7 men have to work a fair-sized ship, the loss of 2 experienced seamen is a serious one, for though the Negroes may take a spell at the wheel or swap the decks, they are of little or of no use in rough weather. Our cook is also a black man, and Mr. Septimus Goring has a little darky servant, so that we are rather a piebald community. The accountant, John Harton, promises to be an acquisition, for he is a cheery, amusing young fellow. Strange how little wealth has to do with happiness. He has all the world before him and is seeking his fortune in a far land, yet he is as transparently happy as a man can be. Goring is rich, if I'm not mistaken, and so am I. But I know that I have a lung, and Goring has some deeper trouble still, to judge by his features. How poorly do we both contrast with the careless, penniless clerk. October 17th. Mrs. Tibbs appeared upon the deck for the first time this morning, a cheerful, energetic woman with a dear little child just able to walk and prattle. Young Harton pounced on it at once, and carried it away to his cabin, where no doubt he will lay the seeds of future dyspepsia in the child's stomach. Thus medicine doth make cynics of us all. The weather is still all that could be desired, with a fine, fresh breeze from the west-southwest. The vessel goes so steadily that you would hardly know that she was moving, were it not for the creaking of the cordage, and the bellying of the sails, and the long, white furrow in our wake. Walked the quarterdeck all morning with the captain, and I think the keen, fresh air has already done my breathing good, for the exercise did not fatigue me in any way. Tibbs is a remarkably intelligent man. We had an interesting argument about Maury's observations on ocean currents, which we terminated by going down to his cabin to consult the original work. There we found Goring, rather to the captain's surprise, as it is not usual for passengers to enter that sanctum unless specially invited. He apologized for his intrusion, however, pleading his ignorance of the usages of ship life, and the good-natured sailor simply laughed at the incident, begging him to remain and favor us with his company. Goring pointed to the chronometers, the case in which he had opened, and remarked that he had been admiring them. He has evidently some practical knowledge of mathematical instruments, and he told us at a glance which was the most trustworthy of the three, and also named their price within a few dollars. He had a discussion with the captain, too, upon the variation of the compass, and when we came back to the ocean currents, he showed a thorough grasp of the subject, although he rather improves upon acquaintance, and is a man of decided culture and refinement. His voice harmonizes with his conversation, and both are the very antithesis of his face and figure. The noonday observation shows that we have run 220 miles. Toward evening, the breeze freshened up, and the first mate ordered reefs to be taken in the topsails and topgallant sails in expectation of a windy night. I observe that the barometer has fallen to 29. I trust our voyage will not be a rough one, as I am a poor sailor, and my health would probably derive more harm than good from a stormy trip, though I have the greatest confidence in the captain's seamanship and in the soundness of the vessel. Played cribbage with Mrs. Tibbs after supper, and Harton gave us a couple of tunes on the violin. October 18th. The gloomy prognostications of the last night were not fulfilled, as the wind died away again, and we are lying now in a long, greasy swell, ruffled here and there by a fleeting cat's paw, which is insufficient to fill the sails. The air is colder than it was yesterday, and I have put on one of the thick woolen jerseys which my wife knitted for me. Harton came into my cabin in the morning, and we had a cigar together. He says he remembers having seen Goring in Cleveland, Ohio, in '69. He was, it appears, a mystery then as now, wandering about without any visible employment, and extremely reticent of his own affairs. The man interests me as a psychological study. At breakfast this morning I suddenly had that vague feeling of uneasiness which comes upon some people when closely stared at, and looking quickly up, I met his eyes bent upon me with an intensity which amounted to ferocity, though their expression instantly softened as he made some conventional remark upon the weather. Curiously enough, Harton says that he has a very similar experience yesterday on deck. I observe that Goring frequently talks to the colored seamen as he strolls about, a trait which I rather admire, as it is common to find half-breeds ignore their dark strain and treat their black kinsfolk with greater intolerance than a white man would do. His little page is devoted to him, apparently, which speaks well for his treatment of him. Altogether, the man is a curious mixture of incongruous qualities, and unless I am deceived in him, will give me food for observation during the voyage. The captain is grumbling about his chronometers, which do not register exactly the same time. He says it is the first time they have ever disagreed. We were unable to get a noonday observation on account of the haze. By dead reckoning, we have done about 170 miles in 24 hours. The dark seamen have proved, as the skipper prophesied, to be very inferior hands. But if they could both manage the wheel well, they are kept steering, and so leave the more experienced men to work the ship. These details are trivial enough, but a small thing serves as food for gossip aboard ship. The appearance of a whale in the evening caused quite a flutter among us. From its sharp back and forked tail, I should pronounce it to have been a rorqual, or finner, as they are called by fishermen. October 19th. Wind was cold, and so I prudently remained in my cabin all day, only creeping out for dinner. Lying in my bunk, I can, without moving, reach my books, pipes, or anything else I may want, which is one advantage of a small apartment. My old wound began to ache a little today, probably from the cold. Read Montaigne's essays and nursed myself. Harton came in the afternoon with Dottie, the captain's child, and the skipper himself followed, so that I held quite a reception. October 20th and 21st. Still cold with a continual drizzle of rain, and I have not been able to leave the cabin. The confinement makes me feel weak and depressed. Goring came in to see me, but his company did not tend to cheer me up as much, as he hardly uttered a word, but contented himself with staring at me in a peculiar and rather irritating manner. He then got up and stole out of the cabin without saying anything. I am beginning to suspect that the man is a lunatic. I think I mentioned that his cabin is next to mine. The two are simply divided by a thin wooden partition, which is cracked in many places, some of the cracks being so large that I can hardly avoid, as I lie in my bunk, observing his motions in the adjoining room. Without any wish to play the spy, I see him continually stooping over what appears to be a chart and working with a pencil and compasses. I have remarked the interest he displays in matters connected with navigation, but I am surprised that he should take the trouble to work out the course of the ship. However, it is a harmless amusement enough, and no doubt he verifies his results by those of the captain. I wish the man did not run in my thoughts so much. I had a nightmare on the night of the 20th in which I thought my bunk was a coffin, and I laid out in it, and that Goring was endeavoring to nail up the lid, which I was frantically pushing away. Even when I woke up, I could hardly persuade myself that I was not in a coffin. As a medical man, I know that a nightmare is simply a vascular derangement of the cerebral hemispheres, and yet in my weak state I cannot shake off the morbid impression which it produces. October 22nd. A fine day, with hardly a cloud in the sky, and a fresh breeze from the southwest, which wafts us gaily on our way. There has evidently been some heavy weather near us, and there is a tremendous swell on, and the ship lurches until the end of the foreyard nearly touches the water. Had a refreshing walk upon the quarterdeck, though I have hardly found my sea legs yet. Several small birds, chaffinches I think, perched in the rigging. 4:40 p.m. While I was on deck this morning I heard a sudden explosion from the direction of my cabin, and hurrying down, found that I had very nearly met with a serious accident. Goring was cleaning a revolver, it seemed, in his cabin, when one of the barrels which he thought was unloaded went off. The ball passed through the side partition and embedded itself in the bulwarks in the exact place where my head usually rests. I have been under fire too often to magnify trifles, but there is no doubt that if I had been in the bunk, it must have killed me. Goring, poor fellow, did not know that I had gone on deck that day, and must therefore have felt terribly frightened. I never saw such emotion in a man's face as when, on rushing out of his cabin with a smoking pistol in his hand, he met me face to face as I came down from deck. Of course, he was profuse in his apologies, though I simply laughed at the incident. 11 p.m. A misfortune has occurred so unexpected and so horrible that my little escape of the morning dwindles into insignificance. Mrs. Tibbs and her child have disappeared. Utterly and entirely disappeared. I can hardly compose myself to write the sad details. About 8:30, Tibbs rushed into my cabin with a very white face and asked me if I had seen his wife. I answered that I had not. He then ran wildly into the saloon and began groping about for any trace of her, while I followed him, endeavoring vainly to persuade him that his fears were ridiculous. We hunted over the ship for an hour and a half, without coming on any sign of the missing woman or child. Poor Tibbs lost his voice completely from calling her name. Even the sailors, who are generally stolid enough, were deeply affected by the sight of him as he roamed bareheadedly and disheveled about the deck, searching with feverish anxiety the most impossible places, and returning to them again and again with piteous pertinacity. The last time she was seen was about 7 o'clock, when she took Dotty onto the poop to give him a breath of fresh air before putting him to bed. There was no one there at the time except a black seaman at the wheel, who denies having seen her at all. The whole affair is wrapped in mystery. My own theory is that while Mrs. Tibbs was holding the child and standing near the bulwarks, it gave a spring and fell overboard, and that in her convulsive attempt to catch or save him, she followed it. I cannot account for the double disappearance in any other way. It is quite feasible that such a tragedy should be enacted without the knowledge of the man at the wheel, since it was dark at the time, and the peaked skylights of the saloon screened the greater part of the quarterdeck. Whatever the truth may be, it is a terrible catastrophe, and has cast the darkest gloom upon our voyage. The mate has put the ship about, but of course there isn't the slightest hope of picking them up. The captain is lying in a state of stupor in his cabin. I gave him a powerful dose of opium in his coffee, and for a few hours at least, his anguish may be deadened. October 23rd. Woke with a vague feeling of heaviness and misfortune, but it was not until a few moments' reflection that I was able to recall our loss of the night before. When I came on deck, I saw the poor skipper standing and gazing back at the waste of waters behind us, which contained everything dear to him upon earth. I attempted to speak to him, but he turned brusquely away and began pacing the deck with his head sunk upon his breast. Even now, when the truth is so clear, he cannot pass a boat or an unbent sail without peering under it. He looks 10 years older than he did yesterday morning. Harton is terribly cut up, for he was fond of little Dotty, and Goring seems sorry too. At least he has shut himself up in his cabin all day. When I got a casual glance at him, his head was resting on his two hands, as if in a melancholy reverie. I fear we are about as dismal a crew as ever sailed. How shocked my wife will be to hear of our disaster. The swell's gone down now, and we are doing about 8 knots with all sail set and a nice little breeze. Hyson is practically in command of the ship, as Tibbs, though he does his best to bear up and keep a brave front, is incapable of applying himself to serious work. October 24th. Is the ship accursed? Was there ever a voyage which began so fairly and which changed so disastrously? Tibbs shot himself through the head during the night. I was awakened about 3 o'clock in the morning by an explosion, and immediately sprang out of bed and rushed into the cabin's cabin to find out the cause, though with a terrible presentiment in my heart. Quickly as I went, Goring went more quickly still, for he was already in the cabin, stooping over the dead body of the captain. It was a hideous sight, for the whole front of his face was blown in, and the little room was swimming in blood. The pistol was lying beside him on the floor, just as it had dropped from his hand. He had evidently put it to his mouth before pulling the trigger. Goring and I picked him reverently up and laid him on the bed. The crew had all clustered into his cabin, and the 6 white men were deeply grieved, for they were old hands who had sailed with him many years. There were dark looks and murmurs among them too, and one of them openly declared that the ship was haunted. Harton helped to lay the poor skipper out, and we did him up in canvas between us. At 12 o'clock the foreyard was hauled aback, and we committed his body to the deep, Goring reading the Church of England burial services. The breeze had freshened up, and we have done 10 knots all day, and sometimes 12. The sooner we reach Lisbon and get away from this accursed ship, the better pleased shall I be. I feel as though we were in a floating coffin. Little wonder that the poor sailors are superstitious when I, an educated man, felt it so strongly. October 25th. Made a good run all day. Feel listless and depressed. October 26th. Goring, Harton, and I had a chat together on deck in the morning. Harton tried to draw Goring out as to his profession and its object in going to Europe, but the quadroon parried all his questions and gave us no information. Indeed, he seemed to be slightly offended by Harton's pertinacity and went down into his cabin. I wonder why we should both take such an interest in this man. I suppose it is his striking appearance coupled with his apparent wealth which piques our curiosity. Harton has a theory that he is really a detective, that he is after some criminal who has got away to Portugal, and that he chooses this particular way of traveling that he may arrive unnoticed and pounce upon his quarry unawares. I think the superstition is rather a far-fetched one, but Harton bases it upon a book which Goring left on deck, and which he picked up and glanced over. It was sort of a scrapbook, it seemed, and contained a large number of newspaper cuttings. All these cuttings related to murders which had been committed at various times in the States during the last 20 years or so. The curious thing which Harton observed about them, however, was that they were invariably murders the authors of which had never been brought to justice. They varied in every detail, he says, as to the manner of execution and the social status of the victim, but they uniformly wound up with the same formula that the murderer was still at large, though, of course, the police had every reason to expect his speedy capture. Certainly the incident seems to support Harton's theory, though it may be a mere whim of Goring's, or, as I suggested to Harton, he may be collecting materials for a book which shall outvie De Quincey. In any case, it is no business of ours. October 27th, 28th. Wind still fair, and we are making good progress. Strange how easily a human unit may drop out of its place and be forgotten. Tibbs is hardly ever mentioned now. Hyson has taken possession of his cabin, and all goes on as before. Were it not for Mrs. Tibbs' sewing machine upon the side table, we might forget that the unfortunate family ever existed. Another accident occurred on board today, though fortunately not a very serious one. One of our white hands had gone down the afterhold to fetch up a spare coil of rope, when one of the hatches he had removed came crashing down on top of him. He saved his life by springing out of the way, but one of his feet was terribly crushed, and he will be of little use for the remainder of the voyage. He attributes the accident to the carelessness of his Negro companion, who had helped him to shift the hatches. The latter, however, puts it down to the roll of the ship. Whatever be the cause, it reduces our short-handed crew still further. This run of ill luck seems to be depressing Hart, for he has lost his usual good spirits and joviality. Goring is the only one who preserves his cheerfulness. I see him still working at his chart in his own cabin. His nautical knowledge would be useful should anything happen to Hyson, which, God forbid. October 29th, 30th. Still bowling along with a fresh breeze. All quiet and nothing of note to chronicle. October 31st. My weak lungs, combined with the exciting episodes of the voyage, have shaken my nervous system so much that the most trivial incident affects me. I can hardly believe that I'm the same man who tied the external iliac artery, an operation requiring the nicest precision under a heavy rifle fire at Antietam. I am as nervous as a child. I was lying half dozing last night about 4 bells in the middle watch, trying in vain to drop into a refreshing sleep. There was no light inside my cabin, but a single ray of moonlight streamed in through the porthole, throwing a silvery flickering circle upon the door. As I lay, I kept my drowsy eyes upon this circle, and was conscious that it was gradually becoming less well defined as my senses left me, when I was suddenly recalled to full wakefulness by the appearance of a small dark object in the very center of the luminous disk. I lay quietly and breathlessly watching it. Gradually it grew larger and plainer, and then I perceived that it was a human hand which had been cautiously inserted through the chink in the half-closed door. A hand which, as I observed with a thrill of horror, was not provided with fingers. The door swung cautiously backward, and Goring's head followed his hand. It appeared in the center of the moonlight, and was framed as if it were a ghastly, uncertain halo, against which his features showed out plainly. It seemed to me that I have never seen such an utterly fiendish and merciless expression on a human face. His eyes were dilated and glaring, his lips drawn back as to show his white fangs, and his straight black hair appeared to bristle over his low forehead like the hood of a cobra. The sudden and noiseless apparition had such an effect upon me that I sprang up in bed trembling in every limb, and held out my hand toward my revolver. I was hardly ashamed of my hastiness when he explained the object of his intrusion, as he immediately did in the most courteous language. He had been suffering from toothache, poor fellow, and had come in to beg some laudanum, knowing that I possessed a medicine chest. As to his sinister expression, he is never a beauty, and what with my state of nervous tension and the effect of the shifting moonlight, it was easy to conjure up something horrible. I gave him 20 drops, and he went off again with many expressions of gratitude. I can hardly say how much this trivial incident affected me. I felt unstrung all day. A week's record of our voyage is here omitted, as nothing eventful occurred during the time, and my log consists merely of a few pages of unimportant gossip. November 7th. Harton and I sat on the poop all the morning, for the weather is becoming very warm, and we come into the southern latitudes. We reckon that we have done 2/3 of our voyage. How glad we shall be to see the green banks of the Tagus, and leave this unlucky ship forever. I was endeavoring to amuse Harton today, and to while away the time by telling him some of the experiences of my past life. Among others, I related to him how I came into possession of my black stone, and as a finale, I rummaged into the side pocket of my old shooting coat and produced the identical object in question. He and I were bending over it together, I pointing out to him the curious ridges upon its surface, when we were conscious of a shadow falling between us and the sun, and looking round saw Goring standing behind us, glaring over our shoulders at the stone. For some reason or other, he appeared to be powerfully excited, though he was evidently trying to control himself and to conceal his emotion. He pointed once or twice at my relic with his stubby thumb before he could recover himself sufficiently to ask what it was and how I obtained it, a question put in such a brusque manner that I should have been offended had I not known the man to be an eccentric. I told him the story very much as I had told it to Harton. He listened with the deepest interest and then asked me if I had any idea what the stone was. I said I had not, beyond that it was meteoric. He asked me if I ever tried its effects upon a Negro. I said I had not. "Come," said he, "we'll see what our black friend at the wheel thinks of it." He took the stone in his hand and went across to the sailor, and the two examined it carefully. I could see the man gesticulating and nodding his head excitedly as if making some assertion, while his face betrayed the utmost astonishment, mixed, I think, with some reverence. Goring came across the deck to us presently, still holding the stone in his hand. "He says it is a worthless, useless thing," he said, "and fit only to be chucked overboard," with which he raised his hand and would have most certainly made an end of my route, had the black sailor behind him not rushed forward and seized him by the wrist. Finding himself secured, Goring dropped the stone and turned away with a very bad grace to avoid my angry remonstrations at his breach of faith. The black picked up the stone and handed it to me with a low bow and every sign of profound respect. The whole affair is inexplicable. I am rapidly coming to the conclusion that Goring is a maniac or something very near one. When I compare the effect produced by the stone upon the sailor, however, with the respect shown to Martha on the plantation, and the surprise of Goring on its first production, I cannot but come to the conclusion that I have really got hold of some powerful talisman which appeals to the whole dark race. I must not trust it in Goring's hands again. November 8th, 9th. What splendid weather we are having. Beyond one little blow, we have had nothing but fresh breezes the whole voyage. These 2 days we have made better runs than any hitherto. It is a pretty thing to watch the spray fly up from our prow as it cuts through the waves. The sun shines through it and breaks it up in a number of miniature rainbows. Sundogs, the sailors call them. I stood on the forecastle head for several hours today, watching the effect, and surrounded by a halo of prismatic colors. The steersman had evidently told the other blacks about my wonderful stone, for I am treated by them with all the greatest respect. Talking about optical phenomenon, we had a curious one yesterday evening which was pointed out to me by Hyson. This was the appearance of a triangular, well-defined object high up in the heavens to the north of us. He explained that it was exactly like the peak of Tenerife, as seen from a great distance. The peak was, however, at that moment at least 500 miles to the south. It may have been a cloud, or it may be one of those strange reflections of which one reads. The weather is very warm. The mate says he had never knew it so warm at these latitudes. Played chess with Harton in the evening. November 10th. It is getting warmer and warmer. Some land birds came and perched in the rigging today, though we are still a considerable way from our destination. The heat is so great that we are too lazy to do anything but lounge about decks and smoke. Goring came over to me today and asked me some more questions about my stone, but I answered him rather shortly, for I have not quite forgiven him yet for the cool way in which he attempted to deprive me of it. November 11th and 12th. Still making good progress. I had no idea Portugal was ever as hot as this, but no doubt it is cooler on land. Hyson himself seemed surprised at it, and so did the men. November 13th. A most extraordinary event has happened, so extraordinary as to be almost inexplicable. Either Hyson has blundered wonderfully, or some magnetic influence has disturbed our instruments. Just about daybreak, the watch on the forecastle head shouted out that he heard the sound of surf ahead, and Hyson thought that he saw the loom of land. The ship was put about, and though no lights were seen, none of us doubted that we had struck the Portuguese coast a little sooner than we had expected. What was our surprise to see the scene that was revealed to us at the break of day. As far as we could look on either side was one long line of surf, great green billows rolling in and breaking into a cloud of foam. But behind the surf, what was there? Not the green banks nor the high cliffs of the shores of Portugal, but a great sandy waste which stretched away and away until it blended with the skyline. To right and left, look where you would, there was nothing but yellow sand, heaped in some places into fantastic mounds. Some of them several 100 feet high, while in other parts were long stretches as level, apparently, as a billiard board. Harton and I, who had come on deck together, looked at each other in astonishment, and Harton burst out laughing. Hyson is exceedingly mortified at the occurrence, and protests that the instruments have been tampered with. There is no doubt that this is the mainland of Africa, and that it was really the peak of Tenerife, which we saw some days ago upon the northern horizon. At the time when we saw the land birds, we must have been passing some of the Canary Islands. If we continued on the same course, we are now to the north of Cape Blanco, near the unexplored country, which skirts the Great Sahara. All we could do is to rectify our instruments as far as possible and start afresh for our destination. 8:30 p.m. Have been lying in a calm all day. The coast is now about a mile and a half from us. Hyson has examined the instruments, but cannot find any reason for their extraordinary deviation. This is the end of my private journal, and I must make the remainder of my statement from memory. There is little chance of my being mistaken about facts, which have seared themselves into my recollection. That very night, the storm which had been brewing so long burst over us, and I came to learn whether all those little incidents were tending which I had recorded so aimlessly. Blind fool that I was not to have seen it sooner, I shall tell what occurred as precisely as I can. I got into my cabin about 11:30, and was preparing to go to bed, when a tap came at my door. On opening it, I saw Goring's little black page, who told me that his master would like to have a word with me on deck. I was rather surprised that he should want me at such a late hour, but I went up without hesitation. I had hardly put my foot on the quarterdeck before I was seized from behind, dragged down upon my back, and a handkerchief slipped round my mouth. I struggled as hard as I could, but a coil of rope was rapidly and firmly wound around me, and I found myself lashed to the davit of one of the boats, utterly powerless to do or say anything, while the point of a knife pressed to my throat warned me to cease my struggles. The night was so dark that I had been unable hitherto to recognize my assailants, but as my eyes became accustomed to the gloom, and the moon broke out through the clouds that obscured it, I made out that I was surrounded by the 2 Negro sailors, the black cook, and my fellow passenger, Goring. Another man was crouching on the deck at my feet, but he was in the shadow, and I could not recognize him. All this occurred so rapidly that a minute could hardly have elapsed from the time I mounted the companion until I found myself gagged and powerless. It was so sudden that I could scarce bring myself to realize it, or to comprehend what it all meant. I heard the gang round me speaking in short, fierce whispers to each other, and some instinct told me that my life was the question at issue. Goring spoke authoritatively and angrily, the others doggedly and altogether as if disputing his commands. Then they moved away in a body to the opposite side of the deck, where I could still hear them whispering, though they were concealed from my view by the saloon skylights. All this time the voices on the watch of the deck chatting and laughing at the other end of the ship were distinctly audible, and I could see them gathered in a group, little dreaming of the dark doings which were going on within 30 yards of them. Oh, that I could have given them one word of warning, even though I had lost my life in doing it. But it was impossible. The moon was shining fitfully through the scattered clouds, and I could see the silvery gleam of the surge, and beyond it the vast weird desert with its fantastic sandhills. Glancing down, I saw that the man who had been crouching on the deck was still lying there, and as I gazed at him, a flickering ray of moonlight fell full upon his upturned face. Great heaven! Even now, when more than 12 years have elapsed, my hand trembles as I write this. In spite of distorted features and projecting eyes, I recognized the face of Harton, the cheery young clerk who had been my companion during the voyage. It needed no medical eye to see that he was quite dead, while the twisted handkerchief round the neck and the gag in his mouth showed the silent way in which the hellhounds had done their work. The clue which explained every event of our voyage came upon me with a flash of light as I gazed upon poor Harton's corpse. Much was dark and unexplained, but I felt a great dim perception of the truth. I heard the striking of a match at the other side of the skylights, and then I saw the tall, gaunt figure of Goring standing up on the bulwarks and holding in his hands what appeared to be a dark lantern. He lowered this for a moment over the side of the ship, and to my inexpressible astonishment, I saw it answered instantaneously by a flash among the sandhills on shore, which came and went so rapidly that unless I had been following the direction of Goring's gaze, I should never have detected it. Again, he lowered the lantern, and again it was answered from the shore. He then stepped down from the bulwarks, and in doing so slipped, making such a noise that for a moment my heart bounded with the thought that the attention of the watch would be directed to his proceedings. It was a vain hope. The night was calm and the ship motionless, and so that no idea of duty kept them vigilant. Hyson, who after the death of Tibbs was in command on both watches, had gone below to snatch a few hours' sleep, and the boatswain, who was left in charge, was standing with the other 2 men at the foot of the foremast. Powerless, speechless, with the cords cutting through my flesh, and the murdered man at my feet, I awaited the next act in the tragedy. The 4 ruffians were standing up now at the other side of the deck. The cook was armed with some sort of cleaver, the others had knives, and Goring had a revolver. They were all leaning against the rail and looking out over the waters as if watching for something. I saw one of them grasp another's arms and point as if at some object, and following the direction I made out the loom of a large moving mass making toward the ship. As it emerged from the gloom, I saw that it was a great canoe crammed with men, and propelled by at least a score of paddlers. As it shot under our stern, the watch caught sight of it also, and raising a cry, hurried aft. They were too late, however, and a swarm of gigantic negroes clambered over the quarter, and led by Goring, swept down the deck in an irresistible torrent. All opposition was overpowered in a moment. The unarmed watch were knocked over and bound, and the sleepers dragged out of their bunks and secured in the same manner. Hyson made an attempt to defend the narrow passage leading to his cabin, and I heard a scuffle, and his voice shouted for assistance. There was none to assist, however, and he was brought onto the poop with the blood streaming from a deep cut in his forehead. He was gagged like the others, and a council was held upon our fate by the negroes. I saw our black seaman pointing towards me and making some statement, which was received with murmurs of astonishment and incredulity by the savages. One of them then came over to me, and plunging his hand into my pocket, took out my black stone and held it up. He then handed it to a man who appeared to be a chief, who examined it as minutely as the light would permit, and muttering a few words, passed it to the warrior beside him, who also scrutinized it, and passed it on until it had gone from hand to hand around the whole circle. The chief then said a few words to Goring in the native tongue, on which the quadroon addressed me in English. At this moment I seemed to see the scene. The tall mast of the ship with the moonlight streaming down, silvering the yards, and bringing the network of cordage into hard relief. The group of dusky warriors leaning on their spears, the dead man at my feet, the line of white-faced prisoners, and in front of me the loathsome half-breed, looking in his white linen and elegant clothes a strange contrast to his associates. "You will bear me witness," he said in his softest accents, "that I am no party to sparing your life. If it rests with me, you would die as these other men are about to. I have no personal grudge against either you or them, but I have devoted my life to the destruction of the white race, and you are the first that has ever been in my power and has escaped me. You may thank that stone of yours for your life. These poor fellows reverence it, and indeed if it really be what they think it is, they have cause. Should it prove that when we get ashore that they are mistaken, and that its shape and material is a mere chance, nothing can save your life. In the meantime, we wish to treat you well, so if there are any of your possessions which you would like to take with you, you are at liberty to get them." As he finished, he gave a sign, and a couple of the negroes unbound me, though without removing the gag. I was led down into the cabin, where I put a few valuables into my pockets, together with a pocket compass and my journal of the voyage. Then they pushed me over the side into a small canoe, which was lying beside the large one, and my guards followed me, and shoving off, began paddling for the shore. We got about 100 yards or so from the ship when our steersman held up his hand, and the paddlers paused for a moment and listened. Then, on the silence of the night, I heard a sort of dull, moaning sound, followed by a succession of splashes in the water. That is all I know of the fate of my poor shipmates. Almost immediately afterwards, the large canoe followed us, and the deserted ship was left drifting about, a dreary, spectre-like hulk. Nothing was taken from her by the savages. The whole fiendish transaction was carried through as decorously and temperately as though it were a religious rite. The first gray of daylight was visible in the east, and we passed through the surge and reached the shore. Leaving a half-dozen men with the canoes, the rest of the negroes set off through the sandhills, leading me with them, but treating me very gently and respectfully. It was difficult walking, as we sank over our ankles in the loose, shifting sand at every step, and I was nearly dead beat by the time we reached the native village, or town rather, for it was a place of considerable dimensions. The houses were conical structures, not unlike beehives, and were made of compressed seaweed cemented over a rude form of mortar, there being neither stick nor stone upon the coast, nor anywhere within many hundreds of miles. As we entered the town, an enormous crowd of both sexes came swarming out to meet us, beating tom-toms and howling and screaming. On seeing me, they redoubled their yells and assumed a threatening attitude, which was instantly quelled by a few words shouted by my escort. A buzz of wonder succeeded the war cries and yells of the moment before, and the whole dense mass proceeded down the broad central street of the town, having my escort and myself in the center. My statement hitherto may seem so strange as to excite doubt in the minds of those who do not know me, but it was the fact which I am now about to relate which caused my own brother-in-law to insult me by disbelief. I can but relate to the occurrence in the simplest words, and trust to chance and time to prove their truth. In the center of this main street there was a large building, formed in the same primitive way to the others, but towering high above them. A stockade of beautifully polished ebony rails was planted all around it. The framework of the door was formed by two magnificent elephants' tusks sunk in the ground on each side and meeting at the top, and the aperture was closed by a screen of native cloth richly embroidered with gold. We made our way to this imposing-looking structure, but on reaching the opening in the stockade, the multitude stopped and squatted down upon their hams, while I was led through into the enclosure by a few of the chiefs and the elders of the tribe, Goring accompanying us, and in fact directing the proceedings. On reaching the screen which closed the temple, for such it evidently was, my hat and my shoes were removed, and I was then led in, a venerable old negro leading the way, carrying in his hand my stone, which had been taken from my pocket. The building was only lit up by a few long slits in the roof, through which the tropical sun poured, throwing broad golden bars upon the clay floor, alternating with intervals of darkness. The interior was even larger than one would have imagined from the outside appearance. The walls were hung with native mats, shells, and other ornaments, but the remainder of the great space was quite empty, with the exception of a single object in the center. This was the figure of a colossal negro, which I at first thought to be some real king or high priest of titanic size, but as I approached it I saw by the way in which the light was reflected from it that it was a statue admirably cut in jet-black stone. I was led up to this idol, for such it seemed to be, and looking at it closer, I saw that though it was perfect in every respect, one of its ears had been broken short off. The gray-haired negro who held my relic mounted upon a small stool, and stretching up his arm, fitted Martha's black stone onto the jagged surface of the side of the statue's head. There could be no doubt that the one had been broken off from the other. The parts dovetailed together so accurately that when the old man removed his hand, the ear stuck in its place for a few seconds before dropping into his open palm. The group round me prostrated themselves upon the ground at the sight with a cry of reverence, while the crowd outside, to whom the result was communicated, set up a wild whooping and cheering. In a moment I found myself converted from a prisoner into a demigod. I was escorted back through the town in triumph, the people pressing forward to touch my clothing and to gather up the dust upon which my foot had trod. One of the largest huts was put at my disposal, and a banquet of every native delicacy was served me. I still felt, however, that I was not a free man, as several spearmen were placed on guard at the entrance of my hut. All day my mind was occupied with plans of escape, but none seemed in any way feasible. On the one side was the great arid desert stretching away to Timbuktu. On the other was a sea untraversed by vessels. The more I pondered over the problem, the more hopeless did it seem. I little dreamed how near I was to its solution. Night had fallen, and the clamor of the negroes had died gradually away. I was stretched on the couch of skins which had been provided for me, and was still meditating over my future, when Goring walked stealthily into my hut. My first idea was that he had come to complete his murderous holocaust by making away with me, the last survivor, and I sprung up upon my feet, determined to defend myself to the last. He smiled when he saw the action, and motioned me down again while he seated himself upon the other end of the couch. "What do you think of me?" was the astonishing question with which he commenced our conversation. "Think of you!" I almost yelled. "I think you're the vilest, most unnatural renegade that ever polluted the earth. If we were away with these black devils of yours, I would strangle you with my hands." "Don't speak so loud," he said, without the slightest appearance of irritation. "I don't want our chat to be cut short. So you would strangle me, would you?" he went on, with an amused smile. "I suppose I am returning good for evil, for I have come to help you escape." "You?" I gasped incredulously. "Yes, I," he continued. "Oh, there's no credit to me in this matter. I am quite consistent. There is no reason why I should not be perfectly candid with you. I wish to be king over these fellows. Not a very high ambition, certainly, but you know what Caesar said about being first in a village in Gaul. Well, this unlucky stone of yours has not only saved your life, but has turned all their heads, so that they think you are coming down from heaven, and my influence will be gone until you are out of the way. That is why I am going to help you escape, since I cannot kill you. This in the most natural and dulcet voice, as if the desire to do so were a matter of course. You would give the world to ask a few questions," he went on after a pause, "but you are too proud to do it. Never mind, I'll tell you one or two things, because I want your fellow white men to know them when you go back, if you are lucky enough to get back. About that cursed stone of yours, for instance. Those Negroes, or at least so the legend goes, were Mohammedans originally. When Mohammed himself was still alive, there was a schism among his followers, and the smaller party moved away from Arabia and eventually crossed Africa. They took away with them in their exile the valuable relic of their old faith in the shape of a large piece of the black stone of Mecca. The stone was a meteoric one, as you may have heard. and in its fall upon the earth it broke into two pieces. One of these pieces is still in Mecca. The larger piece was carried away to Barbary, where a skillful worker modeled it into the fashion which you saw today. These men are the descendants of the original seceders from Muhammad, and they have brought their relics safely through all their wanderings until they settled in this strange place, where the desert protects them from their enemies. And the ear? I asked almost involuntarily. Oh, that was the same story over again. Some of the tribe wandered away to the south a few hundred years ago, and one of them, wishing to have good luck for the enterprise, got into the temple at night and carried off one of the ears. There had been a tradition among the Negroes ever since that the ear would come back some day. The fellow who carried it was caught by some slaver, no doubt, and that was how he got it to America, and so into your hands, and you have had the honor of fulfilling the prophecy. He paused for a few minutes, resting his head upon his hands, waiting apparently for me to speak. When he looked up again, the whole expression of his face had changed. His features were firm and set, and he changed the air of half-levity with which he had spoken before for one of sternness and almost ferocity. I wish you to carry a message back, he said, to the white race, the great dominating race whom I hate and defy. Tell them I have battened on their blood for 20 years, that I have slain them until even I became tired of what had once been a joy, and I did this unnoticed and unsuspected in the face of every precaution which their civilization could suggest. There is no satisfaction in revenge when your enemy does not know who has struck him. I am not sorry, therefore, to have you as a messenger. There is no need why I should tell you how this great hate became born in me. See this? And he held up his mutilated hand. This was done by a white man's knife. My father was white, my mother was a slave. When he died, she was sold again, and I, a child then, saw her lashed to death to break her of some of the little airs and graces which her late master had encouraged in her. My young wife, too. Oh, my young wife. A shudder ran through his whole frame. No matter. I swore my oath and I kept it. From Maine to Florida, from Boston to San Francisco, you could track my steps by sudden deaths, which baffled the police. I warred against the whole white race, as they for centuries had warred against the black one. At last, as I tell you, I sickened of blood. Still, the sight of a white face was abhorrent to me, and I determined to find some bold, free black people and to throw in my lot with them, to cultivate their latent powers and to form a nucleus for a great, colored nation. This idea possessed me, and I traveled over the world for 2 years seeking for what I desired. At last, I was almost despaired of finding it. There was no hope of regeneration in the slave-dealing Soudanese, the debased Fantee, or the Americanized Negroes of Liberia. I was returning from my quest when chance brought me in contact with this magnificent tribe of dwellers in the desert, and I threw in my lot with them. Before doing so, however, my old instinct of revenge prompted me to make one last visit to the United States, and I returned from it in the Mary Celeste. As to the voyage itself, your intelligence will have told you by this time that, thanks to my manipulations, both compasses and chronometers were entirely untrustworthy. I alone worked out the course with correct instruments of my own, while the steering was done with my black friends under my guidance. I pushed Tibbs' wife overboard. What? You look surprised and shrink away. Surely you had guessed that by the time. I would have shot you that day through the partition, but unfortunately you were not there. I tried again afterwards, but you were awake. I shot Tibbs. I think the idea of suicide was carried out rather neatly. Of course, when once we got on the coast, the rest was simple. I had bargained that all on board should die, but that stone of yours upset my plans. I also bargained that there should be no plunder. No one can say we are pirates. We have acted from principle and not from any sordid motive. I listened in amazement to the summary of his crimes which this strange man had gave me, all in the quietest and most composed of voices, as though detailing incidents of everyday occurrence. I still seemed to see him sitting like a hideous nightmare at the end of my couch, with a single rude lamp flickering over his cadaverous features. And now, he continued, there is no difficulty about your escape. These stupid adopted children of mine will say that you have gone back to heaven from whence you came. The wind blows off the land. I have a boat all ready for you, well stored with provisions and water. I am anxious to be rid of you, so you may rely that nothing is neglected. Rise up and follow me. I did what he commanded, and he led me through the door of the hut. The guards had either been withdrawn, or Gordon had arranged matters with them. We passed unchallenged through the town and across the sandy plain. Once more I heard the roar of the sea, and saw the long white line of the surge. 2 figures were standing upon the shore, arranging the gear of the small boat. They were the 2 sailors who had been with us on the voyage. See him safely through the surf, said Goring. The 2 men sprang in and pushed off, pulling me in after them. With mainsail and jib, we ran out from the land and passed safely over the bar. Then my 2 companions, without a word of farewell, sprang overboard, and I saw their heads like black dots on the white foam as they made their way back to the shore, while I scudded away into the blackness of the night. Looking back, I caught my last glimpse of Goring. He was standing upon the summit of a sandhill, and the rising moon behind him threw his gaunt, angular figure into hard relief. He was waving his arms frantically to and fro. It may have been to encourage me on my way, but the gesture seemed to me at the time to be a threatening one. I have often thought that it was more likely that his old savage instinct had returned when he realized that I was out of his power. Be that as it may, it was the last thing I ever saw or shall ever see of Septimus Goring. There is no need for me to dwell upon my solitary voyage. I steered as well as I could from the Canaries, but I was picked up upon the 5th day by the British and African Steam Navigation Company's boat, Monrovia. Let me take this opportunity of tendering my sincerest thanks to Captain Stornoway and his officers for the great kindness which they showed me from that time till they landed me in Liverpool, where I was able to take one of the Guyane boats to New York. From the day on which I found myself once more in the bosom of my family, I have said little of what I have undergone. The subject is still an intensely painful one to me, and the little which I have dropped has been discredited. I now put the facts before the public as they occurred, careless how far they may be believed, and simply writing them down because my lung is growing weaker, and I feel the responsibility of holding my peace longer. I make no vague statement. Turn to your map of Africa. There above Cape Blanco, where the land trends towards north and south from the westernmost point of the continent, there it is that Septimus Goring still reigns over his dark subjects, unless retribution has overtaken him. And there, where the long green ridges run swiftly in to roar and hiss upon the hot yellow sand, it is there that Harton lies with Hyson and the other poor fellows who were done to death in the Mary Celeste. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Dealings of Captain Sharkey and Other Stories of Pirates by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joe DeNoia, Somerset, New Jersey. That little square box. All aboard, said the captain. All aboard, sir, said the mate. Then stand by to let her go. It was 9 o'clock on a Wednesday morning. The good ship Spartan was lying off Boston Quay with her cargo under hatches, her passengers shipped, and everything prepared for a start. The warning whistle had been sounded twice. The final bell had been rung. Her bowsprit was turned towards England, and the hiss of escaping steam showed that all was ready for her run of 3,000 miles. She strained at the warps that held her like a greyhound at the leash. I have the misfortune to be a very nervous man. A sedentary literary life has helped to increase the morbid love of solitude, which, even in my boyhood, was one of my distinguishing characteristics. As I stood upon the quarterdeck of the transatlantic steamer, I bitterly cursed the necessity which drove me back to the land of my forefathers. The shouts of the sailors, the rattle of the cordage, the farewells of my fellow passengers, and the cheers of the mob, each and all jarred upon my sensitive nature. I felt sad, too. An indescribable feeling as of some impending calamity seemed to haunt me. The sea was calm and the breeze light. There was nothing to disturb the equanimity of the most confirmed of landsmen, yet I felt as I stood upon the verge of some great undefinable danger. I have noticed that the presentiments occur often in men of my peculiar temperament, and that they are not uncommonly fulfilled. There is a theory that it arises from a species of second sight, a subtle spiritual communication with the future. I will remember that Herr Raumer, the eminent spiritualist, remarked on one occasion that I was the most sensitive subject as regards supernatural phenomenon that he had ever encountered in the whole of his wide experience. Be that as it may, I certainly felt far from happy as I threaded my way among the weeping, cheering groups which dotted the white decks of the good ship Spartan. Had I known the experience which awaited me in the course of the next 12 hours, I should even then at the last moment have sprung upon the shore, and made my escape from the accursed vessel. "Time's up," said the captain, closing his chronometer with a snap, and replacing it in his pocket. "Time's up," said the mate, and there was a last wail from the whistle, a rush of friends and relatives upon the land. One warp was loosened, the gangway was being pushed away when there was a shout from the bridge, and 2 men appeared, running rapidly down the quay. They were waving their hands and making frantic gestures, apparently with the intention of stopping the ship. "Look sharp," shouted the crowd. "Hold hard," cried the captain. "Ease her. Stop her. Up with the gangway." And the 2 men sprang aboard just as the second warp parted, and a convulsive throb of the engine shot us clear of the shore. There was a cheer from the deck, another from the quay, a mighty fluttering of handkerchiefs, and the great vessel plowed its way out of the harbor and steamed grandly away across the placid bay. We were fairly started upon our fortnight's voyage. There was a general dive among the passengers in quest of berth and luggage, while a popping of corks in the saloon proved that more than one bereaved traveler was adopting artificial means for drowning the pangs of separation. I glanced round the deck and took a running inventory of my compagnons de voyage. They presented the usual types met with upon these occasions. There was no striking face among them. I speak as a connoisseur, for faces are a specialty of mine. I pounced upon a characteristic feature as a botanist does a flower, and bear it away with me to analyze at my leisure, and classify it and label it in my little anthropological museum. There was nothing worthy of me here. 20 types of young American going to Europe, a few respectable middle-aged couples as an antidote, a sprinkling of clergymen and professional men, young ladies, bagmen, British exclusives, and all the olla podrida of an ocean-going steamer. I turned away from them and gazed back at the receding shores of America, and, as a cloud of remembrances rose before me, my heart warmed towards the land of my adoption. A pile of portmanteaus and luggage chanced to be lying on one side of the deck, awaiting their turn to be taken below. With my usual love for solitude, I walked behind these, and sitting on a coil of rope between them and the vessel's side, I indulged in a melancholy reverie. I was aroused from this by a whisper behind me. "Here's a quiet place," said the voice. "Sit down, and we can talk it over in safety." Glancing through a chink between two colossal chests, I saw that the passengers who had joined us at the last moment were standing at the other side of the pile. They had evidently failed to see me as I crouched in the shadows of the boxes. The one who had spoken was a tall and very thin man, with a blue-black beard and a colorless face. His manner was nervous and excited. His companion was a short, plethoric little fellow, with a brisk and resolute air. He had a cigar in his mouth and a large ulster slung over his left arm. They both glanced round uneasily, as if to ascertain whether they were alone. "This is just the place," I heard the other say. They sat down on the bale of goods with their backs turned towards me, and I found myself, much against my will, playing the unpleasant part of eavesdropper to their conversation. "Well, Muller," said the taller of the two, "we've got it aboard right enough." "Yes," assented the man whom he had addressed as Muller. "It's safe aboard." "It was rather a near go." "It was that, Flanagan." "It wouldn't have done to have missed the ship." "No, it would have put our plans out." "Ruined them entirely," said the little man, and puffed furiously at his cigar for some minutes. "I've got it here," he said at last. "Let me see. Is no one looking?" "No, they're nearly all below." "We can't be too careful where so much is at stake," said Muller, as he uncoiled the ulster which hung over his arm, and disclosed a dark object which he laid upon the deck. One glance at it was enough to cause me to spring to my feet with an exclamation of horror. Luckily they were so engrossed in the matter at hand that neither of them had observed me. Had they turned their heads, they would infallibly have seen my pale face glaring at them from over the pile of boxes. From the first moment of their conversation, a horrible misgiving had come over me. It seemed more than confirmed as I gazed at what lay before me. It was a little square box made of some dark wood and ribbed with brass. I suppose it would be the size of a cubic foot. It reminded me of a pistol case, only it was decidedly higher. There was an appendage to it, however, on which my eyes were riveted, and which suggested the pistol itself rather than its receptacle. This was a trigger-like arrangement upon a lid, to which a coil of string was attached. Beside this trigger there was a small square aperture through the wood. The tall man, Flanagan as his companion called him, applied his eye to this, and peered in for several minutes with an expression of intense anxiety upon his face. "It seems right enough," he said at last. "I tried not to shake it," said his companion. "Such delicate things need delicate treatment. Put in some of the needful, Muller." The shorter man fumbled in his pocket for some time and then produced a small paper packet. He opened this and took out of it half a handful of whitish granules, which he poured down through the hole. A curious clicking noise followed from the inside of the box, and both men smiled in a satisfied way. "Nothing much wrong there," said Flanagan. "Right as a trivet," answered his companion. "Look out, here's someone coming. Take it down to our berth. It wouldn't do to have anyone suspecting what our game is, or, worse still, having them fumbling with it, and letting it off by mistake." "Well, it would come to the same, whoever let it off," said Muller. "They'd be rather astonished if they pulled the trigger," said the taller, with a sinister laugh. "Ha ha! Fancy their faces. It's not a bad bit of workmanship, I flatter myself." "No," said Muller. "I hear it is your own design, every bit of it, isn't it?" "Yes, the springing sliding shutter of my own." "We should take out a patent." And the two men laughed again with a cold, harsh laugh as they took up the little brass-bound package and concealed it in Muller's voluminous overcoat. "Come down and we'll stow it in our berth," said Flanagan. "We won't need it until tonight, and it will be safe there." His companion assented, and the two went arm in arm along the deck and disappeared down the hatchway, bearing the mysterious little box away with them. The last words I heard were a muttered injunction from Flanagan to carry it carefully and avoid knocking it against the bulwarks. How long I remained sitting on that coil of rope, I shall never know. The horror of the conversation I had just overheard was aggravated by the first sinking qualms of seasickness. The long roll of the Atlantic was beginning to assert itself over both ship and passengers. I felt prostrated in mind and in body, and fell into a state of collapse, from which I was finally aroused by the hearty voice of our worthy quartermaster. "Do you mind moving off that, sir?" he said. "We want to get this lumber cleared off deck." His bluff manner and ruddy, healthy face seemed to be a positive insult to me in my present condition. Had I been a courageous or muscular man, I would have struck him. As it was, I treated the honest sailor to a melodramatic scowl which seemed to cause him no small astonishment, and strode past him to the other side of the deck. Solitude was what I wanted. Solitude in which I can brood over the frightful crime which was being hatched before my very eyes. One of the quarter boats was hanging rather low down upon the davits. An idea struck me, and climbing on the bulwarks, I stepped into the empty boat and lay down in the bottom of it. Stretched on my back, with nothing but the blue sky above me and an occasional view of the mizzen as the vessel rolled, I was at last alone with my sickness and my thoughts. I tried to recall the words which had been spoken in the terrible dialogue I had overheard. Would they admit of any construction but the one which stared me in the face? My reason forced me to confess that they would not. I endeavored to array the various facts which formed the chain of circumstantial evidence and to find a flaw in it. But no, not a link was missing. There was the strange way in which our passengers had come aboard, enabling them to evade any examination of their luggage. The very name of Flanagan smacked of Fenianism, while Muller suggested nothing but socialism and murder. Then their mysterious manner, their remark that their plans would have been ruined had they missed the ship, their fear of being observed. Last but not least, the clenching evidence in the production of the little square box with the trigger, and their grim joke about the face of the man who should let it off by mistake. Could these facts lead to any conclusion other than that they were the desperate emissaries of somebody, political or otherwise, who intended to sacrifice themselves, their fellow passengers, and the ship in one great holocaust? The whitish granules which I had seen one of them pour into the box formed no doubt a fuse or train for exploding it. I had myself heard a sound come from it which might have emanated from some delicate piece of machinery. But what did they mean about their allusion to tonight? Could it be that they contemplated putting their horrible design into execution on the very first evening of our voyage? The mere thought of it sent a cold shudder over me and made me for a moment superior even to the agonies of seasickness. I have remarked that I am a physical coward. I am a moral one also. It is seldom that two defects are united to such a degree in one character. I have known many men who were most sensitive to bodily danger, and yet were distinguished for the independence and strength of their minds. In my own case, however, I regret to say that my quiet and retiring habits had fostered a nervous dread of doing anything remarkable or making myself conspicuous, which exceeded, if possible, my fear of personal peril. An ordinary mortal placed under the circumstances in which I now found myself would have gone at once to the captain, confessed his fears, and put the matter into his hands. To me, however, constituted as I am, the idea was most repugnant. The thought of becoming the observed of all observers, cross-questioned by a stranger, and confronted with two desperate conspirators in the character of a denouncer, was hateful to me. Might it not by some remote possibility prove that I was mistaken? What would be my feelings if there should turn out to be no grounds for my accusation? No, I would procrastinate. I will keep my eye on the two desperadoes and dog them at every turn. Anything was better than a possibility of being wrong. Then it struck me that even at that moment some new phase of the conspiracy might be developing itself. The nervous excitement seemed to have driven away my incipient attack of sickness, for I was able to stand up and lower myself in the boat without experiencing any return of it. I staggered along the deck with the intention of descending into the cabin and finding out how my acquaintances of the morning were occupying themselves. Just as I had my hand on the companion rail, I was astonished by receiving a hearty slap on the back, which nearly shot me down the steps with more haste than dignity. "Is that you, Hammond?" said a voice which I seemed to recognize. "God bless me," I said as I turned around. "It can't be Dick Merton." "Why, how are you, old man?" This was an unexpected piece of luck in the midst of my perplexities. Dick was just the man I wanted, kindly and shrewd in his nature, and prompt in his actions. I should have no difficulty in telling him my suspicions, and could rely upon his sound sense to point out the best course to pursue. Since I was a little lad in the second form of Harrow, Dick had been my adviser and protector. He saw at a glance that something had gone wrong with me. "Hello," he said in a kindly way. "What's put you about, Hammond? You look as white as a sheet. Mal de mer, huh?" "No, not that altogether," said I. "Walk up and down with me, Dick. I want to speak to you. Give me your arm." Supporting myself on Dick's stalwart frame, I tottered along by his side, but it was some time before I could muster resolution to speak. "Have a cigar?" said he, breaking the silence. "No, thanks," said I. "Dick, we should all be corpses tonight." "That's no reason against your having a cigar now," said Dick in his cool way, but looking hard at me from under his shaggy eyebrows as he spoke. He evidently thought that my intellect was a little gone. "No," I continued, "it's no laughing matter, and I speak in sober earnest, I assure you. I have discovered an infamous conspiracy, Dick, to destroy this ship and every soul that is in her." Then I proceeded systematically and in order to lay before him the chain of events which I had collected. "There, Dick," I said as I concluded. "What do you think of that? And above all, what am I to do?" To my astonishment, he burst into a hearty fit of laughter. "I'd be frightened," he said, "if any fellow but you had told me as much. You always had a way, Hammond, of discovering mares' nests. I like to see the old traits breaking out again. Do you remember at school how you swore there was a ghost in the long room, and how it turned out to be your own reflection in the mirror? Why, man," he continued, "what object would anyone have in destroying this ship? We have no great political guns on board. On the contrary, the majority of the passengers are Americans. Besides, in the sober 19th century, the most wholesome murderers stop at including themselves among their victims. Depend upon it, you have misunderstood them, and have mistaken a photographic camera, or something equally innocent, for an infernal machine. Nothing of the sort, sir, said I rather touchily. You will learn to your cost, I fear, that I have neither exaggerated nor misinterpreted a word. As to the box, I have certainly never before seen one like it. It contained delicate machinery, of that I am convinced, from the way in which the men handled it and spoke of it. You'd make out every packet of perishable goods to be a torpedo, said Dick, if that is to be your only test. The man's name was Flanagan, I continued. I don't think that would go very far in a court of law, said Dick. But come, I have finished my cigar. Suppose we go down together and split a bottle of claret. You can point out these 2 Orsinis to me if they are still in the cabin. All right, I answered. I am determined not to lose sight of them all day. Don't look hard at them, though, for I don't want them to think that they're being watched. Trust me, said Dick. I'll look as unconscious and guileless as a lamb. And with that, we passed down the companion into the saloon. A good many passengers were scattered around the great central table, some wrestling with refractory carpet-bags and rug straps, some having their luncheon, and a few reading and otherwise amusing themselves. The object of our quest were not there. We passed down the room and peered into every berth, but there was no sign of them. Heavens, thought I, perhaps at this very moment they are beneath our feet, in the hold or engine room, preparing their diabolical contrivance. It was better to know the worst than to remain in such suspense. Steward, said Dick, are there any other gentlemen about? There's 2 in the smoking room, sir, answered the steward. The smoking room was a little snuggery, luxuriously fitted up, and adjoining the pantry. We pushed the door open and entered. A sigh of relief escaped from my bosom. The very first object on which my eye rested was the cadaverous face of Flanagan, with its hard-set mouth and unwinking eye. His companion sat opposite to him. They were both drinking, and a pile of cards lay upon a table. They were engaged in playing as we entered. I nudged Dick to show him that we found our quarry, and we sat down beside them with as unconcerned an air as possible. The 2 conspirators seemed to take little notice of our presence. I watched them both narrowly. The game at which they were playing was Napoleon. Both were adepts at it, and I could not help admiring the consummate nerve of men who, with such a secret at their hearts, could devote their minds to the manipulation of a long suit or the finessing of a queen. Money changed hands rapidly, but the run of luck seemed to be all against the taller of the 2 players. At last he threw down his cards on the table with an oath, and refused to go on. No, I'm hanged if I do, he said. I haven't had more than 2 of a suit for 5 hands. Never mind, said his comrade as he gathered up his winnings. A few dollars one way or the other won't go very far after tonight's work. I was astonished at the rascal's audacity, but took care to keep my eyes fixed abstractedly upon the ceiling, and I drank my wine in as unconscious manner as possible. I felt that Flanagan was looking towards me with his wolfish eyes to see if I had noticed the illusion. He whispered something to his companion which I failed to catch. It was a caution, I suppose, for the other answered rather angrily, Nonsense! Why shouldn't I say what I like? Over-caution is just what would ruin us. I believe you want it not to come off, said Flanagan. You believe nothing of the sort, said the other, speaking rapidly and loudly. You know as well as I do that when I play for a stake, I like to win it. But I won't have my words criticized and cut short by you or any other man. I have as much interest in our success as you have. More, I hope. He was quite hot about it, and puffed furiously at his cigar for some minutes. The eyes of the other ruffian wandered alternately from Dick Merton to myself. I knew that I was in the presence of a desperate man, that a quiver of my lip might be the signal for him to plunge a weapon into my heart, but I betrayed more self-command than I should have given myself credit for under such trying circumstances. As to Dick, he was as immovable and apparently as unconscious as the Egyptian Sphinx. There was silence for some time in the smoking room, broken only by the crisp rattle of the cards, as the man Muller shuffled them up before placing them in his pocket. He still seemed to be somewhat flushed and irritable. Throwing the end of his cigar into the spittoon, he glanced defiantly at his companion, and turned towards me. "Can you tell me, sir," he said, "when this ship will be heard of again?" They were both looking at me, but though my face may have turned a trifle paler, my voice was as steady as ever as I answered. "I presume, sir, that it will be heard of first when it enters Queenstown Harbor." "Ha ha!" laughed the angry little man. "I knew you would say that. Don't you kick me under the table, Flanagan. I won't stand it. I know what I'm doing. You are wrong, sir," he continued, turning to me. "Utterly wrong." "Some passing ship, perhaps?" suggested Dick. "No, nor that either." "The weather is fine," I said. "Why should we not be heard of at our destination?" "I didn't say we shouldn't be heard of at our destination. Possibly we may not, and in any case that is not where we shall be heard of first." "Where then?" asked Dick. "That you shall never know. Suffice it that a rapid and mysterious agency will signal our whereabouts, and that before the day is out. Ha ha!" And he chuckled once again. "Come on deck," growled his comrade. "You have drunk too much of that confounded brandy and water. It has loosened your tongue. Come away." And taking him by the arm, he half led him, half forced him out of the smoking room, and we heard them stumbling up the companion together and onto the deck. Well, what do you think now? I gasped as I turned toward Dick. He was as imperturbable as ever. Think, he said. Why, I think what his companion thinks, that we've been listening to the ravings of a half-drunken man. The fellow stunk of brandy. Nonsense, Dick. You saw how the other tried to stop his tongue. Of course he did. He didn't want his friend to make a fool of himself before strangers. Maybe the short one is a lunatic, and the other his private keeper. It's quite possible. Oh, Dick, Dick, I cried. How can you be so blind? Don't you see that every word confirmed our previous suspicion? Humbug, man, said Dick. You're working yourself into a state of nervous excitement. Why, what the devil do you make of all that nonsense about a mysterious agent which would signal our whereabouts? I'll tell you what he meant, Dick, I said, bending forward and grasping my friend's arm. He meant a sudden glare and a flash seen far out at sea by some lonely fisherman off the American coast. That's what he meant. I didn't think you were such a fool, Hammond, said Dick, testily. If you try to fix a literal meaning on a twaddle that every drunken man talks, you will come to some queer conclusions. Let us follow their example and go on deck. You need fresh air, I think. Depend upon it, your liver is out of order. A sea voyage will do you a world of good. If ever I see the end of this one, I groaned, I'll promise never to venture on another. They are laying the cloth, so it's hardly worthwhile going up. I'll stay below and unpack my things. I hope dinner will find you in a more pleasant state of mind, said Dick, and he went out, leaving me to my thoughts until the clang of the great gong summoned us to the saloon. My appetite, I need hardly say, had not been improved by the incidents which had occurred during the day. I sat down, however, mechanically at the table, and listened to the talk that was going on around me. There were nearly 100 first-class passengers, and as the wine began to circulate, their voices combined with the clash of the dishes to form a perfect babel. I found myself seated between a very stout and nervous old lady and a prim little clergyman, and as neither made any advances, I retired into my shell, and spent my time in observing the appearance of my fellow voyagers. I could see Dick in the dim distance dividing his attention between a jointless fowl in front of him and a self-possessed young lady at his side. Captain Dowie was doing the honors at my end, while the surgeon of the vessel was seated at the other. I was glad to notice that Flanagan was placed almost opposite me. As long as I had him before my eyes, I knew that, for the time at least, we were safe. He was sitting with what was meant to be a sociable smile on his grim face. It did not escape me that he drank largely of wine, so largely that even before the dessert appeared, his voice had become decidedly husky. His friend Muller was seated a few places lower down. He ate little, and appeared to be nervous and restless. Now, ladies, said our genial captain, I trust that you will consider yourselves at home aboard my vessel. I have no fears for the gentlemen. A bottle of champagne, steward. Here's to a fresh breeze and a quick passage. I trust our friends in America will hear of our safe arrival in 8 days, or in 9 at the very least. I looked up. Quick as was the glance which passed between Flanagan and his confederate, I was able to intercept it. There was an evil smile upon the former's thin lips. The conversation rippled on. Politics, the sea, amusements, religion, each was in turn discussed. I remained a silent, though an interested listener. It struck me that no harm could be done by introducing the subject which was ever in my mind. It could be managed in an offhand way, when at least have the effect of turning the captain's thoughts in that direction. I could watch, too, what effect it would have upon the faces of the conspirators. There was a sudden lull in the conversation. The ordinary subject of interest appeared to be exhausted. The opportunity was a favorable one. May I ask, Captain, I said, bending forward and speaking very distinctly, what you think of Fenian manifestos? The captain's ruddy face became a shade darker from honest indignation. They are poor, cowardly things, he said, as silly as they are wicked. The impotent threats of a set of anonymous scoundrels, said a pompous-looking old gentleman beside him. Oh, Captain, said the fat lady at my side, you don't really think they would blow up a ship? I have no doubt they would if they could, but I'm very sure they'll never blow up mine. May I ask what precautions are taken against them? Asked an elderly man at the end of the table. All goods sent aboard the ship are strictly examined, said Captain Dowie. But suppose a man brought explosives aboard with him, I suggested. They are too cowardly to risk their own lives in that way. During this conversation, Flanagan had not betrayed the slightest interest in what was going on. He raised his head now and looked at the captain. Don't you think you are rather underrating them? He said. Every secret society has produced desperate men. Why shouldn't the Fenians have them too? Many men think it is a privilege to die in the service of a cause which seems right in their eyes, though others may think it wrong. Indiscriminate murder cannot be fight in anybody's eyes, said the little clergyman. The bombardment of Paris was nothing else, said Flanagan. Yet the whole civilized world agreed to look on with folded arms, and change the ugly word murder into the more euphonious one of war. It seemed right enough to Germanize. Why shouldn't dynamite seem so to the Fenian? At any rate, their empty vaporings have led to nothing as yet, said the captain. Excuse me, returned Flanagan, but is there not room for doubt yet as to the fate of the Dotterel? I have met men in America who asserted from their personal knowledge that there was a coal torpedo aboard that vessel." "Then they lied," said the captain. "It was proven conclusively at the court-martial to have arisen from an explosion of coal gas. But we had better change the subject, or it may cause the ladies to have a restless night." And the conversation once more drifted back to its original channel. During this little discussion, Flanagan had argued this point with a gentlemanly deference and a quiet power for which I had not given him credit. I could not help admiring a man who, on the eve of a desperate enterprise, could courteously argue upon a point which must touch him so nearly. He had, as I have already mentioned, partaken of a considerable quantity of wine, but though there was a slight flush upon his pale cheek, his manner was as reserved as ever. He did not join in the conversation again, but seemed to be lost in thought. A whirl of conflicting ideas was battling in my own mind. What was I to do? Should I stand up now and denounce them before both passengers and captain? Should I demand a few minutes' conversation with the latter in his own cabin, and reveal it all? For an instant I was half resolved to do it, but then the old constitutional timidity came back with redoubled force. After all, there might be some mistake. Dick had heard the evidence and had refused to believe in it. I determined to let things go their course. A strange reckless feeling came over me. Why should I help men who were blind to their own danger? Surely it was the duty of the officers to protect us, not ours to give warning to them. I drank off a couple glasses of wine, and staggered up on deck with the determination of keeping my secret locked in my own bosom. It was a glorious evening. Even in my excited state of mind I could not help leaning against the bulwarks and enjoying the refreshing breeze. Away to the westward a solitary sail stood out as a dark speck against the great sheet of flame left by the setting sun. I shuddered as I looked at it. It was grand, but appalling. A single star was twinkling faintly above our mainmast, but 1,000 seemed to gleam in the water below with every stroke of the propeller. The only blot in the fair scene was a great trail of smoke which stretched away behind us, like a black slash upon a crimson curtain. It was hard to believe that the great peace which hung over all nature could be marred by a poor, miserable mortal. After all, I thought as I gazed into the blue depths beneath me, if the worst comes to the worst, it is better to die here than to linger in agony upon a sickbed on land. A man's life seems a very paltry thing amid the great forces of nature. All my philosophy could not prevent my shuddering, however, when I turned my head and saw the two shadowy figures at the other side of the deck, which I had no difficulty in recognizing. They seemed to be conversing earnestly, and I had no opportunity of overhearing what was said, so I contented myself with pacing up and down, keeping a vigilant watch upon their movements. It was a relief to me when Dick came on deck. Even an incredulous confidant is better than none at all. "Well, old man," he said, giving me a facetious dig in the ribs, "we've not been blown up yet." "No, not yet," said I. "That's no proof that we're not going to be." "Nonsense, man," said Dick. "I can't conceive what has put this extraordinary idea into your head. I've been talking to one of your supposed assassins, and he seemed a pleasant fellow enough. Quite a sporting character, I should think, from the way he speaks." "Dick," I said, "I am as certain that those men have an infernal machine, and that we are on the verge of eternity, as if I saw them putting the match to the fuse." "Well, if you really think so," said Dick, half awed for the moment by the earnestness of my manner, "it is your duty to let the captain know of your suspicions." "You are right," I said. "I will. My absurd timidity has prevented my doing so sooner. I believe our lives can only be saved by laying the whole matter before him." "Well, go and do it now," said Dick, "but for goodness' sake, don't mix me up in the matter." "I'll speak to him when he comes off the bridge," I answered, "and in the meantime, I don't mean to lose sight of them." "Let me know the result," said my companion, and with a nod he strolled away in search, I fancy, of his partner at the dinner table. Left to myself, I bethought me of my retreat of the morning, and climbing on the bulwark, I mounted into the quarter boat and lay down there. In it I could reconsider my course of action, and by raising my head I was able at any time to get a view of my disagreeable neighbors. An hour passed, and the captain was still on the bridge. He was talking to one of the passengers, a retired naval officer, and the two were deep in debate concerning some abstruse point of navigation. I could see the red tips of their cigars from where I lay. It was dark now, so dark that I could hardly make out the figures of Flanagan and his accomplice. They were still standing in the position which they had taken up after dinner. A few of the passengers were scattered about the deck, but many had gone below. A strange stillness seemed to pervade the air. The voices of the watch and the rattle of the wheel were the only sounds which broke the silence. Another half-hour passed. The captain was still upon the bridge. It seemed as if he would never come down. My nerves were in a state of unnatural tension, so much so that the sounds of 2 steps upon the deck made me start up in a quiver of excitement. I peered over the edge of the boat, and saw that our suspicious passengers had crossed from the other side and were standing almost directly beneath me. The light of a binnacle fell full upon the ghastly face of the ruffian Flanagan. Even in that short glance I saw that Muller had the ulster, whose use I knew so well, slung loosely over his arm. I sank back with a groan. It seemed that my fatal procrastination had sacrificed 200 innocent lives. I had read of the fiendish vengeance which awaited the spy. I knew that men with their lives in their hands would stick at nothing. All I could do was to cower at the bottom of the boat and listen silently to their whispered talk below. "This place will do," said a voice. "Yes, the leeward side is best. I wonder if the trigger will act. I'm sure it will. We were to let it off at 10, were we not? Yes, at 10 sharp. We have 8 minutes yet." There was a pause, then the voice began again. "They'll hear the drop of the trigger, won't they? It doesn't matter. It will be too late for anyone to prevent its going off." "That's true. There will be some excitement among those we left behind, won't there?" "Rather. How long do you reckon it will be before they hear of us?" "The first news will get in about midnight at earliest." "That will be my doing. No, mine. We'll settle that." There was a pause here, and I heard Muller's voice in a gaspy whisper. "There's only 5 minutes more." How slowly the moments seemed to pass. I could count them by the throbbing of my heart. "It'll make a sensation on land," said a voice. "Yes, it will make a noise in the newspapers." I raised my head and peered over the side of the boat. There seemed no hope, no help. Death stared me in the face, whether I did or did not give the alarm. The captain had at last left the bridge. The deck was deserted, save for the 2 dark figures crouching in the shadow of the boat. Flanagan had a watch lying open in his hand. 3 minutes more, he said. "Put it down upon the deck." "No, put it here on the bulwarks." It was the little square box. I knew by the sound that they had placed it near the davit, and almost exactly under my head. I looked over again. Flanagan was pouring something out of a paper in his hand. It was white and granular, the same that I had seen him use in the morning. It was meant as a fuse, no doubt, for he shoved it into the little box, and I heard the strange noise which had previously arrested my attention. "A minute and a half more," he said. "Shall you or I pull the string?" "I will pull it," said Muller. He was kneeling down and holding the end in his hand. Flanagan stood behind with his arms folded and an air of grim resolution upon his face. I could stand it no longer. My nervous system seemed to give way in a moment. "Stop!" I screamed, springing to my feet. "Stop, misguided and unprincipled men!" They both staggered backwards. I fancied they thought I was a spirit with the moonlight streaming down upon my pale face. I was brave enough now. I had gone too far to retreat. "Cain was damned," I cried, "and he slew but one. Would you have the blood of 200 upon your souls?" "He's mad," said Flanagan. "Time's up. Let it off, Muller." I sprang down upon the deck. "You shan't do it," I said. "But what right do you prevent us?" "By every right, human and divine." "It's no business of yours. Clear out of this." "Never," said I. "Confound the fellow. There's too much at stake to stand on ceremony. I'll hold him, Muller, while you pull the trigger." The next moment I was struggling in the Herculean grasp of the Irishman. Resistance was useless. I was a child in his hands. He pinned me up against the side of the vessel and held me there. "Now," he said, "look sharp. He can't prevent us." I felt that I was standing on the verge of eternity, half strangled in the arms of the taller ruffian. I saw the other approach the fatal box. He stooped over it and seized the string. I breathed one prayer when I saw his grasp tighten upon it. Then came a short snap, a strange rasping noise. The trigger had fallen, the side of the box flew out and let off 2 gray carrier pigeons. Little more need be said. It's not a subject on which I care to dwell. The whole thing is too utterly disgusting and absurd. Perhaps the best thing I can do is to retire gracefully from the scene and let the sporting correspondent of the New York Herald fill my unworthy place. Here is an extract clipped from its columns shortly after our departure from America. "Pigeon flying extraordinary. A novel match has been brought off last week between birds of John H. Flanagan of Boston and Jeremiah Muller, a well-known citizen of Lowell. Both men have devoted much time and attention to an improved breed of bird, and the challenge is an old-standing one. The pigeons were backed to a large amount, and there was considerable local interest in the result. The start was from the deck of the transatlantic steamer ship Spartan at 10 o'clock on the evening of the day of starting, the vessel being then reckoned to be about 100 miles from the land. The bird which reached home first was to be declared the winner. Considerable caution had, we believe, to be observed, as some captains have a prejudice against bringing off of sporting events aboard their vessels. In spite of some little difficulty at the last moment, the trap was sprung almost exactly at 10 o'clock. Muller's bird arrived in Lowell in an extreme state of exhaustion on the following morning, while Flanagan's has not been heard of. The backers of the latter had the satisfaction of knowing, however, that the whole affair had been characterized by extreme fairness. The pigeons were confined in a specially invented trap, which could only be opened by the spring. It was thus possible to feed them through an aperture in the top, but any tamperings with their wings was quite out of the question. A few such matches would go far towards popularizing pigeon flying in America, and form an agreeable variety to the morbid exhibitions of human endurance which have assumed such proportions during the last few years. End of Chapter 12. The End. End of the dealings of Captain Sharkey and other stories of pirates by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.